During this episode, I was moved by something that my guest said. He spoke about how awkward he felt when his father tried to hug him. And that reminded me of my own father. In his last years before he died, I felt that he was opening up in ways that neither of us were used to. Once, when I visited him in Chandigarh as I was leaving, about to get into my taxi outside the house, he opened his arms for a hug. It was an awkward moment. I was both happy and moved, but I hid the emotion. On one trip home, he even thanked me for coming, which was also out of character because he was always so blasé about it. When episode 200 of the show came out, which is basically a long interview of me by my guests, he actually said he was proud of me, which was stunningly expressive given his past record of reticence of being a hard man. It's a regret I have that I didn't peel back past all those layers, both his layers and mine, while he was still here. Maybe if I had heard this episode, I would have. Here's the thing, I have done many episodes where I have discussed feminism and the lives that women lead. Indeed, the title of this episode follows on from episode 259, The Loneliness of the Indian Woman. At this point in time, in 2022, anyone listening to this show understands the many layers of oppression that women live with and normalize and that we must fight against. We have language for what happens to them, phrases like mansplaining and gaslighting and so on and on. We have frames to explain it. But the thing is, it isn't just women who are victims of patriarchy. Men are also diminished by it. They are trapped in roles, in grooves laid out for them. Here's what it means to be a man, to be a provider, to be a father, to be a son. You play that role, you get the job done, you don't cry at movies, don't show emotion, don't be a wuss. And many of us often get with the program and don't question what being male does to us. We have no language to describe this. We keep our emotions bottled up inside us, not expressing them to others, not even expressing them to ourselves. So what my guest speaks at length about in this episode should not be a surprise. The loneliness of the Indian man, the mental health problems that young people throughout this country are having to confront, and what this does to our society. This is all unseen, and there's a big lesson here. Men who call themselves feminists like me need to not only think about how they look at women, but also how they look at themselves. Their kindness has to go in that direction as well. Only kindness can save us.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Nikhil Taneja, who trained as an engineer, began working life as a journalist at Hindustan Times, went on to MTV and to Yash Raj Films, where he was a general manager at the age of 30. Then he was crippled by anxiety and decided to confront his mental health issues. And he realized that many of the problems he faced came straight out of his being a man. He quit his job, did therapy, and later started Yuva, an organization that makes content, builds communities, and carries out research that's meant to understand and empower young Indians everywhere. Now, I think of my episodes as being stimulating conversations, deep dives akin to oral histories. And this episode is all of them. But it's also an episode that can change lives, something I felt about my episode with Shreyana as well. We discuss a growing loneliness in our connected world. We discuss anxiety and mental health. We discuss the immense power of storytelling. What Nikhil has done with it is so unique and inspiring. We talk about the Kindness Project and initiative of Nikhil's, and why most of all, we need to be kind to ourselves. So do listen and do share it with anyone you think may be interested. I know it's a long episode, but it contains multitudes. Before we get there though, let's take a quick commercial break, even though what the commercials are me only, that's how it is. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've taught 20 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing. An online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST or about $150 and is a monthly thing. So if you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Nikhil, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you for having me, Amit.
Yeah, I've been thinking of inviting you for a long time, though got down to it fairly recently. But I'm actually glad that I didn't invite you, say, 2 years ago, because the show was much shorter then. And I just feel that you're a guest who's tailor made for this longer format where one can kind of go deep into oneself and introspect about the world. And that's one thing I've also really enjoyed about the talks you've given and your columns with HT, where there are various places where it feels like you're almost thinking aloud in the same way that I do about the same things I care about. So I really enjoyed that. One of the interesting things you mention in your column is that you are the last generation to grow up before the internet, and also the first generation to actually grow up with the internet, in the sense that that transitional point. And this is actually a question I've asked guests of my own age. I'm 48 now at the time of recording, and what I have noticed in my life is that I became an adult before the internet was there. So I was well into my 20s before the internet came. And it was interesting because I had to kind of learn about the world again, learn about myself again. You just do that whole process from scratch, even something, and it's a very clear demarcation in my generation. And also, just in terms of earlier, before the internet, you are restricted by communities of circumstance, whereas now we can form communities of choice. And in just so many ways, life is completely different. I want to hear from you what it was like, growing up before the internet, because you can contrast it in a much better with, in a sense, growing up with it, because it came when you were young enough. And earlier when we were having lunch before this, you were speaking about the importance of finding that quietitude or thera, where you can just sit and not let sensations knock you from thing to thing. Tell me a bit about your growing up years before the internet. Like, where were you born? Where did you grow up?
First, I want to, again, I know I've said this to you outside of the podcast, but I think like this is a milestone to be here. I think one of the markers of making it for me was when I get called to the to this podcast.
You're too kind. You've been on very good podcasts like Varun Dugirala, Karthik Nagaraj.
Amazing. No, but thank you for having me. Honestly, I'm really as I said, I think one of the things that I'm really looking forward to over here is learning something about myself also, which I think like that's every time I hear your podcast, as you yourself said, I think you learn not just about the person but something about yourself. So where do I begin? So I was born in Karnal in Haryana, and my family, we were living in Lucknow at that time. My father was a banker. My mother tells me about the time when we were, in Lucknow, we were not very well off. So she would always, she has these, when you see Three Idiots and you have that scene of black and white scene where you show people being, not very well off. She kind of always talks about it in that way that, Papa ke ka coat fat jata tha. So then there was a choice. Should we get you an ice cream or should we get his coat repaired? So that's the context that I have, of growing up at that time, where there was a lot my father was doing to try and break out of his circumstance, and that was visible to everybody in the family. But he was constantly, I don't think I've spent time with my father, growing up at all, because he was constantly just trying to make it. He was just constantly trying to get more money, get to a better house, get to a better life. So yeah, I don't unfortunately have too many memories of spending any time with my father. So I was very much raised by my mother in that sense. And two things started happening. Of course, I started finding a lot of love and empathy for my mother for the sacrifices that she's done, and kind of always wanting to grow up to be the kind of the opposite kind of a man as my father, because as like I would see my mother doing it all alone, right? And with my father, just so much, I just wish I knew him more, which I still do right now. But yeah, there was a lot of my early years. We from Lucknow we went to Delhi. My father moved up. He was in Bank of Baroda. From there, we were there for about a year and a half, and then we went to the Middle East, Dubai. In Delhi, my memories of, I feel, Amit, I've always somewhere been like this outsider looking in. I was talking to Hitesh Kevalia, who's is writer and director. He's done Shubh Mangal Savdhan, Zada Savdhan. He used this fantastic term called border wale log. He said that कुछ लोग होते हैं border वाले लोग होते हैं जो they're always on the borders. They're never like inside or outside. I feel like as someone who grew up in a manner where I was definitely not, I won't say we were quote unquote poor, but we were definitely not very well off. And suddenly in Delhi, when lifestyle started improving, I was put into, for example, Ryan International. And I remember my memories of that time has been just me feeling really like, where am I fitting in here? As somebody who was not as rich as any of the other people over there. The way they spoke, the English that they had, the clothes that they wore, the chocolates they would bring every day. And those are my early memories of like growing up. And then we went to Dubai where, my, again, upwardly mobile, so got a slightly better lifestyle again. I felt at home when I was in a school over there called our own English high school, which was basically the one place where I think every middle class Indian kid over there was put in. But there was a better school there, which called Modern High School, where which was for the upper class, so to speak, where my parents ultimately put me. So my parents had made this choice when I was in Delhi. My younger brother was put in not a very good school or a very rich school in that sense, and he was put in a government school, and I was put in Ryan International. And so when we went to Dubai, they switched it and said, you know what, now our younger son gets to go to a better school, and Nikhil gets to go to our own. No offense to anybody from our own, but eventually when I went into Modern High, again the same. I feel like so much of my life was just trying to kind of figure out what are these people, and what is this. Where am I stand? Where do I stand with these people, right? And for me, again, I think I just took it in with my mother also constantly telling me, as his mother who was raising me pretty much on her own, constantly telling me things like, you need to obviously do better, you need to get a certain amount of marks, and you need to make me proud, you need to go, with every young boy is told, you have to be an engineer, then do an MBA. All of those things were always there. I was constantly being told. So my ambition initially just became that I have to make my mother proud. That is all I want to do in my life. And no matter what place I was in, no matter what, role I was in, I was always just overworking, putting my everything into it just to make sure that when I go back, my mother is just like seeing all the work that she's done in raising me and my brother. She's proud of us. And in that, I think I just imbibed a mindset of like, work is everything, making it is everything, aspiration is everything, which somehow started conflicting with, I think, who I was as a person, which I've now realized many, many, many years later, which was a person who used to really like writing, who used to really like arts, who used to really like watching movies growing up. And, stories were my comfort zone. As someone, again, as I said, someone who didn't really fit in or did not know where to fit in, I would always watch movies as, in a way for me to feel less alone. I remember one of the, many years ago, I was just trying to, I teach, and I'm sure we'll come to that. When I was teaching my students, I used to always ask them, tell me your story. And then one day when they asked me what's my story, and I would always tell them to go deeper, deeper, deeper. And then I said something very superficial. And then I started thinking like, everyone, I asked them to go deep, but what is my... And then why do I do what I do? And I was in Yash Raj Films at that time. I was, a filmmaker. And the deeper that I went, I kind of recognized this one thing, which came to me as an epiphany, that, one of the reasons why I'm even interested in stories was because, so my father was a big Devanand fan. And the only time that my father would ever call me was when he would come home and put on a Devanand movie. And then he'd be like, do you want to watch it with me? And then I would sit with him and I would watch these movies. That's what I remember growing up. And I suppose in that moment with my father, I started recognizing the power of stories and storytelling, and the fact that, they actually bring you together in some way or the other. And that's my connection that I made with stories. The only time I would ever have with my father was because of movies, because, we got to sit together and spend 3 hours while we may not have spoken. My father would be very excited about the facts of that film, and that's all I know. But he would never talk about me about feelings and emotions. But like, well, this Devanand has done these many films, and Nadi Varman has done this, and Kishore Kumar has done this, and but I was getting to spend time with my father, which meant a lot to me. But and that was my life, and I started really falling in love with the written word, with stories. I started writing when I was very young, when I was about 14, and that's where the internet came into my life. So from Dubai, we went to Bahrain, and there was a magazine in the Middle East called Young Times, which was a part of the Khaleej Times group over there. And Young Times was for young writers. And they used to have an arts column in it where people used to make paintings and drawings and send them. So my brother was a natural artist, so he would draw these beautiful drawings and whatnot and send them, and they'd get published. And I would constantly also try to do the same, but they would never publish my story. And my drawings, and I used to get so irritated, and I was very bad at it. And I would also then, use like a transparent paper and copy, a drawing. And they found out that it's a plagiarism, which I now understand. But I was just getting so frustrated that my brother keeps getting published. I don't keep getting published. I've sent far more entries than my brother. So one day I wrote a letter to them, saying that, I have a grievance with you all, as a 12, 13, 14-year-old, I've sent so many different, entries and you never publish it. And they published that letter. And then I was like, well, clearly there's something in my writing that they wanted to publish. So I started writing more letters to them, and they started publishing those letters. And eventually, because it was a youth magazine, and because we had access to the internet, they just had like this email ID. We had got our first computer at that time. This was when I was 13. And we just got an internet, dial-up internet connection. So I don't know why, but again, sense of ambition, constantly wanting to do better. I was like, what if I asked these folks that, what if I could do something in Bahrain as a young writer? Can I be their correspondent? Can I, because there's a lot of Indian celebrities used to come to Bahrain. I was like, what if I interview them? And I don't even know where these ideas came from. But I gave it a shot because of the internet. And they wrote back saying, yes, go for it. And I said, what? And that's where my writing career pretty much began at 13, 14. I got published. I interviewed like from Junoon to, Shankar Mahadevan to Michael Schumacher. I have interviewed all of them before I was 18 during school years. And spending time with those folks. Mohanlal, I've sat with him where Mohanlal's and the internet was the way for me to get to know them as well. I'd just do intense research on everybody. So when I'd go there, because I was like, age is against me in that sense. They'd be like, oh, who's this 13, 14-year-old coming? But I need to make sure that when I ask questions, nobody, looks down on me. So I just research the hell out of everybody and then go into that and start asking these questions. So before the internet, I feel like I kind of did not know where to fit in. And when the internet happened, I suddenly kind of found my voice, as somebody who just in the offline world, because of a certain, class hierarchy, a social hierarchy, I was just always lost, always trying to find, companionship or true friendship or authentic relationships, which I was just not able to as a young boy, and which is where movies became important to me. I think because of the internet, then I started finding like a reason or an entire world on the internet that was meant for me. That was like, this is my community. This is going to be my world. This is where I fit in.
Wow, that's very resonant and many things I want to double click on. But first, just before you told me that you were born in Karnal, I thought of Karnal during lunch. And the reason is that I was born in Chandigarh, but okay. So I kind of know Karnal from a distance. But the reason is that you were talking about the film you were kind of working on. You're talking about one of your projects. And a project that I once abandoned came to mind, which was about 12, 13 years ago. I decided that I'm going to write this series of 3 really bad pulpy novels, much like Roger Corman films, that kind of feel.
Wow.
And I'm going to write each of them in 1 week. So it's going to be really hurried and bad. And one of those was called Carnal in Karnal.
Wow.
And it was about this bunch of guys who want to have a party in this farmhouse in Karnal. And they get a bunch of sex workers there or a bunch of girls to have it with. And then it quickly becomes a horror film as these women turn on them and eventually murder all of them. And, so it was very gory free and very whatever. I never ended up doing this because, one thinks of a million projects and all that. But, now when you mention Karnal, for some reason I thought of that. And it's again women striking back against a patriarchy, right? There's a certain kind of oppression you're hitting at, which is also the theme of so much of your work. The first of the things I want to double click on is your what you told me, the memories you shared with your mother and even your father. Like I did this recent episode with Samarth Bansal, very beautiful, deep conversation, and where he spoke about the expectations he had from his mother. And, he spoke about how the day he got his first job, she said that I feel like I have become independent because, and it was very interesting. I'm interested in not just that aspect of it, but that aspect that in the sense, when we grow up, we often don't think of our parents the way we would do later, right? They are playing roles. We are also playing a role. They are playing roles. They are stuck in that role. We take them for granted.
Yeah.
For us, a mother is a particular role that is being played by someone. A father is a particular role. We don't even think of them as real people.
Yeah.
Recently my father passed last year, so I was looking through old photographs, and I came across a photograph of my parents when they were in their early 40s, right? And it's like a huge sort of mental shift you have to make, because in that photograph they're younger than I am now, and they look like actual real people. And at the same time, I have a memory of them as that little boy in the picture, looking at them as people who are in these roles. You never really see them as people. And later on, when you go through life, you look back, you kind of understand a little bit more. I think some people may go through their whole lives just playing out roles. Never understanding that my mother is someone who might have felt restrained by her circumstances, that God knows what kind of quiet grief she hid within her as she played her roles, and ditto for fathers. As you've pointed out, both men and women in different ways are victims of patriarchy. But I want to ask about sort of this memory aspect that, were you clear as a kid at what was happening, or is this stuff you're beginning to figure out in hindsight? And how do you look back on them, and post all of that, how did your relationship with them evolve? Like, is this stuff that you can talk about now at a distance?
Absolutely. When I was much younger, I obviously did not have an understanding or perspective of the roles my parents were playing. I just had a lot of love for my mother because I would see how hard she tries, and not just because of me. And I don't want to dive too deeply into this part of my life because it's about my brother, and I don't think I'm the right person to talk about his life. But my brother went through a really long phase of mental health issues, and younger brother. So just really like a 10-year period where he was depressed. And my mother's worked day and night to, help him. Even when you were in Dubai, Bahrain, again, we were not, now I think we're in a place where we can easily say that we have privilege. But, we didn't have enough money to travel through taxis. So my mother would enroll us in every, extracurricular activity possible, and then just walk us there, so we're like 45 minutes in the 45-50 degree heat. We would be walking from after school from our home to like a tuition that she wanted us to be at, a karate class, a tennis class, a swimming lesson, most of which we gave up on. We were like terrible kids in that sense, but I was very aware that there is an effort going into raising us, and that became even more apparent when my brother started going through his issues, and my mother really just her entire life became about making sure my brother is able to get out of it. We did not know at that time it was depression. At that time we thought that it was just, he's a problem as a child. He's not problematic child in some way. And much later we found out that this is mental health related, because those terms did not exist then, So yeah, I think growing up, and then I'm also very close to my Masi, who was like this ray of light who would come, again, she's a teacher. She has had a very hard life. She lost her husband, lost her parents, single-handedly like took care of her parents after losing her husband very early. Lost her brother. Both my mother, I mean, like, they've lost his elder brother, and she would just come in and give us like this. So these gifts she'll bring in, just a lot of love, lot of care every time she'd come in to meet us. And these two women, I would. And my mother and my Masi was someone who would, teach at a school. So she was a teacher, an English teacher in a convent school in Karnal, and one of the most respected women in Karnal. Even today, like sometimes you go for holidays and you'll meet a student of hers who comes in, ma'am, you've changed my life and whatnot. It's so beautiful to see. So these two strong women, who were doing everything. That was my understanding, like of my parents in that sense, or my elders. On the other hand, with my father, it was mostly resentment. I was just really angry with him that he was not there for me. I'd see some of my other friends, playing cricket with their fathers, etc., etc., or hanging out with them. My father had no time for us. And my father also went through his own issues. He used to be very angry, which I feel like most fathers are, I suppose. Now that I've found out, now that I've spoken to hundreds of thousands of kids in India, I think that's the pattern. Father is equal to angry. But what he would also go through something which I much later realized was anxiety. So there's a sense of violence, but that was to himself, versus that anger was taken out on us as well, but never as much as on himself, if I can put it as nicely as possible. So I just did not really I was just angry with my father, like I think all young men in our country are. And I wanted to be the kind of husband. I mean, everything my father's, I was always like, here's my profile of my father. I'm going to be absolute opposite of him in every possible way. I'm going to be the best husband. I'm going to be the best son. I'm going to be the best, brother. I'm going to be the best, caretaker of a home. I'm going to, I'm never going to go into banking, which he was I did the absolute opposite of everything.
Banking,
because he was doing banking.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not going to be a banker. So if he's outside of India, I'll go back to India. Everything for me was just like, I'm not going to be him. And again, let me point out this, that he was never unkind to me. In that sense, like he was not again, with my mother, I think he was just as patriarchal as every Indian man is. Let me put it that way. Which used to get me even angrier, because I'd be like, why are you raise us, you do all this work in home, why do you still have to work for him? You don't have to work for him. You're working for your home. I get it, but you have to work for him as well. But he was, while and for whatever it's worth, he's never while he's been angry at us and he's might have raised his hands at me and my brother, but he's never with my mother, he's never really been violent in a domestic violence way, but he, as I said, he just had a lot of, anxiety issues, which I much later found out, and seeing him, I had a sense of, and I feel now that I look back, I feel really bad about that. I used to have a sense of, this is a weak man. It's not a very strong man. Whereas I feel like it does take a lot of strength for him to break out of the family that he came from, and go on to his whole family. Nobody else has been, so to speak, successful in his family. He was from Panipat, and his parents, and I mean, both our parents are from, what is now Pakistan, Punjab in Pakistan, crossed over, grandparents crossed over. One settled in, Karnal eventually, and one settled in Panipat eventually. And, but he broke out of his, he did it on his own. There was no support system. He did the clerk exam, or, whichever the banking exam is, and then rose his ranks. And now he is, chairman at ICC in Bahrain, and, he's spoken at United Nations on him. He's one of the biggest names in trade finance, even though he still thinks he's nothing, but it's been very, I mean, much later I've looked back and thought that, he was much stronger man without the support system. My mother was the biggest support system, but he'd grown up without a system which which then made him so angry at his own life that all the things that he would do, or he just didn't have the emotional quotient that my mother had. And I earlier I used to blame him for it, and then after a lot of therapy I realized that it's not his fault either, is it? So growing up I had very clear roles of what my mother is, what my father is. But much later in life I was very angry with my father for many years. Now I'm not. Now I empathize. Now I understand. Now I feel bad for the way that I have treated him as a son, even though I'm still angry at the way he treated my mother. But at the same time I recognize it's conditioning, and it's he had anxiety, he had conditioning, he tried so hard to. He's the reason why I have whatever privilege I have today. He's the reason why our family has whatever privilege we have today. And we were good children in that sense. Let me be honest, like my brother and I, we never, we recognize that our parents have worked hard to get their money. We've never spent up, like, never, birthday पे ना गिफ्ट मांगते भी नहीं थे हम लोग दोनों भाई कि मिलेगा तो मिलेगा, नहीं मिलेगा कोई टेंशन नहीं है. We were just happy like being with each other, and it's only like in my 30s my father has started gifting me things, which has been like okay, what do I do with this now? I have an iPad, thank you. but so yeah, I just and on the other hand, when my anger with my father also translated to anger with my mother during my 20s, because she wanted me to again break out of our circumstances in some way. She just put a lot of pressure on me, which again I don't begrudge her for anymore. But at that time it dove me into a certain kind of, again, depression, if I can say so, where I was trying after I'm sure we'll get into that, but I did after, even though I was someone who was writing at such an early age, I remember this very distinct conversation, which is not even a conversation that my parents would remember, but we were at our first ever family holiday in life, so after I finished 12th, my father took us for this SOTC Europe tour, and there was, and my father is always this person, which I'm saying, he's always also been like, anytime I had interviews, he'd drive me to those interviews. So he's also been like, I always looked at him in such a sharply negative point of view that I could never see the efforts he made in different ways. But I remember, like, again, my father showing off to everyone and saying, my son has written in these magazines, he's interviewed these people, look at this, look at that. I was 17 at that time. And there's this old couple that he was talking to, and the couple said, that sounds so fantastic. So is he going to now, I was in 12th, right? Is he going to a arts college? Are you putting him in like Delhi in like something interesting? And my mother immediately said, no, that's a hobby. That's not what he will do. He will, be an engineer, and he's going to, then do MBA, and it wasn't like, it's such a distinct memory for me. And much later, I remember that it's still something that hits me, that I just never had an opinion or a decision in what I was ever going to do. It was just decided for me, right? कि यही करेगा. और मैंने भी उस टाइम सोचा नहीं, मैं कहा मैं भी मान गया था यही करना है. I am going to be an engineer, But I mean, I was this bright kid who used to love writing. And I wish somebody had pointed me in that direction and said, do this. But I had to find a different path. I had to finish engineering. Then I had to leave. After that, I got jobs. Told my parents, Dekho, I'm capable of getting jobs. After that, I came to Bombay and then started working with Hindustan Times at a very, a terrible salary for like 2.5 years. Even during that time, my mother would keep telling me, and she would say it again from a place of, you're not earning money, you should really like do something where you're going to be comfortable. But for me, it was always like, have some faith in me. I know there's no money right now, but I'm trying to do something of my own. You're the one person who's always given me love. Why can't you today show me that love and that trust and that support and just let me be? And that just drove like a wedge into our relationship. So for a very long time, I kind of have this thing where I feel like when you are younger, your parents are always forgiving you for like being an idiot. In the middle, there's a time when you grow up and your parents stop forgiving you because you're like, now you can't be an idiot because you're, not young anymore. But because your parents have always had a certain way of behaving with you, you start, also getting angry. You've always like, why not now? I'm so what? I'm still your child or whatever. You still say I'm a child, but why are you getting angry? So you also get angry back, right? And then you kind of get older, and then you become the opposite. You become a parent in that sense to your parents, where you're just like, okay, yaar, they are old and they don't get it as much as we do. Now we need to start forgiving, right? And that's what I think happened after in my 30s, where I've just like let it all go, and I've really try to listen to my parents, try to understand them. As you very nicely said, I've tried to look at them not as parents but as human beings, and just really felt bad for the way that I was just so angry in my 20s with them. I mean, my mother is still very hurt about the way that I talk about these years, because she obviously has done her best to be a fantastic mother, even though it ended up pressurizing me and driving me into a sense of like real despair that my mother doesn't believe in me, you know. But I now keep telling her that it's okay, it's not your fault as well, and you need to be comfortable with that, that there was a period that maybe both of us, I mean, all of us are victims of patriarchy. None of us knows any better, you can get angry with your parents as much as you want, but they've been conditioned to behave in the same way from their parents, and so on and so forth. Everybody has come from this societal conditioning, and if you are aware today, you need to have the empathy. And empathy is not easy. It is a responsibility. It's tough, it's a burden sometimes, but if you don't have it, then you're never going to go beyond anger into love, into compassion, into togetherness. So I'm really glad that now I see my parents differently, and I'm just a lot more grateful for what they have given me. My father, for the long hours, where he just, when I think about it right now, I mean, he never got to hang with his son. I've always felt like my father didn't hang with me. But now I also feel like, well, he as a person, as a human being, as a man, did not get to hang out with his son. My mother, I would always be like, she always wanted me to be this way. And now I'm looking at it in a different way, that she expected something from her son, which her son was pushing back on. So even their anger was valid, or their efforts were valid, in whatever they were doing. So yeah, I feel like a tinge of regret in the way that I was in my 20s, but I recognize that obviously this is just the way life is, and we got to do better now.
There's a lovely anecdote in one of your columns about when you're getting married and you're having this destination wedding in Simla, and your mother is, arguing with you about some little thing, and you're like, "Come on, it's my marriage. Why are you arguing now?" And tell me about that. And what I'm also interested in is that you were able to, after a period of time, shrug off that layer where they're human beings for you, they're not playing a role anymore, so you can see them in that new light and can evaluate them in that new light. Were they able to shrug off those layers, not just with regard to you, but perhaps with regard to yourself? Like, are these everything that we've been talking about, is this a conversation you could have with both of them sitting across some?
Great question. With my father, not so much, because with my father, he's still, and I don't know if he'll ever hear this. He totally hears most of the things that I do. So I'm also now a little worried that he's going to hear this. But, I'd love to have a conversation with my father someday, and I want to just have an honest conversation with him. Just get to know him better. Now, the thing about him, he also talks a lot. Okay, so he's also someone who's very absent-minded in how much he speaks. So he speaks a lot about his life anyway, but not in a meaningful way, right? So I know every story of his life 100 times over, because that's any time he meets anybody at any party, he will repeat those stories. At the same time, I just feel like there's nothing I know beyond the surface of these stories, right? So I'd love to have like a meaningful conversation with my father someday, where we can be friends and we can talk about each other. But I just feel like he never matured into the EQ that you should have to be able to have a compassionate conversation with someone you love or someone who loves you. So he distance has been his, and I feel like that's true for all fathers, right? Distance becomes the thing. I don't know what to say, but that's what that's their way of life, being distant from each other. I have to work on my thing, you work on your thing, and every once in a while we will call each other, and then I will hand the phone to your mother. Which is, anytime my father calls me, the first reaction is I get scared, like, why is my father calling me? कुछ हो तो नहीं है, डर लग जाता है मुझे. And if he calls me and he's just like, how are you? I'm like, why? Like, what happened? That's my question. I don't like, I'm fine. I'm like, what happened? So that thing he might sometimes just, so I'm still at that place where my father now after retirement has also wanted to like give me a hug. And I'm just like, what? When do you want hugs? When he gives me a hug, when I give him a hug, even with somebody who kind of now talks a lot about things like empathy, I get so uncomfortable. I don't know, when my father gives me a hug, I'm still like, I don't know what to do about it. I'm just like closed. I'm like, this is weird. This is not natural. Even though it should be the most natural thing ever, right? For a child to be hugged by their parent. So I feel bad about that. I would love to change that. I don't know how to. I'm still struggling with it. On the other hand, with my mother, I'm really fortunate that, we have gone through every cycle of our relationship where we've gotten really angry with each other. I stopped talking to her almost for a year in between. And I was so angry with her not supporting me and not seeing me go down a path where I was very in despair that she wanted me to do an MBA. I remember like this one time when I was at MTV, I had my show was announced. At 25, I had become the creator and producer, the youngest creator and producer at MTV to create a fiction show. I was going to be given those credits, and for anybody who's 25 to get that was just an insane thing in India, and I called my mother and I said, what, they've announced my show. I'm going to be producing it. I'm also going to be credited as created by, and she heard me out and she's just like, can't forget that. She's just like, that's so good to hear. That's so great to hear. Does that mean you will not do an MBA? And I'm like, I just told you that at 25, I am going to be making a show of my own on national television, and your thing is still stuck on. But I mean, that's parents, right? Like, and because that is the only way that she knows that people become successful, because that's the only, she just didn't have she didn't have the internet to begin with, and she did not have, enough resources who would tell her that, there are possibilities outside of engineering and MBA for a young man to be able to still find his voice and his career and make it. And until I joined Yash Raj, I remember like for me, my greatest moment in life, so to speak, is when my mother came to Bombay and I started working in Yash Raj, and I had done pretty well over there. So I had gotten a cabin and I had been promoted to GM. So I'd got a double promotion, became GM at YRF. And my mother had come down to Bombay. So I just asked her to come to the Yash Raj office. I showed her around the whole Yash Raj campus, took her then to my floor, got her to come to my cabin. I said, this is my cabin. And then she entered and I got her to sit down, took a picture with it. I'm like, are you feeling happy now? And she said, yes, I'm feeling very happy. And then I was like, okay, now it's like achieved, tick mark, just the fact that my mother is now finally like happy with where I am in life. But at that time it was tough, but we went through a lot, and I mean, that happened in the marriage, which is a whole other thing that has happened, there was a lot of misunderstanding between me, my mother and I, but eventually I just started, and again, I think anxiety and therapy have been like God-given gifts to me, where I could tap into, a lot more of my, empathy or my emotions to be able to look at my family in different lights, and go beyond the anger, and over the last 6-7 years, I have had such a beautiful friendly relation with my mother. She's one of my closest friends, I would say, if not my closest friend. My wife is my closest friend. If she hears that I said something otherwise, she'll get angry.
You're getting into trouble with both people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So tough line, but she's, and to her credit, she has tried so hard to kind of be a friend to us, and I've not seen other people of her age or of her generation try that hard. She has tried so hard. I'm so inspired, and I look up to her so much. She has done everything. She realized that her relationship with both her children was getting stuck at a place. We wasn't going beyond that. And she did everything. She said, tell me what I have to do. And she did it. She's like, I mean, all parents, I feel after a certain point, because of the patriarchal conditioning and everything, they have these certain, whether they're homophobic, Islamophobic, all of these, issues which is conditioned into them. She's gone beyond them. She's like tried. When you would tell her that this is wrong, she would hear it. We'll say that, this is misogynist. She will fight back a little bit, but then she would be like, okay, explain why. And she's heard it. And it's incredible the way she has carried herself, the grace, she's the light of my life. I'll be very honest. She's like, my biggest fear in life, honestly, is that I don't know who I'll be when she's gone. I just don't know. I don't know, like, she's really carried the family. She's carried, she's, even with all the pressure she put on me, I'm just far more grateful about the kind of values she's inculcated in me. There are still a lot of things in me that I do get angry that, because it came from mother, but like, it's, she's done everything to, compensate for any time she has not been, kind to us, or not been like understanding, or a good friend, and just a parent in that sense. So yeah, I'm as I said, in that during my wedding, like, it was one of those things where, we had many things happen, but like, to long story short, we had reached that place where my parents and my wife's parents were just at loggerheads, so to speak, because they're from Assam, we're Punjabis. Just ridiculous things started coming up, like, why are we having this they wanted to do it in the daytime because that's how they do it, and we wanted to do it in the night time because that's how we do it. They wanted non-veg. My parents were like, suddenly my mother, who's been, while my family is now vegetarian and whatnot, but my mother, who would encourage my younger brother ki tum chicken khaya karo because usse strength aati hai, even though I'm not going to eat it, suddenly was like, no, we will never have non-veg on our wedding. I'm like, what is these like ridiculous things? So and I remember, like, things came to such a head that I was just again getting really, like, I was very frustrated with my wedding, because I feel like I was getting myself married, like, because my parents anyway they don't live in the country. So I was just just my father is just doesn't know what to do. He's just like a tourist to my marriage. He's come as a guest. No idea क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा है. पूरी शादी मैंने, पूरा location सब मैंने करवाया. My mother's tried her best, but she also doesn't live in India. Beyond a point, what can she do? So I was also I was like, I'm getting married now. You need to just, I know that you have more sense and more love than this. You've been a good mother to me. Why are you making such a big thing out of such a small stupid thing? And then she said during that time, the first time I think we've had an honest conversation, where she told me that, you've always done what you wanted. You've always, and I didn't say anything, which is lies. She told me lots of things, but she's like, you finish engineering and then you decided to go Hindustan Times. You said that you're going to marry a Punjabi girl, and then you went and married an Assamese girl. You said you'll not do media. You did that. Everything has been like against what we wanted, but we didn't say anything. But like, and then she said this thing that, again, just has remained in my head, where she said that, but when it comes to the marriage, right, that's the last time your parents get to have a say in your life. Uske baad to teri zindagi hai. Uske baad hum log kahan aayenge, but this is the thing that we get to do. And this is the last thing we get to do. So, if you are not letting us do this, then like, I just feel like I don't have a stake in your life. And I don't know what to do as a mother. And I just, that honest thing that happened, and I was just like, man, agar aap ye pehle bol dete, ye sab hota hi nahi. So I just said, we will do what you want. And then we did everything. I mean, we said like, what functions do you want? Sare karenge. I convinced her parents, I just made sure we did like three versions of the shadi. We went to Assam to kind of, to be with Daisy's parents and appease her family. Went to Bahrain again, did a whole function for my family. In the wedding, we said, kya karana bataunga, sab karenge aap. You just, you want to do this, we'll do it your way. Don't feel like it means so much to me, everything that you have done for me. So, and that is the moment, I think, where I started looking at her not as my mother, but like as a human being. And I feel like that was one of the first times that I realized that, where I have been, मेरी शादी पे मेरी माँ मुझे क्यों तंग कर रही है. I just realized that, this person's son ki shadi hai, my mother's son is getting married and she should also have a stake in that, right? Why am I making such a big deal out of it? So yeah, I think it's been a journey to understanding my parents, but I'm more grateful than regretful of the things that have happened so far.
Yeah, I was very struck by that beautiful story of that conversation in Simla, because it is a rare moment of honesty. People can't often see themselves so well as she saw herself in that
Yeah.
moment and was able to express. One of my favorite phrases in literature, which I think expresses the human condition so well, is Thoreau's phrase, "Lives of quiet desperation." Right, and I think most people, definitely so in all the generations before us, lived lives of quiet desperation. And I think part of that desperation doesn't necessarily come from things like monetary circumstances or all those other things. It comes from just being trapped in a groove, that this is a groove that has been laid out for you.
Correct.
कि आपको ये करना है, that the man has to be the earner, he has to be the stern man, he cannot show emotion.
Absolutely.
All of that, and the mother's got a different role, and everything you said about your parents was so resonant with me. I can recognize all of that. And in general, the great human tragedy has been that the illusion never lifts, the layers never go, which is why I was interested if you manage to speak about them later, about all of this, because I think most of us who get on these grooves and live out that quiet desperation, we can't express it, we can't acknowledge it even to ourselves, and we are passing it on. Like one of my favorite poems by Philip Larkin has these great lines: "Man hands on misery to man, it deepens like a coastal shelf." And that's such a lovely poetic image. It deepens like a coastal shelf, right? And of course, the poem is trying to convince people not to have children. For just this reason, man hands on misery to man. It deepens like a coastal shelf. And one of the things that you've written eloquently about is firstly, these traps of getting trapped in these roles, and also the fact that this might be the one generation, especially Gen Z, digital natives exposed to the world, growing up on the internet, who have access to other truths, who don't have to, follow these lanes that are laid out for them by patriarchy or by conservative Indian society or any of that. And you've spoken about this a lot, and I'll put all those links in the show notes also. But I'd also like you to talk about how your realization of this evolved, about these strict roles, these lanes that are laid out. Tell me a little bit about how your realization of this evolved, and then going through time, because once you realize it, you can't unsee it.
Absolutely.
It's never unseen again. And you will see it in every face that you look into. You will see it, right? You will hear it in their stories. Tell me a little bit about that journey for you and what.
Yeah, so I think again, I saw all of it at home without registering, that this is, I just knew that this is wrong. My mother shouldn't be constantly, in the service of my father. She should. My mother used to be a professor of economics. Even she had an MA in economics from Kurukshetra University, and then she had taught it to students over there when she was 23, 24. She's a wonderful painter. She's one of the smartest. I'm telling you, she's like, it's insane how multifaceted she is. Okay, you tell her anything and she'll do it, I remember this one moment, where we were at this really random place called workshop called Born to Excel, where these folks had come to kind of give young people the methods of excelling or whatever. It's a summer course that you were getting enrolled in. And, the first time he asked the question, the man over the workshop, and he was like, well, I have a question that if there is let's see which young person answers, and there is a bucket, and in that bucket there is a ball. How do you take it out without your hand? And and then everybody was like giving all kinds of answers. Nobody's like, you can't turn it over, or you have to keep it, etc. And then her mother was the one who's like, well, you pour water into it and then it'll come up on its own. And, and this kid's like, yes, that's the right answer. We've never got this answer. And I was just like, man, my mother's so sharp, so she's very creative. She writes poems at now also. She's like at 66 now. And she writes these wonderful poems. For my birthday, she will write a poem and narrate it. My wife's birthday. So beautiful, and so yeah, I kind of knew always that, it's not right, but, and I just wanted to be the opposite of that. I didn't realize that gender has, if anybody would ask me, what is your identity? It's a question that now I think a lot about, especially in the world we live in right now, how identity has become so, become such a big issue, and how we have now reframed every our identities into our nationalism, right? But when you ask, when we were growing up, and you asked what's your identity, you wouldn't, I don't know, Indian was maybe one thing you would say, I would say engineer, because सारे लड़के वही होते हैं, engineer हूँ मैं, B.Tech in computer engineering, that's my identity. Somebody would say a writer, somebody say artist, those were the ways that you would define yourself, right? I would never think of gender as an identity, that like when you ask a woman this, what's your identity? She will say woman, because every day of her life she's reminded that you're a woman through the way our systems are structured. But men would never say, although now they are saying, because of, I think in a post-Me Too world, every man suddenly has become more aware of their identity, which is a whole thing. But before that, it was never the thing that, I'm a man. That was never it. It was always designation. Well, I'm a CEO, or I'm a, again, engineer. I'm the owner of these houses, or, I have this much property. Your numbers would define your identity. As a man, when you think about it, it all comes down to your worth is reduced to numbers. It's about कितने marks आए, कितने trophies जीते, कितने extracurriculars में तुमने participate किया है, everything is monetizable, everything is, has to have a worth attached to it. You can't even have a hobby. I remember like when I'm growing up, I'd read like a lot, and and then sometimes be like, instead of reading this, why don't you read your school textbooks, because that's the way you will get more marks. You'd play something, if instead of doing this, why don't you do this thing and take part in this competition? So even a hobby needed to be something that is in service of a victory or an achievement you needed to have, and then how many of these achievements did you have was what would define you as a man. Then salaries became a thing, then then packages, CTCs, then the number of houses that you have, the number of cars you have, everything, it's all been like a, we've just been reduced to numbers as identities, right? And we don't think about that. That's just how it is. That's just normalized. But somewhere I kind of subconsciously or unconsciously started recognizing or started feeling that, everything that I'm going through, as somebody who was fighting this idea that after engineering, मुझे नहीं करनी का. I'd gotten jobs in, I was in NID Kurukshetra like Mahima, and I was also taking part in all that. So मेरे को पहले 6 महीने में समझ आ गया था कि ये तो नहीं कर सकता मैं. And that's a very big thing for someone who used to be a really like, I was a good student in school. Like I cared about computer science. I used to code. I used to enjoy coding. And then 6 months of NIT Kurukshetra, and while it is somewhat also a reflection of the college, while I don't think it's entirely that, I just feel it's just engineering as a setup, and you go in there in 6 months, you're just like, what the hell is going on? And when you realize कि ये नहीं कर सकता, then you have 3.5 years to figure out करना क्या है. I feel like that's like I always joke and say this, that कि जहाँ पर in the US you'd have people would give after 12th standard to their children a gap year. You go and have a gap year, travel the world, find out who you are. हमारी इंडिया के अंदर ना लड़कों के लिए gap year ही होता है engineering college. Go for 4 years engineering, then you do what you want to do in life, right? So it was that only. I went there 6, and then I was like, Acha, now I have this time, and I don't want to quit, because again I'm a man, so I can't just quit. So I will go through this. I will somehow, I'll do what it needs to pass, and I'll do what it needs to get exams. I know that I'm not interested in this anymore, but what can I do with my time over here? So I started, again, doing more writing work. There's a magazine that I got to be a part of. Then I created a magazine, a college magazine, out of the last entity and last version of what it was. It used to be a paper, like 2 papers on a wall, stuck as that was the college magazine culture. I created a whole, 30-40 pager proper magazine. I got into it with Vishwanathan Anand, with Ranbir Kapoor, and said like, this is your magazine now. Like, here's what it can be. I used to, again, with the official college magazine, became the editor, like Mahima was the one after her. So, and all of... And at college, I kind of just did everything I could. I took part in every extracurricular thing. Now, it's reverse because I talk about identity also. As I said earlier, I used to be someone who used to always be the outside looking in. Suddenly, as somebody who had a little bit of, I became aware of my privilege at that time. Sorry, this is a digression. I'll go back into your question. But NIT Kurukshetra is when I instantly became aware of my privilege. It is and anybody who knows the way NITs function, you have 50% quota from the same state and 50% from the rest of the country. So there was everybody from every place. And most people were not, so to speak, that privileged or, that came from a certain kind of... And I recognized this on the very first conversation I had in a mess, which, मुझे caste के में तो पता भी नहीं था. I had no idea what is caste, and as they say that, if you're upper caste, you don't know what it is, right? But I never knew. And I remember the first conversation I had with, someone in the mess, and the boy said, I asked him like, what do you do? Which where are you from? He said, Panipat. Oh, great. I'm from Karnal. Great. Something in common. Then like, what are you doing over here? I'm doing engineering, computers. He's doing whatever, electronics, mechanical. ठीक है, चलो, we'll not the same thing, not the same course, but whatever. And then I'd ask him, and this is always my regular, normal follow-up question. What does your father do? That's just the question that everybody asks, or at least I assumed that, because I was always asked to me. And, when I was in Dubai and Bahrain, and that's how we kind of like, what does your father do? My father is working here, my father is working there, whatever it is. And here the answer was that, well, he works in a garage. In my, my upper caste mind, I was just like, oh, he owns the garage. He's like, no, works in it. And then I was like, again, I can't fathom. I'm just like, so like, does he have like this, it's a car, big cars, and he works with big cars or something? Because he's like, no, he repairs bicycles. And suddenly I was like, wait, what? Like, it was such a big, everything I used to feel about class, before I came, because I was the one outsider looking into these rich folks in these rich schools where they would talk about like, what do you do after class? I have like I have an instructor who comes in to play the piano and teach me the piano, whereas I had like this one keyboard जहाँ पर मैं अपने आप बैठ कर ना सारे गामा बजाता था. I was like, यार ये तो अलग ही दुनिया है, मैं नहीं उनके साथ. I play basketball with my friends at that time, whatever, we didn't have that many courts. हम लोग क्रिकेट खेलते थे, basketball कौन खेलता है? It was like and even the reference point they would have of English films. I started watching English films much later. I was always Bollywood. I was like, what are these reference points? I just didn't fit in. And suddenly I realized now my reference points were suddenly like not the same as the ones that most people in NIT Kurukshetra. And that privilege, that sense of that understanding immediately, it was now like suddenly I was the guy in NIT Kurukshetra who was from the outside, whereas, and people would look at it, and again, that's, it's sad, or I don't know what it is, but a lot of kids would just kind of, give me respect purely because I knew English well. Or they would talk to me with a certain sense of like, I didn't get bullied as much. When I say bullied, I didn't get ragged as much, in college. While I got bullied in school, it's a different story. But in college, I didn't get ragged because people were just like, this guy's an NRI, he's well-spoken. And I would dance and I would take part in cultural activities. And suddenly I was like, oh, he's a cool kid. And because I was nice and just amenable to talk to, people were just like, affable to talk to, people were just like, ठीक है, इसको तो जाने देते हैं, कुछ नहीं कहते इसको, whatever. So my privilege also saved me from where all the other kids from my batch would get beaten up. They'd have, half their faces, with blue marks and whatnot. So I just started recognizing. So I've had this really bizarre incidents in NIT Kurukshetra where, I'll tell you a funny one, and, it'll also give context to some of the conversations that we're having on gender. The first, and this is a true story, okay? The first day, I was in a classroom in NIT Kurukshetra, and people were asking, where all teachers would ask, you tell your roll number, where you from, etc., etc. So I said, like, whatever, roll number 2025, and I was from Bahrain. And somebody said, little later, a girl said they're from Dubai. I said, oh, cool. So after the class, I went to the girl. I said, you're from Dubai, I'm from Bahrain. We should exchange numbers or whatnot, right? She was sitting next to a girl, who was from Faridabad. And I was, where are you from? She said, I'm from Faridabad. I said, great. So can I have your number also? We'll just keep in touch. And now she gave the number, but I thought that she was a little hesitant. Now in my head, like, Bahrain के अंदर तो सारे लड़के लड़के was co-ed, we all used to talk. There was never like a whole thing, which I never realized that NID is like a big thing for a guy to ask a girl a number and like take it and whatnot. मुझे तो realization नहीं था सबको, ठीक है ना? रात को मुझे जाना, I'm in my room, and there's a knock. We used to live with first year live with two roommates. There's a knock on my door. I open the door and there's this big Haryanvi Jat guy, with his 4 or 5 other, all well-built, strong, good-looking folks. And then he just aggressively asked me, तुमने वो समझता क्या है? I'm like, क्या हो गया? I mean, like, who are you? What happened? I'd never seen him before. Maybe I've seen him before, but I don't know his context. He's like, तुमने आपको bond समझता है? I'm just like, bond, मतलब मैं chemistry सोच रहा हूँ, covalent bond, कौन सा bond? I'm like, bond? And he's like, तू James Bond समझता है अपने आपको? I was like, नहीं भाई, what are you talking about? He's like, तू लड़की से number लेगा? And I'm just like, first I didn't even recognize. He's like, कि तूने कैसे लिया नंबर? लिया कैसे तो नंबर किसी लड़के का? I was like, ठीक है, क्या हुआ क्या? He's like, do you know that the girl from Faridabad? One of the guys said, the girl from Faridabad is his girlfriend. Do you know that? I was like, I had no clue. How would I know? And I'm okay, delete the number, man. I was just being friendly. I'm not like pursuing her or whatever. So he's like, delete number. I deleted the number. So deleted. He's like, don't mess with the girl from Faridabad. I'll come and beat you up. That was his whole thing. And all these guys gave me like, this is your first and last warning. And I was like, dude, sorry. And I was like, मैं तो फट्टू, मुझे नहीं, मैं Bahrain से आया हूँ, मैं तो पूरा cushioned life, settled in Bahrain, etc., etc. I was a big fat kid, who also wore these loose clothes. I was like fully like, ये क्या हो रहा है मेरे साथ? So I said, sorry, please delete कर दिया number. I'm not a hero. Please go away. So he went away. And then sometime, and I was just like, and my roommates were also from the Middle East. So we kind of had figured out कि चलो ठीक है साथ में रहते हैं. And they were also looking at me like, do you not realize that, in this place, etc., you can't be so open with girls. People like, you have to be really smart about it. I was like, okay, I'll try and be like really smart about it. And then sometime later, this guy comes back. And this time he's alone. So I was like, भाई मुझे माफ कर दे, मुझे नहीं पता था, I did not realize that. He's like, तू बता तेरा नंबर लिया कैसे? And I'm like, मतलब कैसे लिया? मतलब sorry बोल दिया ना? He's like, नहीं मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कैसे लिया? Explain it to me कि how do you get
a girl's number?
I said, क्यों, तेरे को क्या करना है? He's like, मुझे उसका नंबर चाहिए. मैं कहा, but वो तो तेरी गर्लफ्रेंड है. And this actual words were, अरे but उसको नहीं पता ना वो मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड है. I'm like, what is going on in this college? So I said, well, I just asked her, man, you have to just be like polite, and like she gave it. He's like, नहीं तू मुझे समझा. And somehow during then, I mean, this was the first such incident. And from that point, for whatever reasons, the Haryani kids who would not very well fit in with all the other kids from different states, and there was a lot of rivalry and a lot of anger, a lot of fights that have happened in our college, etc. For whatever reasons, मुझे थोड़ी ना एक इज्जत मिलने लगी, because मैं again maybe polished or whatever. In polished, when I say, again, not in just the way that I would speak a certain way. I was like which was this understanding of what it meant to be, what your Indian society needs you to be after a certain point of time. So I was a prototype of like, ये होता है, after 4 years of engineering college ये बनना है. And मैं ना घुसा ही उस तरीके से था. Somebody who already knows English, already has quote unquote self-confidence, already can talk to girls, already can like write, so and for whatever it's worth, I was not an asshole, and that was something that, everybody found like a very unique thing about me, whereas other NRE kids typically seemed to be as assholes. No offense, but that's just how it was. And And so suddenly all the boys, Haryani boys, kind of also gave me the liberty and the respect to kind of talk to them whenever there was something that they were doing wrong. They would come to me to ask me about, like, ऐसे कैसे करते हैं, वैसे कैसे करते हैं, very generously. And I really like respect that there were people who would ask कि अब मुझे लड़की के साथ, I need to ask her out, how do I do it? And and I'm just like, I have had one girlfriend before this. I'm not I'm not Hitch, तो मुझे इतना भी नहीं पता. I'm right now, I was going through a heartbreak. Like, ठीक है, but whatever, I'm helping. On the other hand, whenever there was somebody who would be rude, obnoxious, inappropriate, which I saw a lot of. I saw so many young boys just be filthy with girls. And in their heads, that's just how they thought, you flirt. उनको लगता था फ्लर्ट करना होता है कि लड़की ना एटीट्यूड रखती है ना, तो एज अ बॉय व्हाट यू नीड टू डू इज यू नीड टू कॉल एंड गिव देम गालीज. तो गाली देके ना, तो उसको अपने आप जो है ना, वो बोलेगी, उसको समझ आ जाएगा कि लड़का भी ना उसके अंदर तेरे से ज़्यादा एटीट्यूड है. और जब पता चल जाएगा कि यू हैव मोर एटीट्यूड, वो पिघल जाएगी. एंड देन शी विल बी लाइक, ओके, दिस इज द गाय आई वांट. Because this is the guy who will protect me, because he has more attitude than me. This is the way they used to think. Girls would change their phone numbers. They would find a new phone number, leak it, and then everybody would calling. Everybody would send these insanely dirty messages, and I would watch this with horror. I'm like, how are you doing this, right? And again, none of this right now coming from a place where I didn't know what feminism is or whatever it is. I thought this is just human decency, right? Like, don't be such an asshole. And I'd go up to, like, these kids, and again, I'm not just saying that they were only from Haryana, they were all kinds of places, but people who were giving me that respect of, like, ki theek hai, tum mujhe bol sakte ho. I remember this one time where, like, this guy said in a truth or dare game among a classroom in a canteen, asked a girl to say what is your bra size. And I was like, how? And I was so irritated. I was like, shut up. That's not what you say. And then it became awkward and, like, whatever, and then later also, ऐसे मत बोला करो. He didn't say anything to me at that time. रात को again he came to me, a different guy came to my room in the night. He says, देख, मैं तेरी इज्जत करता हूँ, तू जो बोलेगा मैं सुनूंगा, तू मुझे समझाएगा ना कि ये नहीं करना चाहिए, मैं नहीं करूंगा, बट अगली बार तूने किसके सामने मुझे शट अप बोला ना, तो वहीं दर्द होगा तुझे. ठीक है, चलो सुन तो लिया ना, और कुछ मारा नहीं. So I've come very close to getting beaten up by these guys, but just somehow just been let off. But I understood, like, there is, and in that college is where I got the first sense of, like, the deep patriarchal conditioning that happens. And again, these were not evil people, right? It's not that they were bad human beings. It's just that that's how they were conditioned. Most young boys that I've met at that time, from whichever part of the country, unfortunately had a certain idea of what women are and what women should be, and what we should be doing with them and how we should be thinking of them. And again, I'm not saying that I was not, like, as a young horny teenager, even I used to objectify girls as a teenager, etc. But at the same time, I was not, like, I just felt like this was way too extreme. कि ठीक है, you are thinking about them and talking about them with your best friend, like, oh, I like this girl and whatever, that's one thing. But, like, getting as part of a community, people used to watch porn together. Yeah, that was the weirdest for me. Like, पूरा community 6 लोग, 10 लोग ना साथ में आके ना porn साथ में देख रहे हैं एक कमरे के अंदर. I just be like, कैसे कर रहे हो तुम, ये क्या चल रहा है? So I was an alien in that world. I would just be like, this is weird. But I realized that there are some certain gender dynamics, and again, the understanding of privilege that I had, that clearly there is, something that I seem to have an understanding of that others don't. And maybe, I can try in whatever manner to help, without looking down, without having judgment, without shaming anybody who thinks like this. Just try to talk to them and help them understand what they're doing or why they're doing it is wrong. I again did not know what this is conditioning the society. ये सब मुझे नहीं पता था. Just as a, just as a, I would say, a decent person, a decent human being who later, when I realized, had that, like, empathy is also a privilege. I genuinely feel that. I feel like, having that awareness of you are not born, quote unquote, with, again, I'm using this word again, and I want to use it in those setting of those quotes, sophisticated, that there's an idea that every, parent has for their young Indian child, that, if you wear a certain kind of clothes, if you have a certain kind of way of speaking, if you know English in a certain way, if your hair is done in a certain way, that's what a sophisticated young Indian boy should be like, and I started recognizing that this is where earlier I used to look at maybe other kids like that, कि वो मेरे से ज़्यादा sophisticated है. अब मुझे समझ लग गया कि लोग मुझे देखकर ये बोल रहे हैं कि मैं उनसे ज़्यादा हूँ. तो जहाँ वहाँ मुझे मिसफिट फील हो रहा था, यहाँ भी मुझे मिसफिट फील हो रहा था, बट इन अ वेरी डिफरेंट वे, वेयर आई वाज फुल्ली अवेयर ऑफ द class and caste privilege that I had without knowing these terms at that time. And that's where I think in many ways my understanding of gender really started from. And then I started dating a girl over there, and the kind of shit that we've gone through in college, I can't get too much into it beyond the point, again, because it is my wife's story. I don't want to, but we went through some really horrible times in college where there were rumors spread about us and whatever it is, just really nasty stuff. And I just couldn't understand why would society behave in this manner. What have we done to any of you? Like, where is this coming from? Why would you say something so shameful and so hurtful about other people, when it comes and break it down into, well, this is how what a man does, this is a woman does, so clearly there is something here. Like, where is this? What is happening? So the culture only, I just kind of, so where I was fitting in from a lens of, or where I was finding myself at ease in a bunch of people who were definitely who I seemed closer to, in terms of, like, if I would have never gone to the Middle East, these are the kind of kids I would have exactly been like, right? So I was a little bit more comfortable and at ease with my friends over there than I've ever been with anybody in the Middle East. At the same time, after a point of time, because of the cultural differences, that because I'd spent that time there, I just started realizing there's a big vast difference in the way everybody's been conditioned, where my conditioning allowed me to have the privilege of looking at, people beyond the lenses of gender and as human beings and as stories and versus as, like, this is a boy, this is a girl, this is what they do. I just, with everybody else, there was a very clear divide. And in that divide, boys behaved in a certain way and girls behaved in a certain way. And it was a divide. So I went through some really tough times. Again, there's just some stuff that I'd rather not get into, but in college. And then when I got into Bombay, again, it was like a whole shift. Bombay now, अभी मैं 4 साल ना कुरुक्षेत्र में ऐसे हो गया था कि लड़की अगर एक जगह पर बैठ रही है जहाँ पर लड़का आके उसके बाद बैठ गया, they'd be like, अरे वो लड़का उसको लड़की को like, literally, you like her, you've sat in the same seat as she sat. Like, what is this? What are you talking about? Mahima spoke about, like, the hostel time, times, right? Like, I used to feel so terrible about the fact that, like, I get to be in that college, and at the very minimum, I didn't go to the library much, let me be honest, but, the fact that there are people who had access to the library throughout the night, till 12 o'clock, and girls had to 5:30, 6 o'clock go back to never had, like, the liberty or the freedom to explore, outside of just the X number of hours they were, in college. And it was just so unfair, the whole system. I had to drop, and I was also coming from a place, I like this girl, why do I have to drop her at 6 o'clock? I want to spend more time with her. But yeah, and then I came to Bombay, and then suddenly, like, I was in an HT where I was one of 2 guys, and in a team where everybody else was a woman. And suddenly, like, where I had been fighting a certain kind of patriarchal conditioning and misogyny in the way that things were structured in Kurukshetra, it was the absolute opposite over here. And then I had to again rewire and kind of be like, acha, now I can't think like that. I need to think in a different way. Again, I need to, like, be more comfortable. I was not comfortable. For the longest time, I couldn't hug girls. It became such a big issue for me. Like, I was so awkward. I just did not, I just don't know. Like, girls would come and hug everyone in Bombay. This is very cool, and you're friends, and it doesn't matter, right? But I was just, I'd freeze. I'd be like, wait, if someone's giving me a kiss, I'd just be like, what the hell happened? Because 4 years of Kurukshetra conditioned me that deeply to, like, look at it as like a problem, and if you have your own girlfriend, you have your own partner, that's one thing. But the moment you are in a, system of people, you have to have boundaries. So all of this really ultimately came down to 2 things. It's a long-winded answer, but 2 things have happened. One is, as I said, and again, I think we might get deeper into it, was mental health, which is at 30, I was diagnosed with clinical anxiety, and a lot of my therapy ultimately ended up being about gender. Till that point, I had never thought of my identity as a man, ever. if you'd asked me what is, I said, I could have given you X number of answers, but the answer would never be a man. And in my therapy sessions, I realized that everything that had happened in my life, every decision that I had made was because I was a man. Every decision I had made was no other reason. The reason that I had to go to engineering college was because I was a man. The reason that I had to, it was such a big fight with me and my parents when I had to, be, when I had to take up something else outside of engineering, when I had to take up Hindustan Times, MTV, my parents wouldn't understand because I was a man, because they had a certain, I had to do MBA. I've studied, I've given CAT, I've given GMATs. I used to get up at 4 o'clock every morning after a point in time. While I was studying, I was working at Hindustan Times to go to and to do mock tests and whatnot, because I was just like, I don't know, I was in despair. I didn't know what else to do. I was like, okay, I'll do my work. And in that work, for that matter, just to tell you, again, at 22, 23, I've interviewed everyone. Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, Amitabh Bachchan, Amir Khan, A.R. Rahman, you name it. All the big folks at 22, 23, I'd done it. So I was outperforming everywhere, but there was never enough. It was never enough. It was always about the fact that but tu MBA karega to terko na itne paise milenge. So I realized that so much, even though now I'd come to Yashraj and I'd got a bunch of, touchwood success at YRF, where I was in a very comfortable position. I'd gotten everything that, एक middle class की checklist होती है कि जना ये करना, designation होनी चाहिए, cabin होना चाहिए, इतने पैसे होने चाहिए बैंक में, गाड़ी होनी चाहिए, etc. I'd got all of that, and that was by 30. And then when I reached there, the question then came to be like, now I've done it. Now what? And I didn't have an answer, because what happens when you hit those milestones that you've been trying to hit all your life? There is no answer. There's just more milestones to go to. And then I was just like, is that it? There's this quote, I think, I don't know who it is by, right? Like, I hope say it's by Jim Carrey, that I don't know if it's by him, but that I hope everyone gets the fame and money, all the fame and money that they want, so that they know it's not the answer. So I did get whatever, level of what I wanted, the middle class checklist. And then I realized that I'm unhappy still. I'm not happy. In fact, my unhappiness, after all the legitimate success that I was seeing with my work at Yashraj, I felt like I was in a machine, in a simulation, where I'm every morning getting up, going to work, in this traffic, sitting in my desk, working on something that somebody else, a corporation, even if it was Yashraj Films and I had the best time working there, I was still working on something that somebody else might want from me. I was doing it in the service of getting somebody else a certain amount of money for an ambition that somebody else may have had somewhere. What was I doing for myself? What was I doing? Did I even know what myself is? Do I even know, like, if I didn't just run from one milestone to another, if I didn't just go from one day to the next without ever having, I don't think, Amit, in my entire life, I have quote unquote chilled on a weekend. In my entire life so far. I used to fill my Sundays and Saturdays up. I'd go teach on the weekends, in Jai Hind, in Churchgate, because I was like, weekends are for, I have time. What am I going to do with this time? I need to fill it up with more work. I was at one point when I was working at Yashraj, I was writing on Open Magazine. I was writing a Sunday Guardian. I was teaching at Jai Hind. I was hosting a show from Film Companion. I was programming from Mumbai Film Festival. I was writing something for Scholastic every year. 80 things I was doing, and still I continue doing, even though now I have a better sense of it. But it's so hard. I'm scaling back now. Sundays I don't work at all, but it's so hard. I still get anxiety on Sundays because I don't know, I feel like, what am I doing in that time? I need to make it productive. Productivity has to be the most important thing for me. Why can't I just relax? I realized every one of these things came down to being a man. Every one of these things came down to gender. And that just really frustrated me, because I was like, because the one thing that I didn't want to be was a man, because of my father. And, again, I'd grown up all these years angry at him, because he was quote unquote a man who was, not a good, who's not a father, who was not a husband, who's just a man, just earning for his, and just constantly. And I was doing the same thing. When I was making my first show, I remember for 2 years, I did not speak to my friends. I did not spend time with my family. My brother and I stopped talking because I was just so it was like, if the show fails, where will I land? What will my life be? It had become such a big thing that this cannot fail. And it failed very spectacularly, which was, again, and I realized much later that what I went through after that, a year after that, was also anxiety. I just didn't have the terms for it. But at 30, when I started going through anxiety, when I was doing well, which was the next new thing, right? Like my understanding of mental health was that when you're going through, it happens when you're going through a low phase. I was going through the best phase of my entire life, and I was unhappy, and I was empty, and I was sad, and I was anxious. I used to have panic attacks. I used to, I got the opportunity, like to go for, started then. There's a event called Goalkeepers that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation hosts in New York. In 2017, I got the opportunity to go as an India delegate. They call 300 emerging leaders from across the world. In that first year, Barack Obama was the keynote speaker. Justin Trudeau was there. Malala was there. It was insane. I was invited as a gathering of that people. I was, as far as you and I are sitting, I was that far, just a little further from Barack Obama. And I had so much anxiety. I was shaking every day. I couldn't wake up in the mornings because I was like, they will find out that I don't know shit. They will find out that, I'm not as, I don't deserve to be here. I had to go to therapy like 3 times a week in the week that I was going to. I would have anxiety about everything. I remember the day this event was happening. I was in New York for the first time I'd done it with my brother, with the second time ever. And I was in a hotel, and I couldn't get up in the morning. I had such a massive, the first time I realized that this is what a panic attack. Much later I realized, I thought I was having a heart attack. I was in the bed, I couldn't get up. My heart was, it was all over. I thought, this is it. This is it for me. Like, it was so bad. And my first thoughts always just come down to, I wish I had told my mother my e-banking passwords, as if there was a lot of money there. There's nothing there. But those were the thoughts that used to come to my head. But it was just, I was like, this is it for me. I'm going to die in a hotel room in New York. It's a nice room, but like, I'm going to die here. And then somehow, after like 15-20 minutes of trying to deal with it, I got up, and then it's like, okay, I'm still alive somehow. Went there. But like, the questions that started at that time was just like, what is the point of this? Why am I doing this? Why does any of this matter? And these are larger existential questions that I think everyone at some point goes through for. But for me, it really came down to the fact that my entire life was just me leading a story that was given to me by somebody else, that was given to me by society, not even my parents and society. And parents were given to a society, right? So I was just following the society's narrative of what a life should be like. And every fight that I had, every time I was angry, my relationship with my father, my relationship with my work, my relationship with my mother, my relationship with my wife, everything, every single thing was, colored with patriarchy. And I tried my best to be the best possible husband to my wife. I was like, so if the only time I started having weekends or caring was in Yashraj. In Yashraj, people were like, you're the only person in Bollywood who doesn't pick phones on Saturdays, Sundays. I was like, मेरी शादी हो गई, मैं अपनी wife के साथ हूँ, मुझे नहीं करना. Because I wanted to be the opposite of my father. So I was just like, I'm not going to be him. So I'm going to constantly just give myself that, that space to be a good husband. But in trying to balance being a great person at work and being a good husband, again, it was just, I was giving anxiety to myself because I was just trying to fight the narrative throughout without realizing I'm fighting it. And then therapy and clinical anxiety, when I broke, so to speak, and it got really bad. And again, it was so much stigma because again, when in 2015, 16, who knows who was speaking about mental health, especially among men. So I had so much stigma. But finally my brother, because he had gone through his own mental health issues, recommended and said, like, you should try a therapist. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Give it a shot. What's the worst that can happen? And I did go, and then my life changed after that. Because after that, every session, it took me a few sessions, but like the defining session for me happened when one day after 3 to 4 months of therapy, my therapist said, I know I've figured your problem. I said, what is the problem? As I figured it, chalo, finally, and my head was like, fine, इतने पैसे दिए हैं, कुछ तो होगा इस पैसे का. That's how you're thinking always, na? Money, number. So I said, okay, tell me what's my problem. She's like, you're not very emotional. And I got so offended in that sense. I was like, I am not emotional. As in my head, I was like, what a waste of money the last 3 months has been. Do you not know who I am? I write long posts, on empathy, and I am like, I cry when I watch movies, I'm the most emotional person that I know. How could you say this? I was so offended. And she's like, I knew you were going to react like this, but let me explain what I mean. And she gave me this example. She's like, what happens when your wife has a bad day at work and she comes home after that? I said, she comes and rants about it, talks to me about it, and then we might just, go and unwind by watching a movie or whatever. He says, what happens when you have a bad day at work and you go home? I said, I'm different from my wife. I don't like talking about, I want to keep my work life and my home life separate. I don't like talking about or ranting about. I don't want to burden her with all of this. And she looked at me and smiled and she's like, you and every man in India. I said, huh? And she's just like, every man does this. Every man thinks that, emotions are for a woman to express, but a man should just take that burden on himself and keep his work and private life separately. And because burdening someone, the burdens are only for us to take. By giving it to somebody else would be burdening them, and we just keep it inside. And one day, we burst, whether it's through panic attacks and anxiety or through heart attacks and, just death, right? And he's like, that's what I said, what I meant, you can write about emotion. You can intellectualize emotion, which I still do, but you don't allow yourself to feel it. You don't allow yourself to express it. And I was like, oh shit, what has she said? And she's just, and in that moment when she said, this is what men do, I was like, I'm a man. Oh shit, I thought till this point, I just didn't know. And from that time, every single thing that I have done, I have seen gender in it. I have not been able to unsee gender after that. It's been my whole life after that. Every space I'm in, I'm so aware of gender. Every space I'm in. I can't be in a room where there are too many men and not see that there is no woman here. Or there's only one woman here. I can't see it. And which is why also in my company, for example, in Yuva right now, there are 26 people, about 16 are women. So it was my most important, first I wanted to make sure that let's have like equality and let's have equal gender. And then after that, honestly, like the most talented people he found for the position of women only, which is great. But, but I can't like, now I know like how badly there's this beautiful line that I read. There was Angelica Abraham, I forget her name, I'm so sorry. She's a politician now, but she writes about gender and she works on gender, and she's Angelica, I think her name is, and she hosted a workshop on gender, and I just joined it. I wanted to, and again, I was one of 2 men out of 50 women over there. And in that, there's this wonderful thing that, it's a great course. If you guys find it, please, go and be part of it. It was gender, leadership and gender. So there's a great quote that I found there and that I cannot ever forget now, which is that patriarchy oppresses every gender, but benefits the men, but it also oppresses the boys that they once were. And this learning that when you were a boy, you've never ever thought that you could be oppressed, right? I don't think like it's wrong as someone who claims to be a feminist. I would never say that boys have been oppressed as when they were younger. How are we oppressed? We have benefited from gender, right? We have benefited from patriarchy, except the fact that, was it right for me to not go into arts and go into engineering? Isn't that also a certain kind of oppression? When you put this idea that, घर पे लड़कों को राजा बेटा बोलते हो, it is benefiting them later. But in their minds, the toxicity that comes from thinking that there is, that's the only way to be. The narcissism is the only way to be. Being the king is the only way to be. Every man should be the man of the house is the only way to be. I think that's also, and it's correct, right? Like that's also patriarchal. It is a patriarchal oppression where every boy has to be a certain version of a man as early as possible. Otherwise, their life is pointless. You know, because I work so much with education also, and with, I was shocked to learn and find, and this happened in my roadshow, which I'll also talk about at some point, I'm sure. But I was shocked to find that the student suicide rates among boys in our country is like 3 times the rate of girls. And it's earlier it was shocking to me. Now it's not surprising after I've been on the roadshow, met all the young people across, because every boy seems to be just lonely because they don't know the one big, and then again, it's been a very long answer, but I'll try and end it here. But one of the biggest things that I've learned over the last few years about gender is that here's what has happened, right? For a certain kind of a young urban woman, and I'm not saying across, I know intersectionally it's not been that case, but for a certain kind of a young urban woman, or an upper class woman or an upper caste woman, feminism has been introduced into their lives, whether it is through the internet, whether it is through friends, whether it is through communities online, whether it is through mentors, whatever, which has created these wonderful positive spaces that they have, where they get encouraged. This is also what I learned on the roadshow, right? On the roadshow, every young woman would come and talk about gender, what they were going through because of the gender. But at the end of it, they would always point out, look at that, because of that girl, I've survived. Look at my friend over there, I just want to give her a shout out, because of her today I'm here. Every young woman, because of feminism, because of like the girl tribes that they have found these safe spaces where they are not alone anymore. They are learning from each other. It's not easy to be a woman in any way, but there is a community today that is helping any woman who wants to beat the patriarchal system and break out of it. There is lots of resources, feminism overall, and it's again very difficult. I'm in no way saying that it's easy, but there is support. While this is happening, and while suddenly women have started recognizing that, they don't need to be, and again, no offense to anybody who still chooses to be a homemaker, but they don't need to be homemakers. They have a choice now. They can go and work. They can go and, they can choose not to have children. They can choose to do whatever they want with their bodies, which is obviously which should have always been the case. But now they realize that it's a choice. It's not a necessity. It's not this is the story they were given. The story that every young woman in our country has been given is तुम्हारी जिंदगी का मकसद है, mission statement है, शादी करना. You have to get married, and because you get married, you are all your life has to be in the service of that goal. कि जब तक तुम्हें अच्छा लड़का नहीं मिलता, तुम्हारी लाइफ का मतलब ही नहीं है. शादी is your life's purpose, and having a kid is your life's purpose. Cooking food is your life's purpose, because the mission statement is only about getting settled, and kanyadan happens. One man hands you over to another man, and that's your life. It's in the service of men. You're never a woman. You're always a daughter, a wife, a sister, but you're never a woman or an identity or a human being. On the other hand, but now that feminism has happened and women have kind of found out about this, they are supporting each other and getting, and recognizing these setups and these traps. On the other hand, during the same time, where girls are now saying, I don't want to get married at an early age. I don't want to, sit at home and cook and, just have children, which is, again, for those who choose to do it, sure. But it's a choice, as I said. They are choosing to go against every patriarchal conditioning, etc. But at the same time, no boy has been told that what you have been doing all your life is also patriarchal. There is no tribe for boys. There is no positive community for boys. Every avenue that exists for men is toxic. Every community on the internet for boys, 99% of them, I would say, are toxic communities. They're not about empathy for men, having empathy for themselves or having empathy for others, but about, why women is your enemy. Because today women is more quote unquote woke. So, the power is going away from men. So it's all toxic communities that are conditioning into men that women are the problem, or feminism is the problem, when it's not the problem. Feminism is actually for everyone, but unfortunately, again, it's been weaponized by a lot of online communities to say that it is only for women and men don't benefit from it. But when actually, if women are choosing to work, what that means for men is that you don't have to earn as much. You don't have to, work that hard. You can also spend your life and have an actual work-life balance. You can spend time with your son. You can spend time with your parents. You can have hobbies which you were probably not allowed to have when you were younger because you were told your entire life has to be just about work. But in every way that a woman benefits, a man also benefits, by with the burden becoming lesser. But men don't know this because no one's talking about it, and no community is there to support men, to a positive safe space community saying that, you know what, it's okay if you wanted to be a writer or a artist or a guitar player or a chef or a stand-up comedian or a Instagram model, whatever. It's okay, even if that doesn't lead to the same amount of money you get after engineering an MBA, because guess what? You will have now a partner who will, and both of you will equally contribute in your household. You need to learn cooking not because it's a woman's duty or not a man's, but it's a great skill to have, life skill to have for anybody. Everyone should learn to cook. It's a great thing. When you go to when boys go to hostels, they are completely like, I don't know what to do in my life, because mothers think that boys don't need to be, and again, unfortunately, it is mothers because fathers are never at home. So again, that's so much patriarchy, so much gender conditioning, and all. The largest problem now is that girls have understood and have found a community, and they are, getting smarter, evolving into better versions of, what they could be. Whereas boys have not been told this, and nobody is creating any positive spaces for boys. Nobody is having empathetic conversations with boys. So boys are getting angrier. Because they are just thinking that अच्छा, because of feminism girls have gone the other side, but what about us? मैंने तो कर लिया सब कुछ. तुमने कहा था engineering करो, मैंने कर ली. तुमने कहा था MBA करो, मैंने कर ली. But now that I want a girl who will marry and sit at home, she's saying I won't. Why not? Why did I do all of this? Then I could have just at 14 decided to be a writer and not having to do all of this. So that resentment and anger now unfortunately is being taken out on women. And that is why you have so much toxicity on the internet. That is why you have so much anger in the streets. That is why you have so much, everything that women go to a country, which seems to be even more right now, is actually happening because, boys are just absolutely clueless. They've been lonely. And now that loneliness has turned into anger and resentment because nobody is trying to have sensitive conversations about gender with them. Saying that now we live in a world where it's also okay for you not to be the version of a boy or a man that patriarchy tells you to be. It is okay to not hustle as hard. It is okay not to work as hard. It is okay to have hobbies. It is okay to have work-life balance. It is okay to cry. It is okay to, just spend time, without being productive. It is okay to, not want to, harm yourself because you're failing in an exam. It is okay to fail in exams and do something else apart from engineering an MBA. Every one of these things is okay. It is absolutely okay. You don't have to try so hard. You don't have to be so hard on yourself. And that anger is also the anger historically we see with all our parents. Why are most of our fathers angry or violent or alcoholic? Because for this same reason, they've just buried it all inside without having any avenues to express. Anytime they would express, they would be looked down upon. I told you that I thought my father was weak because he used to, I thought he was weak because he was going through anxiety. And I used to look at it as, whenever he would talk about it, complain about it, or go through something, I would look, what kind of a man is he? Because that was what was conditioned into me, that boys can, every time I would have a scrape, somebody would come and tell me, tu ladke kya ro raha hai? Now if girls cry and boys don't cry, and now I can't cry and I can't have a healthy outburst of emotion, and I'm always going to be looked down upon as a sensitive boy just because I'm crying, then I'd much rather not cry. And that becomes toxic, and that turns into anger, and that turns into, whatever you see in the world right now. So we need to have these conversations. I'm so grateful to therapy. I'm so grateful to anxiety. I'm so grateful to my own mental health issues for leading me to a place where today I recognize these patterns in my own life. I'm trying as hard as possible to overcome any of the toxicity inside of me that still remains as a product of patriarchy. And I'm dedicating a lot of my life to having these conversations about gender with all genders, with women, men, and other genders to kind of tell them that you don't have to be defined by a single story that patriarchy gives you. You can have any story you want. You need to fight back against patriarchy. You need to fight back against it.
These are such incredibly insightful and inspiring points, and I want to read out this lovely para from one of your pieces where you wrote, quote, "It is tragic that we live in a world where even as patriarchy benefits men, it first oppresses the boys they once were, the boys who could have grown up not necessarily to be engineers or doctors or MBAs, but perhaps poets and artists and dancers if they were allowed to be, the boys who could have grown up not necessarily to constantly and continually work for money, but perhaps be present fathers and husbands, the boys who could have grown up without a stigma against feeling vulnerable, punishing any perceived weakness through violence, but perhaps be kinder and gentler to the world around and to themselves." Stop quote. And the story from your engineering college about, you asking for that girl's number and all of that, that reminded me of a story a friend of mine told me in Hyderabad recently, which ends in a great line, so I've always remembered it, which is that basically wo athletic delegation mein tha, so he had gone for some sports event to Haryana, one of these Haryana towns, perhaps even Karnal. So there was also a local girls team or whatever. He got talking to one of the girls and they were friendly and they hung out and all. And that evening in the place where they were staying, a bunch of Haryanvi boys came and they beat him up because one of those guys had been trying to patao the girl and the girl wasn't giving him line of day. So they beat him up and they go. And then like in your case, that boy comes back. And this guy is like, "What, you've already beaten me up?" And the guy just looks very sad and, and then he looks at him and he brings his face close to him and whispers, "Dagi to lala." Right? And just the way it was said, "Dagi to lala," I remember it for that reason. But it's also very poignant because the boys who beat up this boy, like you pointed out, they are also trapped. They are also victims. But the thing is that, like you so wisely said, women now have the tools and the language and the frames to understand this. Yeah. They may not always have the privilege or the circumstances to act upon it, but the language is there, the frames are there, they can understand it, they can understand what's happening to them, and they can, even if they can't always fight it effectively, it's there out there. Yeah. But for men, it is not there. For men have no clue. I did an episode with Snigdha Poonam many years back when this was a shorter show on her lovely book, Dreamers.
I love that book, yeah.
Yeah, and there she spoke about how while girls throughout small town India are asserting themselves, the boys are just confused, boss.
Yeah.
कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है.
Yeah.
कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. And what role... when we look at why society is the way it is, one of the really interesting points you made, which I want to ask you about, is the role of popular culture, because typically one looks at popular culture as a reflection of society. And the point you made, ki boss, here it works as much the other way, that popular culture can actually shape society.
Yeah.
And our popular culture is really all about toxic masculinity. Like Bollywood kya hai yaar?
Yeah.
Bollywood is basically about, to romance a girl there is basically to stalk her and harass her and so on and so forth. The men are entitled and the women eventually give in. So is there kind of change happening? Because very clearly, in terms of women, in terms of the material available to them, the frames available to them, the language available to them, at least the change is out there. But in terms of men, it's still the great unseen.
Yeah.
Most men can live their entire lives without thinking of themselves in any way as victims of this. Like earlier you mentioned about how on day one, when you had that conversation with that friend of yours whose dad worked in a garage, that a layer fell from your eyes, that you see your privilege, class ka. Similarly, you spoke about how women always have the awareness that they are women, right? And that's true. Most men don't realize that women are walking around with an extra layer of awareness. Ki raat ko walk ke liye jana hai, so you have to think. Correct. You enter a lift, you're looking at everybody else. You always have that extra layer of awareness in your head, which men don't. Right? And the one conclusion from that, which is true, is that it's a better world for men, obviously. That you don't need that layer.
Correct.
Right? But the other conclusion is that there is another layer about what being a man is doing to us, and we don't see that. So, do you feel that through all your traveling and your work, and we'll talk about all of that in detail, of course, later, but just as a broader question, Do you feel that this is changing in any way? What is the role popular culture is playing? Is popular culture letting our society down? What is your sense of this?
So I again talk a lot about this in my talks. I have for a very long time I wondered, why does India not have like superhero universes, right? Superhero क्यों नहीं है इंडिया के अंदर? मतलब you had one Krish and you had like one, Drona, and you had 2 3 like Ravan, but like you've never had that culture which is so prevalent in Hollywood, right? Why is that the case? And I've been कि क्यों नहीं बनती इतनी, क्यों नहीं बनती इतनी? And then at some point it struck me that the reason we don't have superheroes in India is because every man in every film plays a superhero because he's an Indian man. You don't need superheroes in India. You have Salman Khan. You don't need superheroes in India. You have Rajnikant. You don't need superheroes in India. You have Tiger Shroff. What do you need? They are what RRR. Why is the world flipping over it? Because where you have to put X amount of VFX logic into why Captain America can take has the super strength and has a backstory where he's become so strong that he can now, hold or Spider-Man has to go through like a whole thing of becoming strong and then can stop a train. Here, in RRR, you just have to be an Indian man and you can take a tank and throw it to somebody. You can take a motorcycle and throw it in someone's head. And that's just something where people are flipping out, but that's been the narrative always. Indian men don't need to be, you don't need to have a spider biting you or a secret serum that turns you into a super soldier or like having gadgets like Iron Man to become, strong and, inhumanly powerful. You are inhumanly powerful anyway because you have an Indian man. And the problem in front of you is that somebody has taken the girl that you like away, and that's what an Indian woman is supposed to do. She's the damsel in distress, where an Indian man has to save the girl, save the day, save the world. The Indian woman has to be saved. And during this entire time, her trajectory is just waiting to be saved. And then in the middle, for some reason, dancing. Like that's the ways that, Hindi films have been constructed for the longest time. So, and we are the only society, again, can you imagine, like we call hero, like the lead actor in every Indian movie a hero, right? It's nowhere in the world do you call the lead actor the hero of the film. He's the hero of the film because he's the hero. And he's a superhero. That is why you're calling him a hero. And why do you have films which are called as female-led films in our country now? Ki ye film is a female-led film. Tapsi leads this film. Bhumi Pednekar leads this film. Anushka Sharma leads the film. It's a female-led film. Because the premise of Indian films is that there will be a hero. And the moment you don't have a hero, you have to warn the audience कि भाई इस फिल्म के अंदर ना हीरो नहीं है. इस फिल्म में एक women is leading it. And women are not heroes in the minds of like filmmakers or the Bollywood or the industry at large, right? A woman who's fighting a circumstance, but आदमी तो hero है. So heroine means someone who's going to dance and be saved, but otherwise you are a women-led film. So can you imagine like even the nomenclature of how we talk about, the vocabulary we use when we talk about, cinema, and we talk about our, the people who act in films, item numbers as an example. Even now, man, can you imagine that you call it that? You call a dance number with a girl in a skimpy dress as, first of all, that is the number one way to promote any film. Just now, another film has come out, Bhediya, which is about, a man turning into a wolf. What does that have to do with an actress, dressing in, and again, nothing. But that's the way to promote. That you need to have, quote unquote, a item number where a girl is, quote unquote, an item. Imagine the derogatory language you're using to even refer to a woman over here, and she's performing a number. And while of course some people, actresses who are smart and, filmmakers who are smart turn it into an art form. As an example, B.D. Jalaile in Omkara, which is Vishal Bhardwaj's way of like. So there are actresses and there are filmmakers who try to reclaim that idea कि अगर करना ही है तो हम लोग जो ना smartly करेंगे. अगर प्रोड्यूसर बोल रहा है या स्टूडियो बोल रहा है ये डालना ही है, दिस इज द ओनली वे टू प्रमोट, वी विल डू आवर ओन थिंग फ्रॉम इट एटसेट्रा, राइट? बट at the same but you can think whatever you want. For the most widest audiences in our country, it is still like a provocative number for men to lust after, right? And to see women in less clothing. So that's been historically the way we look at it. Now when you, and again this is something else that I speak in my talks also with young people, like when you look at the history of the way Bollywood has gone in terms of heroes. And if I just go back, not, there's Dilip Kumar Devanand, but if I start from Amitabh Bachchan, for as an example, 70s ke andar, there was one character that everybody knew of. What is the name of the character? Amitabh Bachchan used to play it. Vijay. Everyone knows that, right? Vijay is the angry young man. Why is he angry? Because society is not fair. Society is oppressing poor and the people from underprivileged sections. And तुम्हें रोटी चाहिए, कपड़ा चाहिए, मकान चाहिए. अब उसके लिए either you're going to be a coolie and fight for your rights, or you're going to be a don, or you're going to be a as in a mafia in Zanjeer, and whatever it takes, you will fight back as an angry young man. You are Vijay, and it is and because society is oppressive, you are going to get angry and fight back. Once the economic boom came after Amitabh Bachchan playing this till Agnipath in the late 80s, still Vijay Dinanath Chauhan, a whole 10-15 year period of him playing that. In the 90s, the economic boom happened, है ना? So now people were not as angry because you're just like, ठीक है, अभी जो ना रोटी कपड़ा मकान है.
They're still entitled themselves.
Yeah, sure, exactly. But you get, it's not as difficult right now to fight for a roti kapda makan because there's far more jobs being introduced into the economy, right? Manmohan Singh, and now what happens then? Then you find once you have roti kapda makan, then what do you need in life? You need love. So then you have another kind of a hero that comes up, and that hero is Shah Rukh Khan, and he also has a name. What is the name? Shah Rukh Khan films, what is the name?
Rahul, right?
Rahul. He's Rahul, and he's in every film, and he's spreading his arms, and he's looking for the love of his life, and because that's what he needs right now. And then Rahul went on for again another 10-15 years. K3G, उसके बाद तक ना 2000s, late 2000s तक राहुल चलता रहा, राज चलता रहा, राहुल चलता रहा. आमिर खान, Shah Rukh Khan का romance period. After that got over, you had a third kind of a hero. That now that you found love also, and you had dating apps coming in, you had like all kinds of different ways of people became more brave and courageous to talk about love with their families. You don't really need to kind of fight for love. You didn't need to it was an open conversation. Shah Rukh Khan normalized it. So now when you have all of this, you have roti kapda makan and you have love, what do you now need? Then the answer came to you need to find who you are. You need to now go internal. Abhi tak sab kuch external tha, ab apna hone lag gaya. And then there came a new kind of hero, Ranbir Kapoor, who is your man-child, who's got everything. He's got tons of girls after him. He might be going after one girl, but ultimately his every film is a coming of age film where he's trying to come to terms with who he is and trying to find out who he is. At the end of the film, whether it is through a girl, whether it is through a job, whether it is through any other thing, whether tamasha ho, kuch bhi ho, he has a revelation at the end of it, and then he realizes this is who I am. I'm not I'm not a child anymore, I'm a man. And and that process, through that process, whether it's in Ye Jawani Hai Diwani, kahin bhi dekh lo, ultimately usko मैं गिरना नहीं चाहता, मैं उड़ना चाहता हूँ, मैं उड़ना चाहता हूँ, चलना चाहता हूँ, दौड़ना चाहता हूँ, गिरना नहीं चाहता. That's the whole generation of young men where Ranbir Kapoor came in, and you had another hero. He was called Sid, and Sid is now Ranbir Kapoor, right? This is the 3 decades of cinema literally as a character, and it's a man. That character is a man, and he represents what men at that time are going through. Immediately after that came the Ayushman era. And that Ayushman era is basically अभी जो ना ये भी है, अभी ये भी समझ आ गया कि internal जाना है वगैरह वगैरह. Now what happens? Now you start caring about society around you, because now you have found all of these 4 things. You've also realized thinking about yourself is important, self-introspection is important, being quote unquote with Ranbir Kapoor being a fuckboy is also important. Then what really happens in life? Then you maybe start looking at society. So Rajkumar, Ayushman, they have started their own journeys of showing the world a prism of here's the issues with society, maybe you should care about it, etc., etc. Here at this point also the female led film, as I said, started coming in as well. And you know why it really happened? When you kind of go into the history, as someone who's again worked in Bollywood for a bit, the history of female led films in India is that these were the films that men refused to do. Most of these films were written for men, and then men were like, ये तो बहुत छोटी है. I'm not looking like a hero in this. I'm not a big, I don't have much of an action scene. I don't think my arc is great. So then the directors and producers would be like, अच्छा अब क्या करें, ये तो आदमी करना ही चाहता. So then you rewrite it and say, what if it was a woman?
Examples?
I mean, NH7 as an example, again, I'm not referring to this film as a very specific film about which would have happened here, but the general trend, I mean, there are so many films, that, I also know in that have changed from being, and I can't, because I was at Yash Raj, I can't name them.
Bollywood wale nahi sunenge.
Sunenge, sab sunega. So, okay, as an example, and again, no disrespect to, to my alma mater, again, one of the best times I've ever had. I must say it, and I'm not saying it for any other reason, because I genuinely loved working there. Hichki, which Rani Mukherjee ultimately, did, was written for a man. It was written, and they took it to different men, and different men just weren't, I don't know if I want to be a teacher or whatever it is. And ultimately then they rethought it and said, what if we attach a bigger actor, but it's a female? And suddenly the film became monetizable, because when it's a female, you also pay her less because of the gender parity in our country and in all industries. So the budget of the film doesn't exceed a certain amount. So it's easy to recover the money also. So everything then became business-wise, it became, you're putting low cost but low investment, and then the return can be, in certain cases, can be a lot more, right? So this is the way that, female women in our country have gotten their own films. It's only happened after men refused to do those films, and women. When you look at any female-led film in our country, now again, I'm using that term because that's the easiest way of identifying them, right? If you look at any of these films led by women actors, you will have a film which Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, anybody, no matter who it is, will lead, and you will have any actor, between a Deepika to an Anushka, all the big actors of our times who are female will act in them opposite, even if their role is like 5 scenes. And in fact, it's a trial by fire. It's almost a coming of age for every Akshay Kumar film ke andar Kiara Advani aa gayi for 5 scenes. Then, that's when you get noticed, and then you can maybe someday lead your own film. That's the way people get to know you when you are opposite. This is just the way, unfortunately, things are structured, right? But when you see a film which has a big female star, you have a Deepika, in Chapak. You have you name it. You have Anushka in NH7, in NH40. I forget what the title was. You have Bhumi's films, Tapsi's films, Rocket Rashmi, any of these films. The male actors are always going to be folks who are either from a different industry, because they're not as big in Bollywood cinema. So they're okay with coming and अच्छा ठीक है, मैं पंजाबी सिनेमा में काम करता हूँ या मैं साउथ में काम करता हूँ, so I'm happy Dilukar Salman will come and he's comfortable. While of course I think South films and South actors have their own mind, and they're really smart about taking good scripts, versus actually some of them today don't fall into that trap. But you have you will see that otherwise it is supporting actors or indie actors or web series actors who start playing opposite them. And you will never see, like in America as an example, you will have a female Ghostbusters, which has 4 women playing Ghostbusters, and a Chris Hemsworth, who's Thor, will come and play a cameo for and play a secretary and have 10 jokes on him. And it's crazy. You will have, Brad Pitt doing in Lost City, doing like a small role because Sandra Bullock said to Mesa, will you come and, do Channing Tatum and I are doing a film, and will you come and do a 5-minute cameo? And he said, sure, I will do it. So you have all of these big Hollywood blockbusters, and you have all of these big actors are okay with doing smaller roles if it's like a female that they love, etc., etc. But it's not the case in India. India ke andar it's almost seen as, I remember, again, without wanting to name the actor because I really respect him, I remember one of the, actually, I'll name him. So I was having a conversation with Rajkumar Rao. I was interviewing him at a film festival in IIT, and Queen had just come, and I said, Rajkumar, your work in Queen was just incredible. It's so great to see you in like that role where you are going, you're not really playing you're okay with comfortable with playing a negative character, etc. And he was very honest, and he said it publicly only, which is why I guess I can quote it, where he said that, well, I'm never going to play a character like that again. Not because it's negative, but because it was Kangana's film. And why am I, playing such a lesser part in that film? I want to be seen as a lead hero. And if I continue playing those films, I will never be seen as a hero. I will always be seen as a actor who is hero nahi dikhunga main. Again, quote unquote. I will always be seen as like this actor who's playing opposite a female in a female-led film. So, and now Rajkumar is never going to be seen in a film like, if Kangana does a film, you will never have a Rajkumar in a film like that. You'll always have somebody who's from an indie scene or web series scene. So it is, Bollywood में इतने issues हैं, and even with people who have good intentions, these issues is because now they've created a vicious cycle of this, and a vicious cycle that gives the people the same thing over and over again, after which people start thinking this is what they want, which is not true. Because when you have because Amir Khan until recently has been a very successful example of showing that you can give them a good script and they will take it. A Three Idiots has nothing to do with Dangal, for that matter, even with all of its problems when it came to its feminism. Dangal was a film where Amir Khan played a 50-year-old father, and you had two new actresses. There were no songs, which were quote unquote again item numbers. There was no there was no romantic. It was one of the rare films without a romantic angle. It made 350 crores. It was the highest grossing film, Hindi film outside of Bahubali of all time. So it's, and Rajkumar Hirani, again, while with everything that's happened with him, he was a great example of showcasing that you can have a film about any subject. And if you do it right, Sanjay Leela Bhansali, now he's done period films for whatever it's worth. Anand Rai, while his films have, some of them have been very problematic. Most of these when you do something, if you have a good script and you have a good narrative and you have good actors in it, Ayushman's first few films, which were just absolutely fresh, nobody could have thought that Ayushman and Rajkumar will become 100-150 crore actors, but they just started choosing subjects over everything else, and the subjects were so good that people just started being like, this is we want to see this film, not because of who's in it, but which also became his style then, but because of what's in it. Badhai Ho ke andar, the film was Gajaraj Rao and Neena Gupta's film, and Ayushman was one of the, I really respect him for being brave enough to do a role where he's not the hero in that film. And Sania Malhotra is actually not the quote-unquote heroine in that film. Both of them are the supporting cast of a Gajaraj Rao and Neena Gupta. But they were okay with doing something like that because it's a great script. And, when you do a script and you do it with a director that they respect, the film ends up becoming a hit. But again, now pandemic has happened. Now again, we have gone back to the space where now a certain kind of South film, which has a certain kind of misogyny, a certain kind of same angry young man, the 70s are back in somehow in the 2020s, and now we are seeing, I saw Kantara and everyone's been hyping it up, and I full respect to the the acting of Rishabh Shetty, and there was something very interesting there, but I just couldn't. There was a point in the film where the girl he likes, he goes and gives touches her waist in this really inappropriate manner, gives her twists her belly and laughs about it, and his friends say, why did you do that? Arey, that's romance, or whatever it is. It's one of the biggest hits, and nobody is even talking. Reviewers are, but I didn't see any of the reviews or any of the general people opinion that, okay, I like Kantara, but this scene. I couldn't, the movie for me after that, just after I saw that scene, I was just like, how can I be comfortable with anything else that happens in the movie, that if there's such a rampant misogynistic, idea over here, right then and there. And the way the woman's character has been treated in the whole film, again, is just like a woman who's in service of a man. So gender is a I don't think enough people recognize it. If filmmakers in our country are now making films about which show gender in a new light, or show, for that matter, sexuality in a new light, or anything, I think they're also coming from a sense of business now, that a story like this, because nothing else is working, this might work, so let's give it a shot. I don't think there's enough people who are passionate about it, or who care about it, or who, and anytime, as somebody who's also tried very hard to have these conversations, if you pitch it that this is about gender, people are just going to be like, I don't care. But if you pitch it as entertainment, And then they're like, oh, but I like what you've done with gender. They themselves will say, interesting. But अगर मैं बोलूँगा कि मैं story आपको सुनाऊँगा, but the story मैं ऐसे सुनाऊँगा कि जना, it's a great story, then you might be interested in it. But the moment I start by saying, I think we're trying to reverse, we're looking at misogyny in this way, people are like, I don't want to care, I don't care about message or whatever it is, because they think that there is a stench that comes with social issues. That the moment you talk about social issues, there is your film and your idea and your thought and your story has a stink to it that people try to rub off, like it cannot be seen. As an example, Amir Khan, again, no disrespect to anybody over here. I'm just trying to when Thugs of Hindustan came, and this is just something I noticed, right? Again, I really respect him. I just talked about how Dangal was, whatever. But when Thugs of Hindustan came, he went on coffee with Karan. And Karan Johar said that, you have been such an impactful person. You've done, what do you say, Satyamev Jayate, all your films have social issues at the core of it. It's so incredible, etc. And Amir Khan's reaction was like, नहीं भाई, मैं film social issues के लिए नहीं करता. मैं तो अच्छी film करता हूँ. उसमें social message आ गया तो अच्छी बात है. But मैं social issue, he was so terrified as one of India's biggest actors to be seen as somebody who's supporting a film with a social cause. He's just like, no, please don't. You have to look at the immediate fear on his face that please don't bracket me as a socially responsible actor. I'm not one, sorry. I'm a hero and I'm an actor. मैं थक से इंतजार कर रहा हूँ. वहाँ पे मैं लोगों को जान से मारा. I'm doing violence. I've done Ghajini also. Look, I do everything. So don't bracket me in that. I'm just doing good cinema. If they resonate, and great. If not, they don't. And anybody who tries to talk about social issue, Anurag Kashyap, you will have a separate fan base, but no one go for his films beyond a point of time. You will have people just. It's sad, and I don't think that when you look at international cinema and you look at foreign cinema, when I say foreign cinema, non-English cinema, you have something like Parasite, which is about class, and that's why it won the Oscar. And the people there are aware, they're all coming together to make that commentary. You have most of the incredible films that are made internationally have that theme, Asghar Farhadi, any of these people you have internationally, and they're proud of the fact that they're exploring an insight or a theme into a socially, and all art is political. All art is about social issues only. You may realize it or you may not realize it. If you realize it, then you're making it consciously. If you don't realize it, you're just, perpetuating stereotypes of a certain social understanding of the world you have and of certain political understanding you have of the world. You may not know that you have done misogyny, but you have done misogyny. And that is your point of view. I'm not even talking about Kabir Singh right now. I'm talking about most of Indian Bollywood history, which has had casual misogyny, as you very well said. Most Akshay Kumar films have had just the hero liking a girl by constantly stalking her, by constantly and that is the way that most men think. I know friends of mine, who are women who have gotten into relationships after men followed them because they were just like, okay, and I'm talking about maybe 10, 15 years ago, because Imran Hashmi made it cool and they thought that this is romantic, that if he saw me on this place and then he followed me to somewhere, maybe he really likes me. And because again, and there is a class element to that also. He seems like a person, and a caste element to this also. It seems like he's from upper caste. So I don't mind going out on a date with him. I don't feel unsafe. So there is, so many issues that have been perpetuated consciously, unconsciously, subconsciously by Bollywood. Will it change? I don't know. I think the web world is trying some very interesting things. You have you're seeing folks like Shefali Shah, who's an iconic actor, being able to now have, lead her own shows like a Delhi Crime and kick ass at it. You have now a little bit of the internet, fortunately, is giving, the web space is giving a little bit more respect to actors beyond age, beyond genders, and just good storytelling, But again, it's a clutter. After a point of time, when there's too much, ultimately when everybody wants to make 20,000 of one thing, then you look at the formula, and then you don't look at what is you don't look at what is that biggest success, because that's always going to be difficult to make. No, not everybody can make a Family Man, not everybody can make a Delhi Crime, but everybody can make a true crime show where a girl gets kidnapped, and there's a man who's trying to, whatever, who's at the helm of it, another man who's trying to save. That's the easiest thing to do. You get any director, get any writer, get any kind of actor, and people will watch it, because that's what they've always been watching. So I don't know. I feel like I have hope. I always have hope. That's just unfortunately the kind of person I have. But at this point, I don't see where I don't know where Bollywood is leading, or where Indian cinema at large is leading, especially with the rise of these hyper masculine South films.
So a couple of things I want to double click on and ask further questions about. But first, boss Nikhil, I have to say that every time you say no disrespect intended, when language like that is used, basically what you're saying is full disrespect intended. Yeah, it's like, I don't mean to burst your bubble. Whenever you say I don't mean to burst your bubble, you're bursting the bubble.
I am with you.
Yeah, so never mind that. No, all of this is extremely insightful in terms of, little things like how we normalize all of this. Ki the term like item number, term like female led film, on one hand, ki theek hai, haan, it's a description, accurate to hai. But on another hand, the fact that the description is necessary is telling you something. Just calling someone a hero in a film, sort of telling you something. And just the fact that, Kiara Advani can act in a film led by Akshay Kumar, but Akshay Kumar will never act in a film led by any woman. Absolutely. Obviously. So, earlier at lunch, we were both raving about TikTok, and I'll sort of talk about that to get to my next question. And I had even for a month, I had taught one course called TikTok and Indian Society. I had in fact taught it on WhatsApp. So it was like WhatsApp University. And the reason I taught it on WhatsApp was to support my chapters. I had like hundreds of TikTok videos I wanted to send. So if you think of the vertical format, WhatsApp was actually the best place to send it sequentially with my comments and all that. But that was a time TikTok was banned. So I just did it once. Now, what I loved about TikTok is that TikTok broke through all the structures that existed. And obviously that happened at the same time as, Jio was making broadband almost ubiquitous. So, a person in a village who might otherwise have felt that no one was making entertainment for them, that no one was speaking to them, could turn on their mobile phone, and no matter what they were, maybe alternate sexuality ho ya jo bhi ho, they might have felt that they are all alone. And you can suddenly see people like yourself creating art and entertainment for you. And then there is that magic moment where you can turn the camera around and you can make something yourself. And initially, obviously, you would find TikTokers initially doing, those standard memes where they lip sync to something or whatever. But then going beyond that, I just saw such an outpouring of great original art coming out of that. And it blew my mind. And it was bottom up, which I just loved. And that, unfortunately, TikTok was banned. And my sense has been over the last few years, whenever I look around me across domains, whether it is in the media or just across domains, that the mainstream is crumbling. Right, that the mainstream is crumbling, everything is getting decentralized, and while there is a lag in the transition, mainstream players have no clue of what's happening out there, right? Would you say that that's also the case with Bollywood, in the sense that the way the industry works and thinks is really a bit of an artifact? They have a notion of what works, right? And then what you beautifully called a vicious circle kicks into play, where they'll produce more and more of that, and some of that will work, and then they'll double down on that, and they'll say, this works. But they cannot think outside that particular box. Like TikTokers were thinking outside all boxes, क्योंकि उन्हें तो box पता ही नहीं था.
Correct.
And so do you feel that that's a problem with mainstream industry, in the sense that in another place you spoke about how you did not want to be a filmmaker sitting in a glass cabin in Andheri saying this is what the youth wants, this is what the country wants, कि बाहर जाके देखना है, and we'll talk about that phase of your life also. But do you think that we are stuck in that space where we are probably ready for a kind of content and a kind of art which people aren't producing because of this lag, because entertainment is still so top down?
I have lots to say on this, honestly. Where do I begin? So, I feel like fundamentally now we as an audience don't understand the film industry. It's called an industry to begin with, right? The industry. Bollywood at in one hand, even Hollywood, most film industries, right? Let's just leave some of the European, kind of cinema out of it for now. But it's a business. And it's like it's worse than gambling because there's no science to it, right? When you think about it, every other industry in the world has a structure of what works. If I am a computer engineer, if I would have gone into the same line, I would be given a certain kind of code. I would have a certain problem statement. Is problem state ko solve karna hai. Ye coding karoge, and then maybe you will reach the solution. There are ideas, innovations you have, and obviously still you don't know whether it will work or not. But there is a structure you can follow to reach there, and a lot of people have reached there. There's a lot of technological innovation that happens because of structure. There is nothing that can guarantee a hit film. Nothing in the world, because if that was true, then every film would be a hit. Nothing. So there are sometimes films like, suddenly there are films that come out, like an Ayushman film, as I said, can come out and make 150 crore because it was just a fresh topic. Vicky Donor came out of nowhere. Then from Till Badhai Do, everything kind of worked like that. Suddenly you will have an RRR that will come out and blow Hollywood away. It is 100% going to be nominated at the Oscars because every American filmmaker has gone nuts watching it. Like, what is happening over here, right? But I mean, and not everybody can be Rajamouli, not everybody can be Ayushmann, no, but not anybody can be like Salim Javed at that time at the height of their, success. So there is no formula, and yet when you crack something that works, the kind of return on investment you can have, it's pretty crazy. And you can have it instantly, right? When you have a business, you have to build a business for 10 years and then you get a valuation, then you put a lot of hard work for a very long time and something happens. You have 1.5 years that you put a film in, if you kind of put it together in a smart way. If it works, you have 300, 400 crores that you make, in like over a period of 2 months or 3 months. So the return on investment is so great that people are happy to do this gamble, but it is gambling. Like as a poker player, you said luck plays a chance so often, right? And you can have skill, but it's the same thing with Bollywood. You can have some skill, but a lot of it is just pure luck, right? And that's Bollywood. But fundamentally, people think and misunderstand that it is a place that is out to make things that the audience would love or enjoy. That is the secondary, objective. It's never the primary objective. On the other hand, there are fools. There are fools like me. There are fools like many other writers, directors, filmmakers who watch some of these movies that could have been made for any reason possible, and in some way, somewhere, these films made them feel less alone. I came to India, and this is a true story, because of DDLJ. I grew up, I did my GMAT, so I did my SATs and I got a great score. And all my friends, my circle of friends in Bahrain went to America. I was the one who said, no, I want to go to India. For 2 reasons. One, I wanted to go to Bombay and make it in Bombay. I was very clear. And all of it started with DDLJ. My DDLJ ko dekha theater mein Dubai ke andar, and I was like, yaar, ye kya hai? What is this? It's my favorite thing ever. And the funniest part of this is that it's not... The thing that worked for me, DDLJ, is not Shah Rukh Khan, not Kajol, but Amrish Puri. Amrish Puri repeatedly saying, "Mere desh ki mitti, mere desh ki mitti," and meri mitti ki khushbu. And I was like inspired by him to say that yes, mera desh, meri mitti ki khushbu, Punjab, mujhe wahi jana hai, wahi kuch karna hai. But like the film also in itself, Aditya Chopra, I ended up working at Yash Raj, got to work with Aditya Chopra, and it's just insane. Like, but as a young boy, I saw those films and I was like, this is crazy. When Hrithik Roshan came Kaho Na Pyar Hai, I was just like, I was obsessed with Hrithik. Obsessed. I'd bought like some 30,000 posters of Hrithik Roshan. I'd created a website. Embarrassing, but I'd created a GeoCities website, a fan website for Hrithik Roshan when I was like 13. So there was something in films, that spoke to young people who did not, and especially I feel like young boys who just did not know where to fit in. I would see a Bollywood film and you would speak to any writer, any filmmaker in Lokhandwala Andheri, and they will have a story about like the film that corrupted them, the film that made them realize that this is what they want to do. And it really comes down to an insight ki jana, kahin na kahin I felt a little less alone. As an NRI kid growing up outside of India, films were my connect with my country. It was my connect with my language. While of course, Middle East beyond a point of time has tons and tons of Indians anyway. So it's not like I was in a very foreign place. Still, there was something that I would see. Punjabi culture in particular is like super resonant in like, Yash, YRF and Dharma films and whatnot. I'd watch those films and I was like, ye to meri, as somebody who still struggles to be Punjabi and is very embarrassed by it because it's the language of my parents and my grandparents. I would hear Punjabi music and I would see films, DDLJ and there's all these Malhotras and Khannas and Kapoors and whatnot. I was like, these are my people, right? But when you enter Bombay and you come to Bollywood, so to speak, you realize that these are power centers. Art is elitist, and has always been. When people look down and say, Acha, you've not seen Gone with the Wind, you've not seen classics, you've not seen European cinema, you've not seen like, Ingrid Bergman, you've not seen any of these like big filmmakers, big names, and people look down on you and say that, because it was a language of, first a language of intellectuals, then a language of rich people, then a language of business. It was never something that anybody can. It was not a democratic system. Why is there this whole anger about nepotism, vagara, vagara? But you fundamentally misunderstood what this industry is. If you are angry about nepotism, it's. I can't even now say no offense, but because
no disrespect intended.
You've called me out on it. But when people get angry about nepotism, I'm just like, do you not recognize? You think that this is an industry that was made on merit? It wasn't. It was made on. It was business deals. Everybody is the same family. 80% of Bollywood is one family. Yes, Aditya Chopra and Karan Johar are cousins, and like most people don't know that. They're literal cousins, and there were 4 or 5 families, in the 50s, 60s that started it. And they've grown their empires and businesses. Few new people have definitely come in and whatnot, tried to create, Anurag Kashyap as an example, who tried to create an alternate culture and alternate industry along with it. But still, it is about people who have money and they will do with the money whatever the hell they want. And why would they give the, money to an outsider, quote unquote? Because if I give it to my son or my daughter, at least if I fail, I'm failing because I punted on my children. But if I put it on an outsider, if that fails, I'm just like, I'm an idiot or what? Because it's a gamble. There is no structure. There's no formula. You can have the best actors, from outside of Bollywood. But ultimately, it's a risk. And why would someone take a 30 crore, 20 crore, 10 crore, 5 crore risk on somebody else when you can take that 5 crore risk on your family, right? And it's the same. So everybody is in cohorts with each other. It's a incestuous industry. Everybody is like, you work with each other. Those have been the power centers for the longest time. The internet broke it. YouTube broke it. We'll come to TikTok, but that's what happened and I was fortunate as being someone who was started off as a culture writer in Hindustan Times, and was writing about quote unquote the scene. I was seeing stand-up comedy happen. I've also done open mics at the beginning. I've seen the independent music culture. I was reporting on it. I was seeing Channel V and MTV transforming into something interesting. What were they doing for culture at that point of time? This alternate scenes and Anurag Kashyap, and that became my entry in Devdi. I saw in 2008-9 की बात थी. पागल हो गया था. मैं कहा क्या है ये? What is this? What? I've seen that film in theaters like 4 times. I was like, how is this? Like, what is happening? Udaan I saw. Vikram Aditya Motwani. Oye Lucky Lucky Oye. I think it's one of the greatest films ever made of all time. Dibakar Banji. I went and met them. Because I was in a place. I was in Hindustan Times, and after a point of time I realized पैसे तो मिल नहीं रहे. So I made a list of people I wanted to meet. I was like, I'm just going to go and interview these people. So I met all of the people I used to love, and I'm like, I love this guy. I want to meet him. I love this, woman, and as a director or actor, whatever. And I just have these, lists and just go after these people. And they're not just India lists. Internationally, I interviewed Richard Linklater. I interviewed Aaron Sorkin. All the people that I considered my heroes, I just go after them and interview them, right? And I would be inspired by how these people are not your they are not from these power centers. And it's not been easy for them. They have struggled epically, they have struggled publicly, but they have done it. They have broken this system. And that was always something that I kind of always had the back of my mind. So even when I got into MTV, I joined the digital team at that time. I was the editor of the MTV website. As editor of the MTV website, there was one website, nobody gave a shit about it. I was suddenly this 24-year-old who's like, you have free say. You gave a little bit of a budget. And I wrote all kinds of articles on it, and suddenly those articles started going viral. And then there was a team that I was given and a team that I was part of suddenly. And Coke Studio the first time was coming, and then they gave it to me and said, you are the whatever digital in charge of making it happen. And I was just trying all kinds of things. We did at that time a video interview we didn't even have the terms podcast, but we did a video with all the all the people who were performing at Coke Studio. We did this video gathering. We did tweet meetups, so all the Coke Studio fans, and got them to go to the sets and watch it live. And this was all experiment. Nobody was doing this. It was just fun. I was there when the internet was making things happen. And that's where I made the series on air after that. Then I made 6 films at MTV actually, and that's where I got to get into Bollywood. I made 6 films with Anurag Kashyap, Anurag Basu, Shujit Sarkar, Nikhil Advani, Rohan Sippy, Abhinay Deo. And I was producing all of them. I mean, there's a whole, again, other story around that. But when I got into it was at that time in 2014, 2015, where TVF ka that video, Roadies video went viral. And I was at MTV at that time. And this video, and everybody in MTV was talking about how this internet video is what is this? DVF was the first, in that sense to break through, and one of the first viral videos because they made fun of Roadies, right? The show that I was making, the disaster of a show that I made was called Reality Stars, which was a fiction show about reality shows. It was my whole idea of making a parody or a satirical show, a comedy about these bunch of people who want to be part of a show called MTV Rejects. So I was like, अगर वो क्यूटिया कर सकते हैं, मैं बड़े लेवल पे कर रहा हूँ. But I saw that there was, a scene, a literal counterculture happening alongside, where the power centers did not matter anymore. If you were earlier, and again I'll go a little bit into Kyan, but earlier to become famous, fame, the idea of fame has always been associated with, being in front of the camera, being in front of the screen. At one point, to become famous, and you see this in old Bollywood films, and you see this in films of yore, where you see somebody coming to VT station, वहाँ से उतरता है, बम्बई में पहुँचता है, and Bombay is the सपनों की नगरिया, right? And that's where city of dreams, and you come to Bombay, you stand in a line somewhere, and you do an audition and maybe you become an actor. And अमिताभ बच्चन की कहानी ये है, किसी और की कहानी वो है कि सब लोग आए हैं स्टेशन पे, वहाँ गए हैं, इस लाइन में खड़े हुए हैं और एक दिन वो सुपरस्टार बन गए. Then they go to bandstand and talk about the fact that I am now the king of the world, right? So that's your story. But you had to come to Bombay. You had to struggle in those lines, and many did not make it, right? And then reality TV happened. When reality TV, whether it was Indian Idol, Saregama, and then of course, Roadies and all of these other shows, they said that you don't have to come to Bombay. We will come to you. So we will come to your city. You still have to stand in line, but there'll be judges, and immediately they'll look at you and say, yeah, this person has the potential to be a star. And then you can be in front of the television and suddenly you'll be a star one day. So suddenly it became closer home. I have that opportunity of becoming a star. And when the internet happened, even that you didn't have to stand in line. You didn't have to even go to a city somewhere. You could be sitting in any part of the country, the world. If you had a internet connection, which after, Jio and after, 4G happened in our country, everybody kind of got one. If you have a phone, this is a new generation, there is no generation before the present Gen Z generation that have anything in common. No two Indians are the same. Everybody has a different circumstance, different story. There's nothing unites us. Nothing, not one thing. Color, caste, creed, religion, everything is different, right? But for a new generation, the Gen Z of young people, everybody, no matter what social hierarchy you were in, also had a mobile phone because of 4G and because of just that became your life, right? Everybody had to have a mobile phone if you wanted to do anything. Any kind of work, any kind of so even the poorest of the poor would have some sort of a cell phone with which they would operate, right? And that phone in your hand became democracy in your hand. It became freedom in your hand. It became freedom of speech, freedom of expression in your hand. YouTube happened. YouTube still required a little bit of, YouTube is where you saw the first batch of folks who broke through and said, I don't have to worry about whether it was TVF, whether it was AIB. We did Y films. We of course had we have a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money and privilege in that sense and access in that sense. But we made our first web shows at that point of time. There was all the bunch of comedians who came from different places. And then you also had individual YouTubers. You had your Bhavan Bhams of the world. You have your Prajakta Kohlis of the world. These people who not really from any of the power centers historically. They have not come from the richest of backgrounds. They're not from like a quote unquote elite, upbringing. They have broken through just because they had talent and they had consistently and they had passion and they wanted to do it. They would not they won't knock on a door, wait for someone to open it. They'd create doors. They would create their own opportunities that storm through it because YouTube equalized everybody. At the same time, YouTube still required you to have like at least a certain sense of editing. You would still need to have editing. You'd still need to have, either a camera or a phone or, or a phone with like a good camera. So there was still a little bit of privilege required, still a little bit of like class, certain kind of class for you to belong to be able to make something for YouTube, which was long form, which required a certain kind of skill that not everyone with privilege had, right? And then TikTok came. And TikTok even broke through that. You did not need anything apart from like any kind of a phone with a basic camera. Nothing else. Nothing else. One 5G connection, one phone with a camera, and you can do whatever the hell you want. You can record yourself doing anything. You can instantly become famous. You can instantly go viral. It was the most democratic of any mediums of any art form we've ever had in India. No one before that. And, people would look down on it and say cringy and, what. But that's a very classist way of looking at it. Look at these people. You people would look at it to laugh at it. On the other hand, you look at it to see the talent, the ambition, the aspiration, the passion, the excitement, enthusiasm that no matter which background and circumstance you have from India. And it had people from marginalized communities speaking up. You were seeing videos of like, trans kids from like smaller towns in India, expressing themselves. You had most of TikTok and some of the biggest early stars of TikTok were Muslim young kids, and you can judge them for, the content they were making. But before that, they were not allowed to express because where would they do it? You would require a certain amount of power and money. And that's the only way. Expression was always, there were gatekeepers to expression in our country and in the world. And that's why I'm saying art has always been, film snobs, people who call themselves film snobs, they're snobbish because you have a certain privilege and access to art in the first place. And if you look down on people who don't have that access or who did not have that access, that's nothing but classism. So TikTok broke through that classism and of course invited a certain kind of judgment which also came from classism, but it was the first and only democratic medium. And when TikTok happened and when YouTube happened and when people started coming on the internet and expressing themselves as authentically as possible, you see the correlation because I was there. I can tell you the correlation at that time was that. And I've been on those panels. I've had those conversations 2014-15 with filmmakers saying that, looking at what is working on the internet and saying that, maybe we should start talking about the things that they're talking about, and suddenly you had those stories that were suddenly socially conscious. They didn't just come out of the blue. Every filmmaker and producer who punted on those things, they punted on it because they realized that the internet is making those conversations happen, and they were happening very actively, and it was engaging conversations. People were watching YouTube videos on body positivity, so we can do them like Aisha. When you are watching films on a web show on Man's World that I had done, which as I said has like some 90 million views right now across all its episodes. It is on gender inequality, and it's and people watch that, and you see the comments on that. People are thankful for the first time we are having this conversation. So when you do that, a key and ka becomes possible. And I'm not saying there's a direct, it's not like R. Balki saw that and said, chal main key and ka banata hu. But it would not have happened Arjun Kapoor would not have, 5 years ago, someone who's launched himself with Ishaqzadeh would not have done a Kiyanka where he's the house husband, so to speak, and homemaker, and the woman is going and earning. But those conversations started happening because of the internet and because of YouTube and because of TikTok. If TikTok weren't banned, I feel like we would have seen a different, and you saw a different kind of a young superstar that was rising, who like the idea of Vijay and Amitabh Bachchan and the angry young man. You had a different kind of a actual young boy with an identity you would not associate with a certain class or a certain community or a certain idea of what should be a successful name. Maybe those names were not names that you would know how to pronounce because they would come from any different part of the country, but the ban unfortunately stopped it in its tracks. And today again you have all these kind of platforms, and it's still people, there are still people who go viral. There are still stars that kind of have overnight successes, so to speak. But it's not. It still comes from a certain class background. You kind of see that very obviously. You people who get internet culture, people who have the wherewithal, the access, again the privilege, the education, the in jokes, to understand that this is what is going to work on the internet and doing it. You still have people, and Amit Bhadana kind of, in Haryanvi will do something. You have this really interesting platform by the folks who were actually who started, I forget the name of the organization, but who are in Dreamers as well, who started something called
Stage. They started
Stage.
Witty Feed and now they're on Stage.
Yeah,
I had Vinay Singhal on my show.
Exactly, Vinay Singhal. Again, they're doing such interesting work now, so what is the future of this? I don't know. The power structures are still very much based out of Bombay, Delhi. The money flows through there. So, but there is, money that is also coming, and I'm sure that at some point they will notice. I saw that when I think either Praveen or Vinay, we're having a conversation online. I saw that they had come to Bombay and they went to the sets of Nikhil Advani's show, Mumbai Diaries. So clearly, filmmakers also taking note and saying who are these interesting, young people who are doing something in regional, using the internet, and ultimately they have access to communities and audiences that we may not have. So in the need to find those audiences, which they can obviously monetize, maybe our films will change. But my big worry is that they're only going to change because South films are the biggest hits right now. So our films will also start again replicating the success formula of South films, and South films and big blockbuster South films unfortunately have never have never had a evolved understanding of gender. That's my worry, that again that will make a big comeback again in Bollywood, because that's what's working, that's the formula. Everyone's not right, and then we're going to go backward.
So in the very fascinating episode I did with Vinay, he pointed out one interesting thing. He said that Stage is doing so well that there's now a reverse migration. कि हरियाणा से या राजस्थान से जो बच्चे आते थे बॉम्बे में फिल्म बनाने के लिए अब वापस जा रहे हैं because they can make it in their language.
Yeah.
And not just their language, their dialect. I'd encourage all listeners who haven't already heard it to listen to my episode with Vinay, because the profound point there was about how was of a kind of localization. I was always worried about homogenization happening in our society. One point that Vinay made really well was कि शहर में भाषा होती है, शहर के बाहर बोली होती है. A city will have a language, and outside a city you'll have dialects. And the typical pressure used to be that a small kid will, like Vinay, born in a Haryanvi village, he'll speak a particular dialect, but he'll go to the city and he'll feel inferior because, everybody else seems more sophisticated outsider looking in, border wale, that beautiful term. And the incentive will be to speak to Hindi, and so all the dialects die out, and these main languages, Hindi, Bengali, and all of those remain. But what is happening here is kind of the opposite, which is incredibly inspiring. That, so many people tell him that they feel so empowered. People will go and tell him ki, all my life I've spoken Haryanvi, but I was embarrassed about it. But now I'm feeling ki, theek hai, no, I can take pride in my culture. And it's an incredibly inspiring story. And I completely agree so much with what you said about snobs. Like, no disrespect to snobs intended. But, one thing I tell my writing students also is that read whatever you enjoy reading.
Correct.
कोई hierarchy नहीं है कि इस book ने ये prize जीता है, ये तो somehow you got to struggle through it. No, everything that captures your attention is doing something right. You will learn from it. You will internalize that stuff by osmosis. You'll pick up those tricks and all that. I want to ask you a question about structure in the context of actual filmmaking, right? Now, to take a step back in the creator economy, one of the really heartening things that I've seen happening over the last decade or so is what Kevin Kelly wrote about in his famous essay, 1,000 True Fans, has kind of happened. Like Kevin Kelly wrote this cult essay around 2009, 2010 called 1,000 True Fans. And his point was that creators will not have to scale anymore. In the past, your model always has been कि आपको scale करना है, right? So your top 1% of people make a lot of money. Everybody else is struggling and, having cutting chai in the tapris or whatsoever. But his point was that now you don't have to scale. A creator, if you can find 1,000 fans who pay you $100 a year, that's $100,000, right?
Yeah.
And when he wrote that, it wasn't happening. But he was very prescient because it is happening today. It is definitely happening today. Like on Substack, for example, that $100 a year is your standard.
Absolutely.
This thing, and all kinds of people who haven't been heard of before are literally making millions doing that. So it has completely become possible. And in the audiovisual medium, the tools of production have become superbly democratized. Really, anybody, I think today, if they have the will, can actually make a film. Right? Like one great example is the Japanese film One Cut of the Dead.
I love that film.
Amazing film, which was made for the equivalent of 20 lakhs and made the equivalent of 200 crores, something like that.
Yeah.
And, no film has really filled me with the joy of cinema as that did. So the thing is कि, if you have the will, no, अभी जाके आप 20 लाख में बना सकते हो. But the bottleneck is the distribution. And part of the problem there is the model through which we consume cinema is this very weird model where a lot of people congregate in a big hall and watch a film together, right? And if you think about it in isolation, we've normalized that model, but if you think about it in isolation, or if an alien had to come to this planet and think about how do we entertain people, this would seem like a very stupid model. Because this requires you to scale, right? Now, what we have seen creators doing in the audiovisual medium is you don't have to scale. You had TikTok, which you still have elsewhere. You have YouTube. YouTube creators don't need to scale anymore, But in terms of actual cinematic storytelling, this still seems like a fundamental bottleneck कि ऐसे क्यों है? Maybe there are intermediate models, like you have small halls which people can just book online. 50 लोग कुछ देखना चाहते हैं, 20 लोग कुछ देखना चाहते हैं, you have a room somewhere. What is also another trend that seems to be happening is that the kind of films which succeed in big theaters are now the spectacle films which require the big theaters. So your Marvel Cinematic Universe and RRR and all that. And the intimate cinema, you expect that to move to OTT and all of that. So Ingmar Bergman OTT पे आप देखो और Steven Spielberg आप hall पे जाके देखो. So what is your thought of this structurally? Because again, it seems that I feel like 15 years later everything will be different, but we can't imagine how because it's unknown unknowns. But right now what we have is an artifact of the past that we are somehow kind of still struggling with. So my question is that structurally, how do you think we can get past this? The fact that the means of production are in everybody's hand. आप और मैं अगर एक idea करते हैं, हम बना सकते हैं in very little money, but it will not find us 1,000 true fans even if they exist. The bottleneck is there.
See, you are talking about structure purely because you're talking about film in the long form medium, right? But that is not the only way of making film.
Absolutely.
So what people are doing with 1.5 minutes right now is also filmmaking, and you can consume for 1 hour, 30 of those, 40 of those videos, or you can spend that 1 hour in watching one episode of a web show, or you can spend, James Gunn said this brilliant thing where he said that, some of it I'm going to add to it, but because I'm going to Indianize it. But like when you watch a film in India, let's say in his example, you have to spend half a day of your time to go and watch that film. There's half a day of your life that you have to take away. It's a community experience, because India mein films, again, to go into the history, logic, etc., the highest crossing film in India at a 500, 700 crores, which is RRR or Bahubali, has been watched by 4% of Indians in theatres. That's how many people it takes to watch the highest crossing. 4% of film people going to theatres, unme se some of them are going for the second time. Families in India go for films on a Diwali or an Eid or one of those, because it's an expensive medium. So it is community viewing because of that. It isn't family outing. You go to the park every day, which is free, and then when you have a little bit of money for the middle class or upwardly mobile, then you go and kind of go and watch a film, take your whole family and say, chalo, Amitabh Bachchan ki, Shah Rukh Khan ki, which is why the stars also happen, because you go and watch the film of that one person that you kind of know historically. You will not go and watch the film of a younger person. And when nationalistic or patriotic films happened, they kind of said you don't need to know who's in it, because it is about your country or the issue that you care about. So you're going as a community to watch that and say, okay, I want to know what happened to my community. Kashmir Files is an example. So theaters in India and films that many people anyway don't watch. Very, very, very few people watch films. But because they're so big and there's so much money that is thrown at them and they're so visible, you have this. The reason in India that people are superstars because of satellite. And now because of the internet. But before it was satellite, when film would come to TV, TV rights for films go up to 50, 60, 70 crores. Because TV was in every home. Theatre is not, everybody cannot afford the theatre, because, and when I say half a day, think about it, right? Like, you are going from one place to another place in traffic, you are standing, okay, you buy a ticket online, but if you have to buy popcorn, that's another, this money also gone, 1,000 rupees for just popcorn. But if you're not buying it, you go sit inside the theatre, you have to wait for 15 minutes while there are ads, and then finally, after like 1.5 hours of you just waiting, or 2 hours maybe sometimes, to just kind of get to watch the film, then you see, the first half, and then you're like, oh my God, I've just wasted my entire day because I've spent this money and this is a bad film. So you lose, and you don't just lose time and money. Yes, you don't just lose money, you lose almost a half a day of your life, after which you have to go finish it because you're paid for it. So you don't even leave midway because you're like, paise diye to main dekhunga. So at the end of it, you go back and then 6 hours of your life is gone. On the other hand, on the internet, you have that privilege and the power that if you sample something on Netflix, on Amazon, on any of these platforms, if you lose, it's okay. You're watching 3-4 minutes, I don't like this, I'll go to watch something else. So you're not really losing that much time, just 3 to 4 minutes. But if you win, which is like if you see something that you love, then you suddenly win 10 hours of it. You have like 10 episodes. You're like, oh great, now my whole weekend is sorted. Now I can watch this and binge it and do like 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a victory or defeat that people psychologically feel when, and why right now people are much more comfortable with watching films at home versus in theater. So as an idea also, I don't think that I don't believe that films have ever been structurally, the long form has been that important. It has been a means of entertainment for people, and entertainment today is, people are competing for time. They are not competing for, entertainment, as an example, right? A theater is competing with Facebook, which is competing with TikTok, which is competing with, I'm talking about obsolete mediums now, but which is competing with Insta Reels, which is competing with a stand-up show, which is competing with a music live performance, which is competing with a spoken word, which is competing with cat videos on YouTube that you're just scrolling through mindlessly, or Insta stories that you're going through. Your time is the commodity that everybody is after, right? And the idea of entertainment also for most people now has been, because especially after the pandemic, is now this. We are so conditioned to need and consume and inhale this entertainment that if you get up right now and walk out, I will immediately have my phone. Not just to see like, maybe I'll see my messages and what, then that's the first 30 seconds. After that, I'm immediately going and seeing Insta stories or going through Twitter. Why?
I should get up and walk out with your phone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, otherwise, I don't know what to do with myself. Immediate reaction. Anybody's instant reaction. The moment like you're in a deep conversation and somebody has, wait, I have 1 second of work, the phone comes out. And the phone, you're not, as I said, you're not just checking it for information or somebody's reaching or am I reachable or not reachable. That might be the first instinct. The second instinct is, what can I see in like nibbles of entertainment. So we do a lot of research at Yuva also. We have a whole research vertical. So we kind of divided into, food into, so we divided entertainment, categories for young people into how they consume. So this is nibble content. Nibble content is the kind of content that you are mindlessly consuming in between conversations. Sometimes I might be talking to you and I might just kind of open while you have said something and I'm just like, okay, I might open a phone and just see 3 stories and keep. That's nibble content. Then you have your snacky content where you go to, instead of Insta story, you might go to YouTube because you have a 10-minute window somewhere in between. You might be traveling, you might be in a college, in a class, etc. And then you have 15 minutes ka or 10 minutes ka, 5 minutes ka, you might see a YouTube video, you might see 5-6 Insta reels today, you might have any other form of entertainment. Then you have your full meal content, which is the time you actually at the time when you are having food, when you are with your family, you decide to say that chalo main abhi ek series dekhunga or dekhungi, or like a long form piece of fiction or whatever it is. And every bit of our life now is filled with entertainment. Structures don't matter anymore. And to your point about why there is this stupid idea of going to theaters. I mean, I already told you that it was a community experience because that's how families would go, and families have historically gone, and it's an outing for the whole family when you go and watch a film. But outside of that, it is one of the last few places now, I think it's become even more important. It's one of the last few places where you have a collective experience. Where else are you having collective human experiences in? When you are watching a film in a theater, why is it so important? I feel it's important. I don't think it is necessary. I think it is becoming obsolete, and I hope it doesn't die. But I think it is very important because that collective experience of laughing, crying, the thrill of a horror film, and everybody collectively gasping when you're watching something, it makes you again feel less alone. You realize that you're part of a human race. You are part of. It's beautiful. I think it's just so beautiful when you are, when there's an emotional scene and you have tears in your eyes and you hear another person sniffing, and you're like, okay, I'm not alone in like feeling sad or emotional at this point. So I think that's a very important part of a human experience that we can only get while watching live, either watching a music performance or watching a sports match, or in a theater. But there's no other place where you can have a collective human experience like that. So it is important only for that reason. No other reason necessary. No, I don't think anymore. The structure doesn't matter anymore. Even a 30-second Instagram reel is film, and if anybody says it's not film, again I think it's coming from a place of elitism. If you're saying that it's too easy, it's not easy. I tried making reels. It is very difficult. It is, and young people are inherently recognizing the power and potential of these 30-seconders and saying such interesting things. They're doing it in such interesting ways. The talent on like these short form mediums is incredible. Who are we to say this is not a film? It is a film. It is very much a film. So, I feel like, the future of overall film is these broken down things, I feel, and while we need those larger experiences, when it comes to, I think in the internet, and particularly now places like stage, as you said, are going to fill those needs, where again you're talking about indie films coming on, or the Bergman films coming on the internet. That's actually stopped happening already. So you don't have more indie films anymore on these mediums. You actually have far more masala films because and this is another thing that I've kind of realized, that people don't watch these films because they're great content on YouTube, by paying subscription. They watch these films because they're bad films. And you watch it because they're mindless. You watch it because you don't, you're not wasting money. It's almost free. And you're watching free, mindless, stupid content. It's very rare now to have intimate and experiences with cinema. Again, those are those are art, and I would love for us to have more of those experiences. I miss those experiences. I grew up in the 90s on indie films and indie expression, and Clerks, to Steven Soderbergh, to Kevin Smith, and all the folks, Sofia Coppola, all the folks and their beautiful films, as an indie. Richard Linklater, of course, one of my heroes, but those films now, may need to be self-distributed. Platforms are not going to pick those films anymore, because platforms are going to offer the thing that is going to make you stay there. And what makes you stay on most of these platforms after your tired day, where you have worked your ass off, you're sitting with your family and trying to just have a good time, is mindless, stupid films.
You're throwing so many insight bombs that I am already feeling nostalgic for this conversation, even though we haven't even reached the break yet. So, couple of things that what you just said reminded me of.
You pivoted fully from gender empathy into
No,
the skill, passion that
we will very much get back to that.
No, but I'm just saying, I this is the other aspect and facet. I just love storytelling and filmmaking. It's just something that drives me a lot. So very happy.
And what you just said about the mindless films and reminded me of something the economist Rashmini Deshpande said on my show, where she said that her father once taught her that there are 4 kinds of films. There are good films, good bad films, bad good films, and bad films. And the good film is a film that is trying to do something worthy and it succeeds. So that is your Bergman films, Fellini films, so on and so forth. And I'm big fans of those guys. The bad good film is a film that is trying to do something like that, but is basically boring the pants out of you, which I would say is like Money Call on, that.
Wow. No disrespect.
No disrespect intended. Yeah, सबको subjective है, इसमें क्या है? So, then a good bad film is a film that technically you're not supposed to watch guilty pleasure, but it's mind-blowing. You just love it. Like you have spoken, I think, in the past of Andaz Apna Apna as one of your,
That's a good film.
That's a good
high art.
I agree. The moment I said it, but like a Gunda perhaps,
or
sure. Disco dancer. Could be good bad films. And a bad film is just bad in every way. So I think the good bad films are the kind of mindless time pass which people would really enjoy. And I also agree about not thinking in the boxes that we are used to thinking in. Like we tend to think in an hierarchy of forms. That if you're a writer, your book is at the top.
Correct.
Blog post will be at the bottom.
Correct.
And when one of the points I made while I was talking to our mutual friend Mahima before she started a great newsletter was, why does it have to be a book?
Correct.
Newsletter acha, itna acha form hai, and she's made so much out of it. And so that is something where I completely sort of agree with you. I'm really fascinated by nibble, snack, full meal. I'll, double click on that some other time. But before we go into a break, that point you made about collective experience in theater is a beautiful point, right? Because anywhere else, like you go to a cafe and there are groups of people sitting together, but a lot of the time you'll have a group of 4 looking into their phones.
Correct, absolutely.
Not into each other's eyes. It's not collective anymore. Well, in a cinema hall, everyone else is feeling the same thing. So I cry easily at movies. Right? And I'm always embarrassed and trying to cover it up because, hey, men aren't supposed to cry, right? Does that happen to you too? Is that something?
Absolutely.
Do you pay attention to that? Do you try to hide it? No?
I'm very conscious of it. And my wife is Daisy, her name is, and she knows that I cry in movies. So every time I cry, I feel she feels for me. So she just looks at me as if like it should be okay. And I'm just like, let me have this experience. Don't stare at me when I'm crying. I just want to cry. I don't want to have someone look at me when I'm crying, and I mean, this to tie everything, so far that we've been speaking together. I can't cry otherwise. I can't cry. If I want to cry right now, I will try my best, but I can't cry. And when I feel really, and this is just, so sad when I even say it out loud, but when I feel really sad and I want to cry, I then go and watch an emotional film so that I will have tears. So I'm like, at least this is the way that I'm able to. That is the level of toxic that masculinity is in me, conditioned in me, that I am unable to cry otherwise. When my grandfather passed away and I was as close to him, I and in fact, the reason that I came to NIT Kurukshetra was because it's next to Karnal, and my grandfather, my Masi lived in Karnal, and I wanted to spend. I loved my grandfather, but never spent any time with him. So I wanted to live close to him, and then weekends I would spend with him. So I'm very fortunate to have gotten some time with him. When he died, for 2 days I couldn't cry. Just could not cry. Why? Because my Masi was crying nonstop. I was just consoling her. I was just like, suddenly I fell into the duty of my man. Okay, my manly duty is that I have to take care of all the guests. My Masi is in no condition. So I will take care of all the arrangements. Tell me what it's not that she wasn't doing. She was doing a lot of stuff herself, but she was broken. And my uncle hadn't reached yet. My mother from Bahrain hadn't reached yet. Nobody had been able to reach at that time. So a whole day and a half, I was just taking care of all the duties of a household where someone's passed away. When my friends came to be like, we're sorry from Kurukshetra, how are you feeling, etc. I was like, sad. Didn't have tears. It's only when 1.5 days later, when my mother and I got a quiet moment, and my mother just asked me, how are you feeling? That I burst into tears. And then I was inconsolable, because just that moment of her reaching out and actually caring about my own emotion and being like, how are you feeling? I was just like, that's it. I just had tears. But I can't cry otherwise. It's very difficult for me to cry. And films have, and that is also why I love film so much, because as a man, I'm able to feel things and feel emotions, or give space to those emotions that I'm otherwise hiding away or I'm otherwise suppressing. So films have been the most important friend that I've had growing up. It has been, films and shows and, art, cinema, whatever you want to call it, have been like a lifesaver for me. It made me, in a world where I was struggling to fit in, it helped me like find a space for a man who was trying to cry but not able to. And then Shah Rukh Khan films happened.
Okay, wrong reason to cry. I guess, his acting is so bad that would make me cry.
Shah Rukh Khan is the love language of India. And you've
I've spoken to
Shahana. Absolutely. And a book is just such a great book.
It's a great book, and that's also my most popular episode so far. And that's a great metaphor, a cinema hall, men crying in the dark together. That's such a great metaphor. On that note, let's go for a break. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Nikhil Taneja about his fascinating life and work and so on. And let's now ghum ke come back to sort of the chronological narrative. You pointed out that engineering was basically your gap years where you were figuring out what to do with your life. Tell me a little bit about this process, because, when I look back on my college years and when I speak to others as well who've come on the show, what I find is that there are two kinds of pulls and pressures happening. And one is you want to fit in with your peers, or you want to fit in with the cool boys, or you want to, so you're molding yourself to kind of fit in or to whatever, similar to the pressure of being a man in a sense. And the other is you're trying to figure yourself out, find yourself, and very often you're constructing for yourself a self-image of what you want to be seen as, rather than trying to actually understand who you really are. Now, I'm guessing that since you landed up there as the NRI cool boy, I guess that pressure would not have been so intense, the first pressure of fitting in and so on. But through your life, how has that process been of getting to understand yourself a little better? You've already spoken about how the therapy you did later on in dealing with anxiety kind of helped with an aspect of that. But in general, take me through this process of understanding who you are and what you are and coming to terms with it.
I don't think that I had the self-awareness of any kind of self-awareness about myself when I was younger. Uh, when I was in college, as I said, I think the 3.5 years for me were, again, once I found out that मुझे ये नहीं करना, it was all about like, now what can I do with my time? And as I said, I started writing. I started furiously. There's this incident that happened much later, which was actually quite like sweet. When I met a college friend many years later, and I was in Hindustan 3-4 years after college. I was still in Hindustan times, earning a lot of, not earning too much. Again, 14,500 for 2.5 years in Bombay. It's just tough. I met like a friend who had gone to US after that, and he came back from the US and just came for a visit or something. And I just met him, and he's like, how is life? I was like, I'm not really happy right now, because he's like, because I'm not earning the money, I don't know if I'll be successful or not. And he's not someone I kind of was very close with. He's just someone like I was friends with, but not very close friends with. So he just said, he's like, are you mad? You're going, it's like, why? What happened? He's like, you were the only person in our college where all of us were, दारू पी के हम लोग पड़े रहते थे, तो हमने कमरे में बैठकर you were churning out issues of your magazine. You were the only one who was late till 3 o'clock in the night, trying to make something out of your life, while the rest of us were just doing bakchodi. And there is, even if you're not successful right now, there's no chance you won't be in the future. And really, like, as I said, I still have some, until like someone else tells me, I never look at myself as like, I'm doing enough for whatever reasons. And it just hit me that, yeah, that's been my college. I actually, so I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, I don't have, I've never had any of these, And
You take phone numbers of girls.
yeah, I take phone numbers of girls, which is clearly the vice, for a lot of people there. But yeah, like, I just, beyond a point, I didn't have enough things, times or reasons to hang out with. You hang out with your friends until they start drinking, because after this drinking, then it's just a drunken conversation where you are the sober person. You're like, मैं यहाँ पर क्या कर रहा हूँ? So you don't have those conversations. I did, although on the other hand, I think while I didn't learn much about myself, I learned a lot about India, because again, fortunately, unfortunately, there was no LAN in our, this is 2004 to 2008, that's where I studied. 2000 LAN नहीं आया था हमारे college के अंदर, and there was only like one computer center where you had internet. So in your hostel, and because Haryana and North India, and there was always power cuts. So every night for 1.5 hours, the electricity would just go off. And then what do? Your phone at that time again was expensive, so you can't call people until I think my third year things became inexpensive, where you had free calling and free messaging or whatever. And that's the year I made a girlfriend. So clearly, thank you Airtel. But उससे पहले वो भी नहीं होता था कहाँ, or you didn't even know enough. I mean, while you had that one number after that incident, I was like, I'm never calling a woman in my life now. But so what did you do? And I kind of started after like getting really bored and talking to my roommates, and my roommates I didn't really get along with in the first couple of, the decent people, just didn't have much in common. I started recognizing that well, I'm in this campus where there are these people from all over the country, from every state of India. I have every day there's a power cut. I have nothing to do. Nobody can do anything. You're in first year, so पढ़ाई का pressure नहीं है. So maybe I'll just go and like find the stories of others, right? And it wasn't like a conscious, like I'm going to find the stories of others. It was more like, let me just go and chat with other people, right? So I'd just go up to somebody's room and like I've never met and just knock on their door and be like, we've stayed the same, same hostel or the same floor or whatever it is. And we've never spoken. So yeah, I'm Nikhil and this is where I'm from. I'd love to know a little bit about you. And then suddenly, like some of those conversations would go nowhere. People were just also not very open, and then some of them would just turn into like really deep conversations. And sometimes I would have it only once in like I've spoken to some people during power cuts once and never spoken to them again beyond hi hello for the rest of my college life. But that one conversation was deep enough for me to kind of like if we ever see each other in public, we'd hug the hell out of each other, just be like, oh my god, like so great to see you after all these years. So because of that, I kind of got a sense and understanding of, the stories of others. And I think that helped me recognize a little bit of my own story as well. I didn't know what stories were. I didn't know that, like, again, self-awareness, nahi thi. You didn't have the internet. You didn't, as even though I was writing for a newspaper or a magazine at that time, even at that time, I did not have, like, Chetan Bhagat did not exist at that time. Even at that time, there was no example, a public example of, people who could have stories like mine. And most of the stories I would hear of people who kind of did the other thing, right? So you kind of also connected with that. Somebody who's a lovely singer, I would find out, who's come from this, but the reason that I'm like, why don't you go into one of these reality shows and like, try singing? Just be like, yeah, I'm the only child of my family, or I'm the, elder son of my family, and my aim is to make it to Microsoft because that's the way. I mean, I need to. My parents have put so much money, I need to be the return on investment for them. And for whatever it's worth, that boy is in Microsoft now, and he's made it. But he's a beautiful singing voice, which I don't know if anybody will ever get to listen to beyond like the close circle of friends that he may have, which is also okay, I mean, sure. But I'm just saying, like, so many stories that I would hear from so many people from all these different parts of India. There's a boy from like Jammu and Kashmir that it just helped me recognize that kitni kahaniyan hai, and every story kind of has a, starts with, I mean, nobody really knows where it's leading. Nobody is aware that, which act of our stories we are in. But there is something there, that somewhere makes you recognize that you are also a story, where I feel like all of us look at each, I mean, so NIT Kurukshetra also, how we call each other, na, after a point of time, या तो सरनेम से बनाते लड़के, बट हमारे में ये होता था कि जो ना जहाँ से आप हो तो वहाँ से ही बुलाना शुरू कर दो. सो द बॉय फ्रॉम बरेटा is called Bareta. The boy from Jammu is called Jammu. जहाँ ना जम्मू इधर आ, बरेटा इधर आ.
तो आपका क्या था, Bahrain?
हाँ, no, Bahrain for a a long time it was Bahrain, इधर Karnal. But after, as I said, like for me, for whatever reason, I was always seen as like this. So मुझे तो लोग ना typically Taneja या फिर close people would call me like whatever Motu, etc. But I started looking at realizing that every one of them, with whatever names or whatever labels they were given, there was a story about them that nobody would know. That, if you just didn't ask them. Everyone had a stereotype. There's a backbencher, there's a front bencher, there's a Gissu kid, there's a Frustu kid. All these terms that we used to give each other, But beyond that, they all had like this really deep stories that even they wouldn't ever think about, but that's all I could think about. I can't get out of my mind that there is a boy who has such a beautiful singing voice, but who's, because he's the elder son of the family, has to only, study and do engineering because he has to get into a certain, place, and he has to make his family's circumstance better. Now that's because I have the privilege to not think. At that time, I had found myself having the privilege to not think about, and yet I was not living my own story. I was also doing engineering, even though I liked writing, and I was writing in newspapers and magazines, and I created my own magazine. I've done everything, but I was not doing. And funnily, what happened, and such a funny random thing sometimes that happens to you that like puts you on a different path. One of my first roommates in my second year, actually first year only, afterwards, the second roommate I ever had, who I became very good friends with in year one. I had met him. I mean, we had not spoken for a bit. We'd become decent friends, but never we just kind of lost touch in the middle. We were in different sections and different batches. One day again, power cut happened. Fourth year, final year of college. I've already got 2 jobs. I've got Accenture, CSC. Mera sort ho gaya in that sense. And I'm like, Acha, now I'm chilling as a senior, nothing to do. 2 jobs ho gaye, you can't get more. You like to cap at 2. This guy meets in a power cut. He's like, how's your life going? कैसी चल रही है जिंदगी? And I'm just like, यार अच्छा चल रहा है. Got 2 jobs, etc. He's like, अच्छा तू फिर यही करेगा कि तूने तो बोला था कि जो ना, I mean तेरे उसका क्या हुआ राइटिंग का? तू बहुत लिखता था उस टाइम पर भी, यंग टाइम्स वगैरह पे, 4 years ago. I was like, हाँ मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि, and this is my plan at that time, कि मैं one of the jobs CSC will give me Bombay as which is the place you want to be located. They give you the option. So I said, I'll go to Bombay and मैं दिन में ये करूँगा और साइड में ना मैं राइटिंग करूँगा, and that's how like it's my plan right now. और जब वो चलने लग जाएगा, then I will leave it and do this. And this guy just very nonchalantly, in the complete nonchalance, said like, he's like, हाँ सही आइडिया है, तू ऐसा करना, तू पहले बॉम्बे जाना, साइड में ये करना, फिर तू MBA करना, साइड में राइटिंग करना, फिर शादी कर लेना, साइड में राइटिंग करना, बच्चे कर लेना, फिर साइड में राइटिंग करना, फिर तू एक दिन मर जाएगा ना, तो राइटिंग साइड पे रहेगी, और बोलते बोलते बोल गया आइडिया, चल बाय. What? I mean, you just like, suddenly my life flashed in front of my eyes, and I was like, that is so true. I could just be doing this, and that's what I'd been doing till then, since 14 to now. I was 20 at that time. 6 years, all of these were side pursuits for me. They were never because again, arts nahi kar sakte, to hobby hai. This cannot be your life stream. And then I realized like I now already had 2 jobs. One of them was in July. I had to join in July, and one I have to join in August. My college finished in April. So then I was like, from the time this conversation happened, which I think would have been in the end of first semester or beginning of second semester, I said, I have now 6 to 8 months. He's absolutely right. Let me give it a shot. Let me try. Why am I saying that side mein karenge? If I get a job, I will go for it. If I get a good job, I already have like a safety net now. I need to give it a shot. I did everything possible. I reached out to like anybody. I used to blog a lot at that time on a website called on a forum called Zanga. So Zanga pe na logon ko, do you know anybody like who in Bombay who would want to hire me, and here's my resume or whatever. And my resume was like a lot of writing, of course, engineering college student, but a lot of writing that I'd done. I'd also started writing for Jam, which I think again is a rite of passage for most people at that time. So and kahin na kahin, after like hundreds of attempts and hundreds of people, do you have a cousin in Bombay, do you have somebody who knows somebody, etc. इतने emails भेजे मैंने, पूरी list में. I remember like सबको, जितने लोगों ने जाना था कि बॉम्बे में किसी को जानते हो मीडिया के अंदर. I tried in NDTV, tried in MTV, tried everywhere. And then one of my junior's sister is working in Hindustan Times. She passed on my resume to Khalid Mohammed, who was the editor at HT Cafe. And I got a call and said, very interesting CV. You guys want to come over to Bombay? Can you come tomorrow for an interview? I was like, fuck, I'm in Karnal. So sure, immediately शाम को मैंने सुबह अगले दिन flight पकड़ी, Bombay में पहुंचा. I had a folder of all the articles that I had done. So it's like, what all have you done? I was like, ये लो मेरा folder. So it's like कितने मतलब अभी तक. So it was young times, this, that, etc. So he's like, okay, great. You seem to be like young kid, smart, etc. This is what we can pay you. Yeah, you want to join? I said, okay, again, so easily. And I never had to intern for whatever it's worth. And next day I joined HT. And they told me literally, they'd given me some, 1 week ka time diya tha. The 1 week I'd taken. Next day went back, came back a week later, 2008 July, and joined HT. But it is through somebody else that I realized that this is what I should be doing. And I had asked my mother for that. I didn't tell my mother at that time that I'm going to be applying to other places. I said, job mili bhi hai. And then when I got this job, then I said, listen, so I have these 2 jobs, but I also have Hindustan Times now. And since it's HT, and I'd also gotten jobs in 2 other. I'd got a job in OML. I'd got a job in a PR agency called Pink Relations, I remember. And so I'd got 3 jobs, and then I had to choose. Now, OML was paying me a little bit more than HT. Pink Relations was also paying me a little bit more, but HT was HT. So I was like, I can't now. Khalid Mohammed was somebody, again, I'd read his newspaper, reviews. I was like, if he's going to be a boss, I want to do this. I came to Bombay, and, And it's taken me until from that time onward. I think that's the first thing where, again, an external circumstance. And the second part would be my teaching. Hearing the stories of my students, made me recognize that I need to introspect deeper into what is my own. Of course, anxiety and therapy were the big ultimate points of transition in me recognizing. I became like a Imtiaz Ali movie character. I took a sabbatical after, So one of the things in therapy that after this whole conversation where I had, where she told me like, I had to figure out what do I want to do after I came back from goalkeepers, after I had that panic attack. I just came back and I decided that I realized what I want to do in life. I first want to quit. I don't think I can do my job, and I need to give myself time. I need to take time to find out what is my story, and and I decided to and I told this. I remember I told this to my therapist. I was like, I decided I'm going to quit YRF, and she's like, "That's not what I told you. I told you to introspect. I didn't tell you to quit your job." I was like, no, I'm quitting. He's like, how can you quit YRF? She was like shocked. My parents, everybody in my was like, you are doing really well at YRF. Don't quit. And I was but I was sure that I needed to give myself some time to figure out what is my story. And in those 6, and I quit. And I ultimately, they were very kind. YRF was super kind to me. They've always been so kind to me. Where they said like, you take instead of like quitting, just take 3 months. And after 3 months, you tell us, do you want to continue? Don't want to continue? That's fine. So after 2 months only, I knew that I didn't want to continue. But I kind of scrubbed off everything, left my teaching, left film companion, left YRF, left everything, switched off my phone, went to Bahrain, with my parents for a few months and and then I traveled a little bit. I kind of put a post online, and that's where I think even the Yuva's idea really started. I put a post online where I just told, that I want to, I've quit my job. I have some time. I would love to meet students across the country. If you are in a college in somewhere, please call me. I'd love to come over. So college in Indore called me. A college in Bangalore called me. A college in Bhubaneswar called me. And I just went in all these different places and just met students for 2 to 3 days and speaking to them. And after all the work, all my teaching, and I know I've not spoken much about it, but teaching was the most transformative thing that has happened to me. It is, because I think I entered teaching with this idea, Amit, like that I am going to change people's lives, and the reason for that was also because of my time at NIT Kurukshetra. After a point of time when I had a full sense of my privilege, I just wanted to, for whatever it's worth, I just wanted to do whatever I can to give back. When I got a job, again, I'll tell you privilege ka kaise realization hua. When I got my job in CSC is a big company, right? Like, when for computer students, it's a big deal. And I got it very easily. Like, in, how all these, first, whatever, I was technically proficient enough to clear technical. I was not like the best student. I was like 7 point something I'd gotten, 7-pointer. But it was technically decent enough and smart enough to crack their test or whatever it is. And then the big challenge would come in the HR round for most people. Because wahan par na, you have to be comfortable in speaking to English, and you have to comfortable in the corporate structure. And English to mujhe aati thi, and I can talk to people. So the HR rounds were never an issue. So I'd go into HR and immediately I'd get a job. So 2 places I applied to, 2 places I got a job in, right? And CSC, so I got a job and I was like, oh, no big deal, kitni aasani se mil gayi. And I remember that I'd come to my room after getting the CSC job and I was like, what, theek hai. I told my parents ki mil gayi job वगैरह. And I remember there's this other guy who'd also got, this job in CSC, who had never really interacted with much beyond that. He was in a different section, a different course also. And he just came to my room and he's like, "Tujhe CSC mil gayi?" I like, हाँ. He's like, "Meri bhi bhai." And he burst into tears. He was so emotional. He's like, मतलब कब से सपना देख रहा था ये जॉब मिल जाए CSC. And he was like a 9-pointer. And he's like, मुझे इतनी मुश्किल हुई थी मुझे जाना, मतलब मैं तो डर गया था GD में, PI में, क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा. And I was like, what is a cakewalk for me? This boy is like gotten so emotional, and I just felt like, man, this shouldn't be that easy for me, like, or whatever, you kind of have this. And I was also, just so you also know right now, I'd come from NRI quota. Okay, so I'm not like, so I was constantly aware that, I am here on a seat where I'm paying, and all of these people have worked much harder than me to be here. whether I deserve it or not is I mean, I was always thinking, do I deserve it or not deserve it, and what am I doing to make use of this seat? And then I was just like, I need to give back. So I started a club in my college called Aspire, where I was like, no, I'm going to dedicate the rest of my, after I've gotten these jobs, I'm going to dedicate the rest of my time at NIT Kurukshetra to teaching public speaking to, or GDPI ke andar to get, my juniors to clear them. So that's, and I think for 6 months I just did that. Like, in fact, it was so sweet. Like, then professors started coming to me saying, can you also involve me? I would also like to learn. And I'd done Toastmasters in Bahrain and whatnot. So I kind of created a structure basis that. But I that's really also where I kind of realized the joy of sharing or teaching or helping out in whatever way possible, and using your privilege in a manner where someone else is benefiting off of what you got so easily. And even though, as I've said, it wasn't like my whole life has been a piece of cake with my parents and whatnot in Bahrain, and I said a lot of bullying had also happened. So, but at the same time, after that, it just stuck to me that, this is something that I want to continue doing. So when I joined HT, I used to have interns, like nobody, BMM के अंदर निकलते हैं, कुछ पता ही नहीं होता कि क्या कर रहे हैं, BMM पढ़ाते हैं, मतलब ये समझ नहीं आता था. So I just asked one of my friends who was also a professor at Jain, who had become a professor at Jain, कि I also want to teach, because I want to teach like journalism to these young people, because they clearly like don't know the structure of writing or whatever. They come and I don't want people to, I can help them. So I came with this messiah savior complex that मैंने लोगों को NIT कुरुक्षेत्र के अंदर help किया था. Now it become like, now I'm going to change the lives of the kids. And because वहाँ पर ना, anybody, like when you got a job, you will get emotional calls from people. Sir, मेरी job लग गई. Sir, because we used to call seniors sir, all like, thank you for like that course and that it changed my life. मेरा ये package मिला है, वो package मिला है. I was hearing this and my heart was getting full, and I was like, man, I made a difference. And then I went to NIT in a college in Jain college in Mumbai, and no one gives a shit about the professors over there. No one cares. You can have like these notions and narcissistic notions of like giving back. They don't want to receive. They're like, screw you, you're anyway 3 years older than us and you want to change our lives. Please, bro, think about yourself. I used to have students come to me after my first batch. It was such a big disaster, my first batch. Students would like message me on Facebook Messenger saying like, this is maybe how you should go about teaching. I'm like, my students are advising me how to be a better teacher. I was like, this is, and I was so like disappointed with the way the first batch went, because I'd come with these really wrong notions that I want to give back, that in the second batch, I wanted to teach one more batch, even though teacher was, the coordinator recognized that I failed a little bit in the first batch. Although I taught a lot of, which nobody cared about also, because like in a BMM batch of 30-40 students, only 3 want to be journalists. The rest of them anyway want to do other things. So मैं क्यों सिखा रहा हूँ news reporting to लोग, people कैसे लिखते हैं, क्या होता है structure. So second time I just wanted to kind of, I was like, I'm a little bit more humility and go into it with the intent of not just teaching but also learning. Not just talking but also listening. And that I did not recognize at that time, but it became it was a radical thing I ended up doing without recognizing or realizing it. Because what started happening is, because I was so curious and eager to listen to them and kind of non-judgmentally learn from them, I came off my high horse and being like, I'm not a teacher here. I mean, while I'm a teacher, but I'm really here to listen to you. I want to hear your thoughts, your opinions on, I mean, from journalism topics or what's happening in the world. But like, let's chat, let's talk. Here's a topic, I want everyone to have their voice. And I'd reach out to people and say, this is your voice, tell me. And then slowly students outside of class hours would start coming to me and saying, thank you for just like asking me to speak up, or it was tough for me, but like you made it really comfortable. And then would tell me other problems of their life. I have this issue with my parents, what do I do? And I'm just like, I don't know, like, So I would still give them whatever little bit of advice that I could, in whatever more experience I had in life. But I also started recognizing that every one of these kids would come in and talk about these things that they cared about. And somehow they were not talking to each other. I'm like, तुमने जो प्रॉब्लम बोली है, तुमने जो प्रॉब्लम बोली है, सोनो की प्रॉब्लम सेम है, बट तुम एक दूसरे से बात नहीं कर रहे. This person sits, you know, I mean, बॉम्बे का just again, there is an ecosystem of like hierarchies we've spoken about, right? There's a hierarchy of how people sit in a Bombay classroom. So there is a Bandra club of people who sit in one bunch, you know, who would always sit in a, and again, you know, this is just what I saw in my classroom. Most of the kids from Bandra was just not interested in, like, you know, journalism or news reporting. You know, they were always like, in fact, I've had one of the Bandra students come to me, and again, I'm not stereotyping, this is just how it was in my class.
No disrespect
Yeah,
intended.
no disrespect intended, but Bandra kids have come to me and said, would you like to smoke weed? I'm like, I'm your professor, please can you not ask me that question? Bro, do you want to smoke up? I'm like, what are you saying? First of all, you shouldn't be smoking up. Second, you should not be telling me to smoke up. Like, अगर करना तो क्लास के बाहर कर, प्लीज क्लास के मिडिल में मत आकर बोल, कॉलेज स्कूल के टाइम पर. They were kids from, for example, Navi Mumbai, who would all sit on the further benches, you know, Navi Mumbai and beyond. And one of the reasons I started realizing why because they would always be late because the trains miss hoti thi वगैरह वगैरह, and they would form their own little community, which was a community of people who would miss trains and then be late together. कि यार दोनों की miss हो गई तो let's become friends because we are from the same. They could be, one could be a Bhayandar, one could be a Vashi, but one could be from Thane, but they would just be like, we are from the back and beyond of Bombay, so now this is one community. There was a South Bombay community always, you know, and these were the richest kids from like really rich families. They would have a language only that I wouldn't understand. You know, I was like, कौन सी भाषा है तुम्हारी, vocabulary क्या चल रही है? They talk in ways that I would just be like confused, like, what did you just say? What does that word mean? Please explain.
Like,
now, what,
for example,
like internet language now that has happened, right? They were like the originate OGs of that language. These languages have started from these subcultures of like you know, kids who you know, baby, I don't know, man. When you see whatever you're seeing in like all of these young Bollywood actresses talk in the language, that was a language that they would communicate in. And then you would have the kids from, there was always the kids from Delhi who would hate everyone from Bombay. And then you would have the kids of rest of India who would hate everyone from Delhi and Bombay. And they all had their own batches. And I would see it, you know, that there is, which are front bencher hote the, who were just kind of like, you know, the first people to try and like fit in and be like, मुझे जिंदगी में जो है ना आगे बढ़ना है, तो मुझे पता नहीं मैं आगे बढ़ूंगा नहीं बढ़ूंगा, but आगे बैठ तो सकता हूँ. You know, so that is the intent. Whether they're topping or not topping is beyond the point. At least they're first somewhere. Then you had your backbenchers who are there only for attendance, you know, or like attendance दे दो फिर मैं सो जाता हूँ. Like just my favorite people, because they were so, you know, casual about what they wanted. Their ambition was, I want to just, please give me attendance and don't disturb me. And then the middle benchers who would always be people with existential crisis, like, you know, like people who just did not know where to fit. Like, I don't know which group I am in, so I'm going to sit on the middle bench. And, you know, there'd be like 4 individuals sitting on the middle bench who are always like, just don't know which group. So I'd see all these groups, I'll see all these communities, I'll see all these labels, and I'm like, yaar, ye kya chal raha hai yahan par na? And individual come to me and you'll talk about like, this is what I'm going through, but you're not talking to each other. So one day, randomly, absolutely, I remember it was raining on that day. It was a Sunday, and I used to teach on Saturdays, Sundays because I was the weekdays पर पढ़ा नहीं सकता, तो Sunday को आए थे सब लोग. काफी बारिश हो रही थी उस दिन पर. So I saw that nobody is like, what, 75% of the class was there, but I realized that not anybody is in the mood to study. So I was trying to talk, and then they were all talking to each other, and then, you know what, I was like, you know what, today let's not pretend, you know, to study or whatever. I actually just wanted to, and it came out of curiosity also. I said, I just want to kind of know, because, and let's just have an honest chat. I want to know that I speak to so many of you individually, and then you are able to tell me all the things that you're going through. But for whatever reason, I found out that you guys really judge each other, right? Like, you all sit in your own subgroups and your own you know, sections, and just mingle with each other as if that's the only world that you can ever be in. I'm like, you have like what I was doing in NIT Kurukshetra, I was also like, yeah, you have the possibility and the opportunity to interact with people from all kinds of parts of like Bombay and the rest of India. Why are you not getting to know each other? Why are you creating these cliques and like talking to each other? You know, people give you labels. You don't have to believe them. You know, and again, at this time, I don't have that understanding of gender. I don't have that understanding. I just have a little bit of experience from NIT Kurukshetra. But I just found it very irritating that, you know, that, and sad that, you know, that there are all of these human-made ideas of who should be talking to whom. People in the same class circles should stay with each other. Same like interests should stay with each other. In fact, all my learning and my closest friend, my wife is from Assam. I would never have, till I was in Bahrain, I did not know, I'll be as honest in saying, I did not even know where Assam was on the map of India. And now I'm married to a one girl from Assam because of NIT Kurukshetra. My closest friend is from, a small village in near Chennai in Tamil Nadu. And he's now in the US and working in Amazon. And I mean, just all kinds of friends that I've had from that time have come from all kinds of different places of, the country. It's like, it's made me richer as a person. But I just feel like, you guys are not using this opportunity. So I just said, like, for today, let's just, for 1 minute, I want you to just stop talking to each other. And for some reason they stopped, which was just like, wait, what is happening? Why have you just stopped talking? I just said, and I want you to think for a second, who are you beyond these labels that you have given yourself and what the society has given you? And then come and like talk about it. What is your story beyond these labels? मैंने बहुत casually बोला था, मैं तो ये सोचा भी नहीं था कि this is a big thing. And then after this 1 minute, they all looked up. I was like, first they're quiet for 1 minute. Clearly they've introspected. So I said, who wants to talk? So one person first came up and like said something very like, well, I want to be everyone thinks like I just chill over here, but I used to be a cricketer, but then I had some injury, couldn't play, but I want to now get into sports broadcasting, that's my ambition. I was like, well, sure, that's not what I went by Louis stories, but thank you for coming and speaking up. For whatever it's worth, that boy is a sports broadcaster today. So, full marks for him. The second boy who came, he changed my life, man. Like he came and he's this lovely, lovely boy. And he happened to be gay. So he came and spoke to everyone and said, he was very openly gay. He was like someone who would, be very open and comfortable with his identity in college. So he came and said to everyone, he's like, well, you know me as someone who's like open about his sexuality and you're all like, I'm very comfortable. But what you don't know about me and the story that I have beyond this label is that every evening after college, on the way to home, I stop at a petrol pump. He has a bike. I used to go on the bike and stop at a petrol pump. And then I take out different clothes that I had changed into so that when I go home, I have to hide who I am in front of my parents. Because where my one truth is that I'm gay, the second truth is my parents and I belong to a very religious family. And in my family, it is not okay for homosexuality is not okay. And in my religion, homosexuality is not okay. So while here I get to be who I am in front of the people I love the most, I have to hide a part of me. And then he just burst into tears when he said this. And then suddenly that moment, that day, that boy changed the trajectory of my life, I think. I wouldn't be overstating that. Because immediately after that, a wave of empathy happened in that classroom. When somebody becomes vulnerable, and this is the thing about stories, right? Stories lead to other stories. Vulnerability is actually strength. If you are sharing something, it allows people to also let their guards down and share back. Human connection, human bonding, human friendships all happen because of this beautiful thing called empathy that comes after you share your stories. And this boy shared his story and everyone was like, maybe I should do it too. So then there is a girl who came up and she's already crying. She's like, everyone thinks of me as a topper and I've topped everywhere. You all know me. But I've topped in the college. I've topped in this district. I've been a school topper. But you don't know why I top. And her story is heartbreaking. She's like, when I was born, I very soon found out that my parents wanted a boy. And but they got a girl. So for some reason, my parents and especially my father has never really given me love. She's like, I grew up not knowing what love is, but then kind of started recognizing that with other students in school, they would get a lot of love from their parents when they would do well in their exams. So I was like, what if I start doing well in my exams and my I'll get love from my parents. She's like, from that time onwards and from primary school, I've been topping everywhere. I've topped school, I've topped district, I've topped college. And every time I take my report card or my marks back to my father in the hope that he says, I love you to me, but he still hasn't. And she's just in tears. And as all of us are listening and you're like, man, what is going on? And just really beautiful, powerful stories started coming out. Everybody emotionally speaking about what the world thinks of them as and who they really are. And I realize at this point, man, there is something here that, something happened that day and that evening that kind of totally, it started as like a 12 o'clock session and then it went on to like 6 o'clock, like 6 hours. We were just talking. Everybody heard everybody else. Everybody gave everybody the respect of like time and emotion and empathy and hugs. There were so many hugs that day. And I was like, man, what has happened? And then, like your WhatsApp, I think the WhatsApp group after that gets lit and there's so many like emojis and like hearts and whatnot and hugs. And I was like, there's something here, And all the people who missed it then suddenly were like, man, something happened yesterday, like everybody's talking about. And I realized that maybe there's something that I need to do with every batch. This happened by mistake, but it just made me realize the power of stories, power of empathy. And I started calling it the Kindness Project. And I said, like, this is a project, the next batch I gave from the very beginning, where here it happened by, accident. I said that at the end of the semester, I'm going to give you a project. And it's called the Kindness Project, where I will ask you to do this exercise. You have the whole semester to think about it. You can just start thinking from now. But I want you to tell me the story you have beyond the label that you have. And I'd start my class by asking how many of you want to be journalists. And like actually 4 of them would be like, I was like, great. Now all of the rest of you also have a story. Why are you here? And I want to know that story, but I will talk about it in the last class. And I said, I'd say that it's a marked project, but I'd give everybody full marks. And then every year on year, the kind of stories that came out, it became, at that time I did not know the terms for it, but it became a safe space. It became a space where I'm so proud to say a student of mine decided that he's going to come out to the world in that space because he didn't have an opportunity. And he just came. I remember he's just the sweetest boy. And he came and he's like, said a few lines about himself and what he likes and how he is as a human being, what he likes, what he doesn't like. And he ended by saying, so I just want to say that I'm a boy who has brown hair, black eyes, crooked tooth, and I have, and I like boys. And he just said something so beautiful. And everybody was like, wait, what? Did he just come out? And it was just hugs after the other. It was so beautiful. One of the most powerful, and because I want to, it's just one of my most inspiring, I think, stories that happened. One of the most powerful stories happened with this boy who came to me and said, sir, I don't know what to say in this, class because I don't have a story. Everybody has a story. मेरी कोई story नहीं है. तो मुझे नहीं पता क्या बोलना है. मैंने कहा यार. So now this boy, I'll tell you about this boy. He's like one of the brightest, smartest kids I'd met. He was so bright, Amit. He would correct me in class. He'd just be like, that's wrong, this is the right thing. And I was just like, after a point, I realized कि भाई तुम्हें मेरे से बहुत ज़्यादा पता है. So he would ask me questions and say, कि तुमने ये बोला, but 1852 ये हुआ था. मैंने कहा, भाई मुझे नहीं पता था कि I have not done, not studied history or even for that matter journalism or engineering student, but I work in HT. That's why I'm teaching you. So, but if you have something, I want you to talk about it. So why don't you come and tell like what happened? So my co-professor once is like asking me because nahi pata. I'm very comfortable with saying I don't know. So he started. So I just told him, I said, the only thing I know about you is that you're very well read. You're crazily well read. It is insane how at 2021 you know so many things about like the world. Maybe there's a reason behind it. Maybe there's a story there. I don't know. What is the story? And then his eyes just widened and he's like, oh shit, I think I know what my story is. I said, great, then come and tell it in that class. So, and I'd workshop with most of the kids, I would workshop these stories. Then I'll be like, mujhe batao kya hai? And then we'll try to get you to dig deep and say something authentic. So he said, can I tell you now? I was like, whatever you prefer. He's like, can I say it in the class directly? I said, sure. Came to the class. He's like, so his story was, he's like that I've grown up in a very misogynistic setup, very patriarchal setup. He's like, my father is a patriarch of the house, and he's so patriarchal that when there is that I have a sister and my mother, even when he's watching TV and the remote control is on the table in front of him, he will not pick it up himself. He will call my mother or my sister to come and pick it up for him. He's like, it used to be so irritating to me to see, and I used to get so angry at the way he treats me and the way he treats my mother. And there were different rules for all of us. My sister would not get to go out, I'd get to go out. My sister would not get a certain kind of money, I'd get a certain kind of money. If there's some work to be done, my sister and my mother were the ones who were being asked to do the work, whereas I wouldn't be asked to do it at all. And he's like, my anger turned into resentment. And when sometimes my father would hit me or hit any of us, there was a day where I almost hit him back. And then I realized that what am I doing? How can I do this? I'm turning into him. He's like, that realization happened and I just got very scared. And I was like, there has to be a better way of giving back to my father without getting angry like him, because that's his thing. I don't want to be that boy. So he's like, every time I would fight with him and say that, you can't do this. He would say, but this is the way the world works. This is the way the world works. लड़कियों की ये पोजीशन होती है, लड़के ये करते हैं, लड़कियां ये करती हैं, औरतों का ये काम होता है, आदमियों का ये काम होता है. Don't fight, the way the world works. So he had Google, so he went online and he's just like, is this the way the world works? And then he discovered feminism, and then he discovered feminist movements. Then he discovered communities in different parts of the world which did not have patriarchy but matriarchy. So the next time his father would get angry and say, this is the way the world works, he would hit back with a fact and say, you know what, in Northeast India, the kids take the names of their mothers, because it's not patriarchy there, it's matriarchy. So it is not the way the world works. It might work in this household, but not everywhere. And his father would suddenly be stumped. He'd be like, wait, what? The next time he'd say, like, this is the way the world works. He's like, do you know about the feminist movement over here? And this is what happened here. In Africa, there's a tribe. And he would always come back with facts. And the father would just be like, I don't know what to say to this, because he was not, getting angry back at him, but talking in like facts. And he's like, I started doing this so much that my father, instead of getting angry, would just like go away because he didn't know how to respond. And he's like, now it's reached a place where it's not that my father has suddenly become like a feminist or, is not patriarchal anymore. But when he wants the remote, he picks it himself. He's like, utna change aa gaya. He doesn't ask my mother and my sister to, get it. And I was like, man, he's like, that's my story. I'm like, insane. Like, just the fact that this boy has so many facts in him. Can you imagine the deep story behind that? And through these stories of these young people, I started recognizing that मेरी भी कोई कहानी होगी. अब मुझे जो ना, मैं रोज सोचता था, समझता था, और वो मुझे ना that man वाला funda I never could unlock. But I unlocked like why I care about films. I told you it's my father and stuff. A lot of it really. Yeah, I just struggled. I knew there was something there, but I just did not know what it was. And then it was anxiety, and then it was therapy. And actually, how I also realized it is anxiety is because my students, by the way, like one of my students had spoken about anxiety in her session. So I called her one day and said, can I meet? And you're very close, we're very thick. So I met her, for lunch or something. And I said that, so you spoke about anxiety. Just tell me like what all happens. What are the symptoms? Because she was taking therapy at that time. And then she told me like this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens. And I was like, shit, all of this happens to me. So is what I have also anxiety? And she said, maybe it is. You should get it checked and maybe you should go to a therapist. And that's where I was like, oh shit, I can't go to a therapist. I'm a man. But yeah, I mean, it's in my students. It's in the conversations that I had. It's in the stories of others that I found my own. So, and then of course, in clinical anxiety.
It's such a powerful thought and such a powerful frame. Just thinking about what your story is, like what your roommate in fact said to you, that you'll be writing on the side, and just taking that step back and forcing you to think of it in terms of stories can, at least make you self-reflect. And I was struck by this talk that you gave where there's this lovely line where you say stories unite us, labels divide us, right? And I'll link it from the show notes, of course. But this is, so particularly pertinent today because I keep saying, it's almost a cliche on my show where I quote Whitman and talk about how we contain multitudes. But the thing is that a lot of the discourse around us is so reductive, where we'll reduce people down to labels and to narratives, that so and so is ये तो liberal है, anti-national है, savarna है, ये है, वो है. Everywhere you're putting narratives of victimhood or narratives of oppression, looking at people only through that lens, and that is just offensive to reduce people to one particular thing over which they had no control, because it's often just an identity of birth. Another theme I often talk about on the show is the difference between the abstract and the concrete. I did an episode with Aanchal Malhotra, and she wrote a book on memories of partition.
I've read the book.
Yeah, and in her episode, she spoke about how while collecting material for the book, she was sitting with a family in Pakistan who had come over after partition, and they had suffered a lot. And obviously, they were just full of rage when those memories came, and they were saying, oh, Hindus are like this, Hindus are like that, Hindus are like this, Hindus are like that. But then they suddenly noticed that they're talking to a Hindu, and they said, lekin tum nahi beti, tum achhi ho. Right? And that's the difference between an abstract notion in the head and a concrete person with a story who's actually sitting in front of you. And when I think about what divides us today, it is abstract things like all these labels we pin on people, and it is abstract notions like nationalism and purity and culture and all of this crap. But what can unite us is in the concrete. Once you know somebody's story, as you've pointed out, it is difficult to hate them.
Yeah.
It is difficult because and that's one of the things that where literature and reading literature really helps, because when you live the lives of others through, getting inside their heads, it just gives you so much more empathy, and it gives you so much more insight into yourself, where you say कि मेरा भी तो story है, the strength that I am showing, ये भी किसी मजबूरी से आई है, किसी frustration से आई है, तुम इतना क्यों मुस्कुरा रहे हो, exactly that kind of thing. So, and I'll dive into the anxiety later also, because I want to do a little bit of a dive into that with you as well. But on the point of stories, your kindness project seems to me to be so powerful, because suddenly everybody in the classroom is a real person to every other person in the classroom. And that is mind-blowing, and that is what our society needs. Because today, even when we talk with friends, we are looking inside our smartphones and we are lost in the abstractions in the black mirror, but we are not actually, looking into each other's eyes and making that real human connection. And you found a device to unlock that in a particular setting, which is a particular setting of a classroom. And since then, with you, Yuva, you've, found other sort of devices like that. Tell me a little bit about your thinking on this, because the world needs more of this.
It's only in hindsight that I started recognizing why this idea of storytelling and narrative became so important. So again, one of the first things was my mother only, right? Like I told you, I joked with you, and I mean, it wasn't a joke, but I told you about the fact that when I had my first show, my mother said like, "Tu tum MBA nahi karoge." And one day, I remember like I had a very big fight with my mother, where I asked her, I said, ठीक है, अगर मैंने MBA कर लिया फिर क्या होगा? एंड शी इज़ लाइक, फिर तुम सक्सेसफुल हो जाओगे. मैंने कहा फिर क्या होगा? बिकॉज आई वाज ट्राइंग टू सी व्हाट इज दिस आइडिया इन हर हेड. लाइक फिर क्या होगा? सिर्फ फिर तुम पैसे कमाओगे, बहुत पैसे आ जाएंगे तुम्हारे पास. मैंने कहा फिर क्या होगा? फिर तुम घर खरीदोगे. फिर क्या होगा? फिर तुम गाड़ी खरीदोगे. फिर क्या होगा? फिर तुम्हारी शादी होगी. फिर क्या होगा? फिर तुम सेटल हो जाओगे. फिर क्या होगा? फिर तुम्हारे बच्चे होंगे. फिर क्या होगा? फिर बच्चों को बड़ा करोगे. फिर क्या होगा? फिर बच्चे कॉलेज जाएंगे. फिर क्या होगा? फिर क्या होना है? फिर तुम रिटायर हो जाओगे. मैंने कहा फिर क्या होगा? एंड शी इज लाइक, फिर क्या होता है? फिर तुम खुश रहोगे. एंड आई वाज लाइक, तो खुश होने के लिए मुझे रिटायर होना पड़ेगा? एंड शी इज जस्ट लाइक very honestly and earnestly was like, हाँ. I said, और अगर मुझे अभी खुश होना है फिर? And she's like, ऐसा नहीं होता. I'm like, ऐसा नहीं होता मतलब क्या होता है? I want to be happy right now. She's like, नहीं अभी नहीं होता, अभी तुम्हारी ड्यूटीज होती हैं. And it just, and again in that moment I realized, यार, not in that moment, much later I think retrospective I kind of recognized, but this is what our parents were given, duties. And that's what they thought all of us have to perform, duties. You're not living for yourself, you're living for the for the child you will birth, you're living for the partner you will have, you will live for the. How can in our country, in our society, anyone even find their story when you are constantly told that you have to live, your entire story is about somebody else? There is no such thing. And it's another such a random insight to this. Like when I'd gone on this SOTC tour with my family, there's a lot of old couples over there. And I was like, are we not? I mean, again, 17-year-old. I was like, where are the young people in this tour? Why are there so many old people, etc.? And one of them, I became close to a couple. That's the couple that actually even asked my parents. So I asked them, uncle, auntie, aap log jo na, you are like well in your 60s or whatever. How are you? Why are you doing this tour? It's just a curious question. कि क्या कर रहे हो? He's like, बेटे हमारे बच्चों की शादियां हो गई हैं, तो हमने कहा चलो अब enjoy करते थोड़ा. And I was like, and it's the same thing my mother said, right? Like, अब शादियां हो गई हैं, ड्यूटी खत्म हो गई है, सेटल कर दिया है, अब हम एंजॉय कर सकते हैं. So till then, till your 60s, you can't enjoy life. That is the idea that we are given to people. Your story is not your own. You are not allowed to think that you have, it's selfish. It's considered selfish to say that, तुम अपने बारे में सोचते हो, अरे तुम अपने बारे में कितना सोचते हो? If you're not sacrificing for your family, then you are selfish, you are self-centered, you are egoistic. तू अपने बारे में नहीं सोचता, तो सबके बारे में नहीं सोचता, सिर्फ अपने बारे में सोचता है. This is why so many people who wanted to be other things, now this is across gender, who wanted to break out of their circumstance or break out of their narratives, were just constantly told, shamed in society and shamed in family structures, saying that, you don't care about us, you only care about yourself. Whereas this idea of a Shravan Kumar, this boy who took his parents on in a pilgrimage and did it on his own, that's the ideal son that everybody should have, and the ideal daughter is the one that who finds that best a Shravan Kumar kind of a boy and then serves him. He will serve the parents, she will serve him. Who is living for themselves? Everybody is living for somebody else. The parents will live for these kids. Parents live for the kids, the boys will live for the parents, the wife has to live for the husband, then they have to live for the children. It's Chakravyuh है यार. ये तो मतलब कोई nobody is living for themselves, and that is half of society's problem. Why is everybody angry in a society? Because कोई अपने लिए कुछ करता ही नहीं है, सब दूसरों के लिए करने की कोशिश करते हैं. तुम अपने लिए करो ना. Stop worrying about what everybody else wants. Work on yourself, work on your life, and it's okay. It's not selfish. I am realizing that right now. I am saying it to you, but it took me therapy to recognize this. I was also living my entire life trying to work from. I told you what was I leading my life for? To make my mother proud. There was no other reason for the kind of madness with which I have worked in my life. I'm not fit. I'm 36 and I've not even thought of fitness as an important thing until now, when I'm just like, okay, now maybe I should think about it, because my only focus in life was work. It was just work, because I needed to make my mother proud, because she's raised me. I need to pay her back, or and in some way. And that paying her back is, in my case, was not money because of privilege, but it was in terms of pride, in terms of like getting her to have where she could go and tell somebody else that look what my son is doing, look how successful my son is. So she gets in a community to call herself like my mother, and so it's just. All of us are living these narratives for others, and nobody is actually living for themselves. And I've just found this such a terrible thing, such a tragic thing, such a sad way in which we look at our culture. I'm not saying we need to push each other away and not care about our families and communities. Of course we must, but it's okay to also care about yourself. Self-care as a concept does not exist in Indian society. People who do self-care today are called influencers, but it's not a thing that you practice. It's not a thing that you care about. Even the idea of self-care right now, Amit, when you think about it, is right now, it comes down to going to spas, or like getting a manicure pedicure, or having a pool day, or whatever, even those are commodified and capitalist ideas of what self-care is. Self-care is, actually being able to spend a Sunday without having to worry about productivity. Self-care is actually having a day only for yourself without worrying like, what will my, partner, husband, son, wife, family want to do or think of. I can't plan. It's been so tough for me to plan a solo trip because my brother lives in the US, my parents live in Bahrain, my wife obviously lives with me. But anytime I have free time, I need to find a way of dividing it with the three people. My Masi lives in Karnal. I'm close to all of them. मेरा जो भी free time होता है, I'm always like, इन चारों में से divide करना है. My therapist tells me like, where is the time that you are living for yourself? I don't know. I still don't know.
But you've solved the problem because now they will all listen to this and your Masi from Karnal will call you and say कि बेटे नहीं, you don't need to come. आप कहीं अकेले चले जाओ.
They're very sweet and they say this, It's not even about them. They're so sweet. They are all now, I'm telling you, my parents and my mother and my Masi in particular, my father he doesn't even like, when he comes and meets me also, he's on his laptop the whole time. उनको तो पता भी नहीं होता. Although again, as I said, he's trying now. But like my mom and Masi have been super supportive and, and been, of course, they also sacrifice in sending their children away, right? They say one day, like, you go away. They want you to get out of and go to a different place and study and work there, etc., etc. Even if they want, they don't ask their children now to, because sacrifices become the whole thing. You're doing it for others. So there is just tons and tons of, problems in the way we think of all of this, and it's become so difficult for us it also comes from, again, two other things, over here. One thing again is this idea of like, how we have constantly been compared growing up. Always, right? So your life is a shadow of that cousin that you're competing with. It is always about that neighbor's son or daughter that you need to beat. It is always about, in the group of people, your parents, in a group of circle of people, इनमें सबसे smart या सबसे intelligent तुम्हें होना है. So when you have these, when you are constantly, where is the empathy lacking right now? The empathy is lacking in our society because we have been forced to think about our better good for our families, not only for, so we have been pushed into individual narratives so that we can make our families proud, so we can make our systems proud. But in the pursuit of that, we are supposed to not care about the community, and that's just the paradox and irony of it all. You are constantly told that if you have to go आगे, you have to go on your own. तेरे को इसको बीट करना है, इसको डिफीट करना है, तेरे को इससे आगे निकलना है. और तुम जब आगे पहुंच जाते हो तो और पीछे कोई रह गया है, अरे तुम पीछे नहीं जा सकते. You can't go back. The fools go back. Fools are the one who stop or pause or rest, or who kind of, you have to constantly hustle. Every bit of your time has to be commodified. You have to constantly, go to the next milestone in life. And that's just the middle class overall thinking, right? And I'm not saying that right now I'm middle class at all, but I'm just saying that that's the culture that has become the middle class culture. And in that culture, you're doing all of this, so someday you can also pay back to your parents. So for the idea of but you're resenting everybody, and you're only, after a point of time, you become so conditioned and just moving forward that you're not even looking left and right. And most people ultimately also stop talking to their parents or stop like caring for their parents because they push them into these narratives. They've become so individual. They're like, why should I care about you now? While it's not true for most of the country, there's still, again, sacrifice is the large word, which is also given as a word to burden us and burden everybody with this idea that you can't do something for yourself. So you have to do for the family, but in a society you have to do it for yourself. So you're not, and that's where you chip away every sense of empathy you have for anybody else, or for that matter for yourself. And that's the largest thing. While you don't have empathy for others, you also don't have any empathy for yourself. You're not compassionate to yourself. You're not kind to yourself. You don't slow down. You don't think, where is the question about why we are doing what we are doing? That question is not asked. In education systems के अंदर यार हम लोग question पूछते हैं, over all in our country questions कोई पूछ नहीं पाता. कोई question पूछता है तो मैं चौक मार के फेंका जाता है कि जन्ना, how are you asking a question? Don't ask questions, keep your head down. बड़ों की इज्जत करो. One other thing that I have like always had this massive, why बड़ों की इज्जत करो and not सबकी इज्जत करो? I'm not saying don't respect your elders. I'm just saying, why is the saying not that सबकी इज्जत करो? It's बड़ों की इज्जत करो because of patriarchal system where, you have to respect those in power who are older to you. And the only allegiance you have is to be with the people in power. Anybody who's not in power, unko kuch bhi keh sakte ho tum, unko kuch bhi kar sakte ho, which is what we are seeing right now. Anybody who's marginalized is not respected, is not kind of given any bit of love and empathy because they bade nahi hai. And bade is not just about older in terms of experience. It's just bada इंसान. बड़ों की इज्जत करो. सबकी इज्जत करो. कभी जिंदगी में हमने बोला होता ना, if that was a society, we would be living in an empathetic, not divided, not polarized kind society. सबसे प्यार रखो. इज्जत भी क्या होता है? इज्जत क्या है? रिस्पेक्ट क्या है? रिस्पेक्ट इन सेल्फ इज why are we reducing all the emotion we need to have as a society to respect? प्यार की बात करो. सबसे प्यार करो. वो तो होता नहीं है. इज्जत करो. And particularly for young people, why is it so difficult for people to find their stories? Because you're constantly told that look at the stories of success, Amit, that are out there in the world, right? IIT में तुम लोग टॉप करते हो या फिर जो ना कोचिंग सेंटर्स में टॉप करते हो, तुम्हारी होर्डिंग लग जाती है. And that's how people identify. Look at these 4 faces, and those faces will look like they have been, all their life has been taken out of their faces. It's just miserable faces of these young people who have topped in coaching centers, and that's how you become famous. Anytime you are asked, मैं ना TEDx's, you've seen the TEDx's, I've gone and given all these TEDx's, and every TEDx के बाद ना मैं ना एक question पूछता हूँ कि जो ना, I have come to your campus now. How many people in your campus have been on this stage? They'll be like, nobody. I'm saying, are you saying that there is not a single person in your campus whose story is worthy of being told on a stage like this? Because that's not true. Every person has had a battle that they have fight to reach where they are, no matter what age it is. You can be 12, you can be 15, and you'll be fighting battles in your life. And sometimes, especially with your family and especially with your community and society, they're much bigger battle. The Gen Z and young people in today are fighting like X number of battles of identity where they know what their identity is, but they're not allowed to live it because we live in a conservative society which tells them, how dare you have an identity and not follow the identity we have for you? Because that's the narrative as parents we have, that's the narrative as society we have for you. So and every young person thinks maybe if that is, I'm sorry, I'm moving from like one thing to another, but this idea of settle for me is always like, I mean, settle is also a word we are using for stable, but it is also a word we use for compromise. And when people say settle kar lo, actually, it's not about stability, it is about compromise. कि तुमने ना अपना mission statement पूरा कर लिया, अब तुम settle हो जाओ. Settle हो जाओ मतलब after a point of time, you can have whatever idea you have of independence, but after a point of time, you have to give in, you have to compromise, and you have to be one in society. And that's called settling. I am now settled, I am one of society, and now my life is the same life that society and culture and patriarchy has asked me to live. And that's the story of everybody. You ultimately become a large one, like some nobody in everybody versus having like an identity of your own. And why is there so much anger? Why has there been so much toxicity against, on the internet, all of this? It is coming from a place where most of these people were always told that your identity is like, a part of a collective. So whenever a marginalized community wants to assert their identity as an individual, you're like, you can't have that. How can you have that? You don't get to have an identity today. You are not going to be able to assert your individuality when I never got to do. You're a feminist, you can't be a feminist. How can you say you're a woman when we're all supposed to be part of a collective? And a collective which cannot question, which has to settle, and which has to follow the rules given by society. How can you be, how can you say as a Muslim you require rights? Well, you can't have that right because, as a society, we have decided this is the way things are going to work. So any right in our country is not given basis the fact that हमारी दोंगे empathy खत्म हो गई because हमारी अपने लिए empathy बहुत पहले से खत्म कर दी गई थी. The day we start being compassionate to ourselves and recognizing that every one of us also had a story of an obstacle we've overcome, and give ourselves that leeway, that love, that compassion, and say, you know what, we don't have to be angry about this. In fact, we can lean into some of these things. Who said that even if you're 35, you're 40, you're 45, you can't start your life or do something that you've always wanted to do? Who said? You'll be happier right now. Do it now. If you've never done it, do it now. I've never exercised. I can get angry about like the system that forced me to do this, but I'm trying now. Failing at it, but trying. I've never cared about, I mean, so many different things. I have so many different things that at this age that I'm now trying to kind of, incorporate or inculcate and just see how it works. So what if I lost, or I won't even say lost. So what if there's a whole time of mine that I didn't do any of these things? Life is very long, yeah. You can still do it. You can still have that Sunday that you want only for yourself. You can still do whatever version of self-care you call it. Whatever it is you call self-care, you can still go for it. You don't have to constantly be burdened by and shamed and judged by society for what your life should be like and what your story should be like. It is your story. No matter what age you are, I say this to young people, but I'm also now saying that to anybody who's listening right now. It is your story. It is your narrative. You take back control. You don't have to cede that control that you may have ceded for all your life right now. And you're going to be happier for it. You're going to be less toxic. You're going to be less angry. You're going to hate the world a little less if you start being compassionate to yourself.
Really wise words, and I totally agree with you about, group rights and thinking in collectives instead of thinking as individuals and so on and so forth. And what you also say about everybody having a story is so true. But the problem is that everybody has a story, but not everybody tells it. And maybe just telling yourself your story, maybe nobody else, you don't have to share it, but just telling yourself your story can give you clarity about whether you're just living out a template, or whether, is this really what you wanted to do? Are these the paths you really wanted to go down along? And I also feel so strongly about the last thing you said, that it's never too late to start all of this. I read an episode with Kavita Rao, who's written a brilliant book on lady doctors, and I think she mentioned in that her mother has started learning the sitar at 76, wow. And in a couple of years she's really nailed it. I think of authors like one of my favorite novelists, Penelope Fitzgerald, who started writing novels in her 60s and won the Booker Prize and just wrote great books. And our mutual friend Roshan Abbas has been educating me and enlightening me on how people in our generation will live to 120 and healthy lives till 120. So he suddenly made me feel like a young buck again. So and the mention of Roshan is a good way to segue into the next thing I want to talk about, because earlier we were talking about Roshan and Varun and how kind they both are.
Yeah.
And kindness is a theme that you've spoken about a lot as well. Not just kindness to others, but kindness to yourself, and kindness perhaps as a habit that you intentionally inculcate. But so tell me a little bit about your thinking in this, because we think of many qualities in our lives. We think कि intelligent होना है, ये होना है, वो होना है. We don't often think of kindness, or if we do, we think of kindness in a context of pity, where you can feel virtuous because you are helping someone by being kind. That kind of a self-centered kindness. But you have thought much more deeply about it. So tell me a little bit about when you started thinking about it, what the spurs were, and what are the directions it took you into.
So much of my life's work has been with young people. And a lot of that was me being kind to young people in some way, or offering safe spaces to them. And a lot of that is because I didn't get it when I was growing up. I was I was bullied a lot when I was in school, because I used to write, I told you, in local magazines and newspapers, and people just for some reason associated that with narcissism, or just had this idea that I am some kind of an asshole who has opinions and gets them published. I've said it in one of my talks, but like it used to get so bad to me that, I remember that I'd be in an assembly, school assembly, and I'd be standing at the back, and I used to take part in a lot of extracurricular activities. So if I win something and my name is called, the whole school would boo. I'd just go from the back to the front, and there's like booing, boo. And I'm like a 14-year-old kid at that time, just hearing all of this and just being like, why do people need to be so unkind? right?
Sounds like Twitter, your school assembly.
Man, it was Twitter before Twitter. Like I used to have physical trolls. Forget like people used to put in. I used to write. So there was a newspaper called GDN, Gulf Daily News, that used to print letters to the editor. And after Young Times, I was also मुझे चस्का लग गया था ना कि अच्छा मेरा Young Times में publish हो रहा है, which is a young magazine. I should also do it in a newspaper. And I started writing these newspapers के अंदर letters, and very quickly like everybody in Bahrain came to know me as like this 14-year-old who writes newspapers, letters for newspapers, because they started publishing my age. So because my ID was Nikhil is cool 1986, for whatever it's worth, the first ID that I ever made. And Nikhil is cool is what I used to obviously think of myself back then. But 1986 was something that the publishers then kind of reached out and said, are you 14? And I said, yeah. And and it just kind of, they put two and two together and they started publishing the age, which they've not published for anybody else. Like, so it was just a weird thing that, they decided that they're going to publish my age, which kind of made me a target of like all kinds of people who would have other opinions to me, right? Who would just be, and my opinion at that time also, in 14, 15, I was writing about world politics. In my head, I was like, oh, I know everything. And I do admit they were stupid opinions. But whatever it is, yeah, it's a 14-year-old writing, which is also what I see right now. It's young people writing. It's okay. Allow us to be stupid. Even if my opinion wasn't fully formed, at least I had an opinion and I was trying to form one. Instead of encouraging, you are, and as I said, people were trolling on purpose, like trolling in the sense, and as I said, like, at that time, imagine the effort. Not everybody had email. Computers were a privilege. People were writing actual letters. Letters were being written and envelopes they were put in, and people would go to post offices to post them, and then somewhere a publisher would receive it, and there it would be written, Nikhil is an idiot. How dare Nikhil say this? Nikhil is so stupid. Why is a 14-year-old writing opinions? And I'm like, itna tumhare paas kahan se free time hai?
That's very committed trolls.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So I'm saying I've seen that when I was so young, and then because of me, brother started getting bullied. People started coming. My younger brother, people started hitting him in school, because अच्छा तू निखिल का भाई है थप्पड़. Yeah, I was like, this is so. I remember one day I was playing cricket and somebody came and threw a ball on me. When I was bowling, I was like, who's thrown this ball? And turns out it was not a ball, it was a stone. There suddenly more rocks came and thrown on me, and people were screaming, Nikhil Taneja, age 14, you're an asshole. I'm like, ऐसा मैंने कर क्या दिया है? मुझे तो पता भी नहीं ऐसा मैंने क्या किया. जो ना मैंने सिर्फ opinion लिखे हैं. Why is that such a, and whatever that opinion may be, whatever you may think of me beyond that, as a pompous narcissist who's writing this opinion, why would you hate me so much? I just didn't get it. Why is there so much unkindness? And I decided after 10th, this happened in 9th and 10th, and 10th, at the end of 10th, I decided that I'm going to leave Bahrain. I'm going to go to India and I'm going to do my further studies.
But what was your answer to that rhetorical question? Why do they hate me?
I'll tell you that. I'll come to that.
Okay, sorry.
So I decided to leave India. I leave Bahrain and came to India. Tried to get into DPS. DPS rejected me, saying your marks not being enough. And then I got an admission in Mayo College, Ajmer. And they were really like, they had seen my work that I had done. Young Times immediately in the interview round only said, you're going to be the editor of our, I was like, cool, this is a place that gives me respect. Yahan to mujhe sab milega, वगैरह वगैरह. But I remember admission ho gaya, sab acha ho gaya. Next morning, my parents are going back from Ajmer to Karnal and then to Bahrain. And in the night, this is one of those things, that kind of happens where I just prayed to God the first time. I was like, I don't know. I know I've got an admission. But I started really feeling like as if I'm running away from my, I was like, is this going to be my story? Is my story going to be of the boy who ran away because he was hated upon? That cannot be my story. And I was trading in 2 years more with my mother, with my family, with my brother because of getting bullied. I was like, and then it was too late because I had just got an admission. My parents had paid the advance and whatnot. मैं रात को ऐसे pray किया भगवान को. मैंने कहा, I don't know what happens, but tomorrow I just want to go back with my parents. I didn't have the courage to tell them. But I prayed to God, kuch kar do. And next morning, I don't know, this is one of the places where you believe the universe actually listens or whatever. Because next morning, my parents had a conversation with the dean, and the dean, for whatever reasons, I don't know if there's anyone from Mayo College Ajmer listen to this, just scared the shit out of my parents as if like this is going to be jail. They said like, he said things like, your kid is overweight, he's going to get bullied a lot, and a lot of kids have also tried to like harm themselves, just tell him not to harm himself, because that's okay. It happens. It's a boys' school. He's gonna get used to it. It's like, what? They're like, obviously he has a mobile phone. He has good shoes. It might also get stolen, but that's also okay. Don't worry about it. He will get to call for 30 minutes, and sometimes when boys also to play pranks, they make sure that you are not able to call for that 30 minutes in a week, not in a day. So if you don't hear from him in 2-3 weeks, that's okay. My mother was scared. Like, what are you? Is this jail or is this a school? He's like, no, at the end of it, you'll be disciplined and he'll be a gentleman, but like, this is how his life is going to be here. You get used to it. He'll get beaten up, he'll get bullied, people will steal his things. We will, the PT instructors will make him thin in the next 3-4 months, so don't worry about that. But you're putting in the commitment is 2 years later, he's going to be a gentleman. And my parents are like, bro, ye kya chal raha hai? And they just had like, they talked to each other immediately afterwards, and they looked at me and I was like acting innocent as if like, oh cool, I have no problem. And then my mother just told my father, I don't think we should make him stay. And then they asked me, what do you think? Will you be comfortable going back? I said, yeah, actually, I don't mind, And I was like, sure. And then my parents just that day I was like, dude, what is this miracle that has happened? 6 months I had to homeschool. And at the end of 6 months, I went back for my second semester, 11th standard. I had taken science at that time. So I went back, and I remember the first day back in the bus, I was very nervous after I had gone with all the hate, and so many people hated me. And I went, and the school was fine. Everything, nobody like even remembered or bothered or whatever it is. Everybody was being nice to me. And then I kind of like, one of my first epiphanies at that time was, I get it. I'm in science, and the thing about science students is they hate themselves so much. They don't have the time to hate anybody else. And it's all the people who used to hate me have gone to commerce. So I was like, I'm in science now. I'm like, no one cares. सब अपनी life में दुखी हैं. मेरे पास तो कोई सोच भी नहीं था. Until one day, I was in a bus, and this science friend of mine who had just made friends with recently, just kind of spoke to me and said, so you were here and then 6 months you're not here. Like, what happened? Where do you go? And now ऐसा होता है ना कि कभी you're waiting for someone to ask you a question that you can like offload on. So the bus took 1.5 hours to get. 1 hour it would take from our school to our home. I said, 1 घंटा चल बैठ बताता हूँ तेरे को. So I offloaded fully. I said, this is what happened. I got bullied. Some threw stones at me. This, that. And now then I decided to come back, and now I'm here. Now he heard the whole thing, and then this boy is just like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, why are you sorry? It's not like you've done something. And I laughed out loud. And then this guy just looks at me and says, actually, I have. I'm like, what have you done? And then he says, well, out of the many letters that were written against you, I had written a bunch of them. And I'm really confused. I'm like, first of all, I was like, you're from science. How could you do this, Gaddar? So first my thing was, this is a science student. Ye kaise kar sakta hai? But my second thing was like, you didn't know me. I have just come to know you. Why would you hate me when you didn't know me? And then his answer was actually that only. Well, I hated you because I didn't know you. And I'm like, I heard this. And again, the thoughts in my head at this point, I'm trying to process what has happened. And in my head, I'm like, I have lost 6 months of my life. I homeschooled in Karnal. Okay, so stayed away from my parents because Bharan में होता नहीं था homeschooling. तो मैंने 6 महीने मैंने coaching ली थी Karnal के अंदर. I stayed away from my parents for 6 months. We spent all of this money going to India, Ajmer, coming back. My brother got bullied. I got bullied. Mental health. I didn't know what mental health was, but I know that I was obviously hurting. And after all of this boy is just saying, I hated you because I didn't know you, and he was saying, I'm sorry. So in my head, I wanted to punch him. That was the first thing I wanted to do. I was like, fuck you for saying that. Yeah? You think sorry is going to cut it. But somehow or the other, again, this is just an incident that has just stayed with me so much, because in that moment, I had the greatest epiphany of my life, which is what I've also said in those talks, that I realized that this boy, after he came to know my story, he kind of had empathy for me. And just somewhere I connected that, well, so if you know someone's story, you can't hate them. If you know someone's story, you can't misunderstand them. If you know someone's story, you can't be angry at them. If you know someone's story, you can't reduce them to labels, which is what this boy had done to me, right? And I asked him further, then why did you do it? You didn't know me. He's like, well, I just had an assumption. After I read your articles. I thought you were like this narcissist, this, pompous asshole, as I said. I was like, because you used to write 14 years old. I was like, why do you need to tell your age? Why do you need to tell everybody, show off that you are 14? I was like, वो खुद publish किया था उन्होंने, मैंने तो बोला भी नहीं था उनको publish करने को. And on that basis of that, you thought that I deserved hate. And he's just like, I'm sorry, man. I mean, I've come to know you. You're a really nice guy. Now that I know you, I really wanted to say sorry. So just the fact at that time that this boy actually decided, he could have never told me. But the fact that he decided to tell me and apologize to me, just in that moment, I think my understanding of kindness happened. That, stories bring empathy. Stories make you kind. If you share with each other, there is no chance that you can hate each other, and that kindness it was, again, as I said, for whatever reasons from childhood, I was always like, I'm going to be the opposite of what has hurt me. I'm going to be the opposite of what has pained me. So if I got bullied, I'm going to be kinder to everybody around me. If I got hate, I'm going to give as much love as possible. If there are people who have looked down on me, I'm not going to judge anybody, and in my early years in my job, even when I was at MTV, I was the youngest person in almost every team at that time, and it was very hard, people would, I told you I was making a show at 24, 25. Now they gave me the title of producer at 25, created by 25, and said that you make it now, you do it on your own. I had never done this. I said, like, I need help. And then they got help for me. But the help that came were people who were just like, if I would tell them that, okay, this is what I want to do. Like, you're 24, what do you know? We have spent 15 years in the industry, you don't tell us what to do. So I would see the show that I had written, that they'd asked me to produce or asked me to lead. I'm supposed to be the boss of that show, the creator of that show, the showrunner of that show. But at every situation between the ages of 24 to 26, it took 2 years for the show to kind of be back and forth be made. And at the end of it, I'd become like a really angry version of myself, because anytime I would try to put my point of view, people would just say, shut up, you are too young to have a say. And again, I went through anxiety again at that time without realizing what it is. I was really angry. I was really unhappy. And then and at the end of it, again, I got the opportunity to make these 6 films. And now that I decided that, now if I'm going to work in any situation, I'm only going to work with good people if I can. And I'm only going to be kind. Whatever anybody has given to me, I'm going to be the opposite of that. And every time I tried that, it was just absolutely amazing as an experience. I'm like, हम लोग film बना रहे हैं, हम लोग content बना रहे हैं. We have come away, we have already fought all of these battles to kind of get here. And now why are we making this medium also toxic? Yeah? Just be nice to each other. How difficult is that? It just became like one of the most important tenets for me, that, kindness, there is no. And I just don't buy into this idea that you have to be an asshole to be successful. And I was always like, I'm going to prove it no matter what happens. I'm going to be kind, I'm going to be empathetic, and I'm going to be successful. Ab tum batao kya karoge? I will, you say that I can't, and Yuva is a for-profit. It's not a non-profit. We work on like social impact. But I wanted to say, I was like, I'm going to make something on social impact. You tell that, social impact की चीज़ों के जन लोग ना look down करते हैं, NGO को का vibe बोलते हैं. Like when I first started talking about it, people looked down as if NGOs are bad things. Like, NGOs are saving the world out there, but अच्छा तुम लोग NGO start कर रहे हो क्या? अच्छा NGO करोगे तो there's nothing we can do with you. I'm like, first of all, NGOs are not bad. Second of all, why are you looking down on anything that has to do with social impact? Who says that it is going to be the most boring? We have the most vibrant 26 people, all the average of 25, the most vibrant office. Till 7:30 people work. Weekends we have off. Saturday, Sunday we don't work. We have work-life balance. And we're a team of 26 people, and we're hitting like X number of crores of revenues every year now.
You even take weekdays off, like you've been here all day. It's a Wednesday.
Exactly. It's a Wednesday. I'm able to do this, and it is because it's possible. It is possible. You can be kind. You can have a culture of like people supporting each other. And in fact, it is going to work a lot better for you than any other culture. People always are looking to, we are no person is an island, right? Like we are here to make social bonds. Then why the unkindness? why do we have to be so hateful and so negative? And try the other thing. And it is hard. I'm not saying kindness is not hard. In many situations, it is hard. But I have found that when you persevere through those hard situations, now on the other side is just enormous amount of love. When you persevere through the struggle, through the anger, through the hate, there is nothing but love, compassion, happiness, hugs, empathy, all kinds of good things. It is hard initially, absolutely. But if not us, then who? If not now, then when? It's as simple as that.
In a beautiful talk you gave on this subject, you also spoke about how the internet can have the opposite effect. Like you've got this great line, the more connected we get, the more disconnected we get. And you also pointed out how the meanest person on the internet gets the most retweets. The snarkiest person on the internet gets the most likes. Stop quote. And that's exactly what happens, because typically what we see on social media is that you're online, you want a sense of community and belonging. The easiest place to get it is you join an ideological tribe. Incentives are you want to raise your status within that tribe. Easiest way to do so is attack people on the other side. Never engage with argument, just attack. Attack people on your own side for not being pure enough. And it just becomes so incredibly ugly and toxic and the opposite of kind. And in a sense, it's not necessarily their fault. Like sometimes I think that the internet empowers the worst people, but other times I think that there's no one called the worst people. Everybody contains multitudes. These are incentives towards bad behavior. So just thinking aloud, like what incentives could be there towards kindness instead?
I'm gonna now tell you like a little. Well, of course, I've held this opinion for a while, but they solidified after the Yuva Roadshow. So the Yuva Roadshow, just for context, is I kind of went and you mentioned this, right? So when I started Yuva, and this is after my sabbatical, my 6-month thing that I took off after YRF, where I was just like, okay, I need to find out what my story is. And at that point of time, I knew that, I wanted to work with young people because that was my safe space, honestly, working with students, beautiful. And my skill set and my understanding is my passion is storytelling and skill. A skill is also that. How do I bring together my care and, for young people, my passion of like storytelling and empathy and my skill set of, media and entertainment, and bring it all together? And Yuva really was born out of that. With the two intents. One was, can we make important things interesting for young people? That's like our core, goal. And the second thing is, how can we make young people feel less alone? Which is my hypothesis. After my kindness project, I realized every young person has a lot to say, but there's very few people willing to listen. Every young person has so much inside of that. The kind of stories I've heard during the kindness project, about attempted suicide, about domestic violence, and not just negative, like, the really positive stories. Someone who's, overcome drug addiction, someone who's, and every story, in fact, would end up with hope, So I saw that there is a generation of young people that's lonely. And I want to go a little bit deeper into the loneliness, actually, just for a second before I go into the roadshow. When we were growing up, with all of us, every generation, I think before this current generation, grew up in a time where we were told, as I said, we've discussed that, there's stories that were given to us, structures that were given to us, and we believed these structures. Because what else would we do? What is the reason for us to not believe? Even if we had an inkling that these structures don't work for us, we just didn't know better, right? There was, you were a certain community, your identity was your, me, my people, my community, my gender, whatever it is, and just structures that you were told ki isi ke andar rehna hai. There is only straight as a sexuality, there is only your religion as a religion that's important and then means everything to you. There is you can only marry this kind of a person, you can only study in a certain kind of a course. You have to, and certain milestones that you have to achieve, after which you settle and whatever, right? Those were the communities that everyone, without having a choice, and found themselves. Now the tough part about that was these communities were always unhappy in some ways, purely because, not everybody was leading a narrative that was given to them. But at the same time, they were communities. So you still had that, bubble, and that, where you can, if soft landing was there, even if you fell, there was people to catch you. Now, what the internet did, was first and foremost, and for this generation, let me come to this generation, first and foremost, because of, you know, if for me as a millennial growing up, I did not know I'm trying to find my identity in a world before the internet and a world post the internet. Before the internet, I've told कि जना यही जिंदगी है, and after the internet, I just go and Google and I've just been told यार जिंदगी ऐसी नहीं है, बहुत तरीकों से जिंदगी जी जा सकती है. First, I have to choose. What do I believe more? Do I believe what my parents told me and my society told me, or do I have to believe the internet? And then lots of people have made different choices. I chose to believe that the internet, I chose to be somewhere in the middle, that my parents also half right and the internet also has the other half. But there are choices. I believed in like pre-internet Karan Johar. Karan Johar once said, in कुछ कुछ होता है, हम एक बार जीते हैं, एक बार मरते हैं, शादी भी एक बार होती है, प्यार भी एक बार होता है. मैंने मान लिया था. मेरी जिंदगी में यही था, एक बार जिएंगे, एक बार मरेंगे, एक बार शादी करेंगे, एक बार प्यार करेंगे. I had one girlfriend in college. If she wouldn't have left me, I would have married her. Then in college, I made another girlfriend, and she's now with me for 16 years. We've been together since 16 years because I genuinely believed that. Now, at some point in time, Tinder happened, and then like a lot of people who may be married. I mean, I have already gotten married when dating happened, but I'm saying for a lot of people, it would have been just become a choice. Now, I could have been with a partner for 8 years, not married, and suddenly I get this plethora of options and all these choices that I have. And now with these choices, I have to choose. Now, do I want to ek bar ji, ek bar mar, or do you want to, now with all of these options available, do I want to swipe right constantly? I choose and say, ki yaar, this is my life. I understand why these options exist. I understand they can be helpful, but I have made my decision. I love this person and I'm going to stay with this person, and I don't want to look out or do anything. My choice that I've made. But with Gen Z, there are multitudes of choices that you get at a very early age. So what that also means is, good thing wise, you can choose an identity immediately. There are 20 identities and you're just like, you know what? My parents say straight, but I have Googled and there's LGBTQ and I think I belong there and that's a community for me and I'm going to belong to that community. Parents might say that you have to only become an engineer, and then you say, you know what, I've seen a YouTuber becoming very successful. So okay, let them say what they want to. Maybe I negotiate a little bit and I will on the side start YouTubing, becoming a YouTuber, putting up vlogs, etc. And suddenly if I hit 1 million and go and tell, look at the money I'm making, that's 100 times more an engineer will get in their first job. So then my parents won't say anything. So suddenly all of these choices given power, suddenly all of these choices given like, a lot of, but at the same time on the other end of it, these choices have also been it's become a paralysis when you have too much choice. If you choose one person with a dating app, swipe right, you matched. Suddenly you have another choice of another, while the first sign of a problem in your relationship in that person, in your back of your head, you are like, but I have more choices. I can swipe right again. So where I have in 16 years had thousands of ups and downs in my own relationship with the one person that I've been in, there are thousands of relationships that, 1 day, 2 day, or whatever, I'm just as an example exaggerating, but thousands of options of relationships that you have. You can have different bad days with different people, but you are not going to stick to anyone because there's always another option. And then if you choose somebody, it's a choice that you maybe make after like 20 failures and you're just like, yaar, I have to choose somebody and whatever. And then maybe again, you settle for a different reason now. So choice has been a really tough thing. Finding an identity and finding communities for that identity has been a little bit of an obstacle, because again, internet gives you this identity, but in your offline world, your parents are telling you this identity doesn't work. If you want to be whatever, even let's talk about feminism only. Let's talk about a girl who now knows that when her mother says that I want you to cook, and the girl says, well, I'm not going to cook as I said, I think everyone should learn to cook. Yeah. But if she says I don't want to cook because you cook, and I don't want to be the idea of stereotype of a woman, and I don't want to cook because I have to feed it to my husband, so I don't want to learn right now, you can't say this, okay? Now the mother will get angry. कि मुझे तो पूरी जिंदगी मेरे को करना पड़ा, तुम मेरे को ही बाकी बोलती हो, अभी भी बोलती हो मुझे खाना बना दो, बट जब मैं तुम्हें बोल रही हूँ खाना बनाने को, तुम नहीं कर रही, ये क्या फेमिनिज्म है? Why do I have to be in the kitchen and make food for you then? And the kid is like, you don't be in the kitchen, but she's like, now I don't have an option. Who's going to feed you? So now it's become those things where the parents are also getting angry at all of this. So in your offline world, you can be whatever. you can have a sense of your identity, but your families and parents will not allow you to have that not allow you to exercise that identity. The story of that boy that I told you, who is gay in public, but in private he has to be straight, because his family looks down upon that, judges him for that. So what do these kids do? They find safe spaces on the internet. They try to find communities on the internet because they're lonely, and that loneliness is eating everybody. Where there was a generation gap that always existed in every generation, in this generation it's become a communication gap because of the different vocabularies people have. My parents for whatever it's worth spoke in Hindi. Okay, she would, मतलब पंजाबी में उसकी गाली मैं समझ आती है, मैं हिंदी में बोलता हूँ. And there is one language of communication. Even anger is the same language. The language of communication for this entire generation is emojis. It is memes. It is DMs. It is internet lingo, which is, and you can say that that's just words and that's just internet culture, but that is their life. That's how they communicate with each other. When you are sad right now, and again, I'm not saying this as I'm not making fun of this, but when a young person today is sad, it's more likely that they will take a picture of themselves with tears and send it to a friend and say, I'm sad like this. Versus earlier, when I would, either call my friend and I don't know, I mean, I've cried too much. I've not done that as a man, but I'd call my friend and just talk for some time. Or I meet someone and say, I'm feeling bad, let's go for a walk. That was my way in Bahrain to kind of, if I was stressed, I'd just say, chal walk pe chalte hain. And we'd go and walk across the streets of Bahrain, and that is how we would reconnect. I'm not saying it doesn't happen right now, but it doesn't happen as much. And the way that most people communicate, even their deepest, darkest emotions or the toughest emotions they have is through this internet language. So they don't have a vocabulary to express how they're feeling because of the internet today. But anytime they would express themselves, why am I sad? Because my mother is, my parents are patriarchal and I'm not allowed to, live the life that I want to. Your parents will not understand that language. That's another language. You're talking the language of labels, which is important for you to understand and be aware of. But your parents will not understand that. You're talking to them in it's alien to them. So when this divide keeps getting bigger, you're not able to talk to the people who are closest to you, who mean the most to you, who have raised you and given you love. And that's not the primary community, which was your parents, is getting more and more distant because of the internet, in good and bad ways. You look for this community online. And when you go online, you either find positive communities sometimes, or you find other communities. And when you're lonely, you just want anyone who'll accept you. And that's what's happening right now. There are people out there who recognize this, or people out there who are channelizing the loneliness in XYZ ways. And that anger and that need to find something that gives me, where I feel less lonely. And now for a lot of, again, now coming to the Yuva Roadshow, so as I said, with Yuva, when I started, one of the most important things I wanted to do was create a platform that listens to young people. And when we were listening to, and I said this before and I'll say this again, that, I didn't want to be a company that sits in Bombay and says, we listen to young people because I have taught 8 people in whatever, X number of 100 people in Jai Hind College. I can't say I represent India. I'm calling it Yuva. I'm calling it a Hindi name. I'm calling it and Yuva was named because, Yuva has pretty much been co-opted as an angry word by most political parties, Yuva Sena and, fist and whatnot. And I wanted to say that Yuva can also be heart, and that is what I saw in my students. And so we thought that we are not going to sit in Bombay and decide and say that we know young people. We are going to go across the country. So between 2019 and 2020, I went to over 120 colleges. I went to 35 cities. I went to IITs, IIMs, AIMS, NIFTs, NITs, all kinds of colleges, government colleges, English speaking, Hindi speaking, regional speaking colleges. And I spoke about gender, mental health and stories. And then I just created these spaces where I asked people. Now I was vulnerable with them. I said, this is my story. Now I want to hear yours. And here's what happens. I mean, it was the same kindness project, except that when kindness project, I had 6 months to earn the trust of my students for them to open up in the safe space that I have. Whereas over here, I had 1 hour, and in 1 hour, I had to say certain things for them to want to open up in front of me. And again, I was doing it, now when I look back also, sometimes I just feel like I know as a teacher that I have an understanding of young people. I think I have the empathy to be able to hear them, but I'm not a trained professional. And maybe the next time I do it, I would want a trained professional with me. And because, yeah, I just feel like maybe I should have, I didn't think of it at that time. But having said that, when my intent was always to kind of just have these people open up, because I felt like not everyone has, even therapy is a privilege. You don't have access to, everybody doesn't have access to therapy. You tell a young person, go and take therapy, where will they get, at the very least, 250 rupees for a session? And if you're doing 4 sessions, 1,000 rupees, that's not affordable for, in a month, not affordable for most Indian students. Yeah? So in that situation, where do they, if they have to express, what do they do? And my thing to them was, well, talk to each other and listen to each other. Lead with listening. Care about the stories of the people around you. But like, let's create that safe space first, and then you guys create it among yourselves, which has happened, and I'll come to that. But when you give young people a safe space, so same kind of kindness project stories, some beautiful stories. I'll love to kind of tell you one, but the larger thing that came out was, as I said, with girls, it was when given a safe space to talk about anything, they choose to talk about sexual harassment, because that's the most pervasive thing in their life. Unfortunately, that's a tragedy of our country. At the same time, as I said before, they would immediately after that story, they would talk about, well, that's the girl because of which, I am here today and I've survived, and who's been my comfort. It's a tribe, it's a sisterhood, it's the support group that girls have formed with each other. They would talk about harassment, they would talk about body issues, they would talk about everything. Like, girls are being shamed into being a certain way. You have to be fair, you have to be thin, you have to whatever, right? Fit into an ideal for a boy that you will ultimately marry. But there are other girls who are helping them cope with this, and that's how they survive, right? With boys, which I initially found shocking, but now not unsurprising, the biggest thing they would talk about when given a free space and a safe space was loneliness. Boys in engineering colleges, non-engineering colleges coming up in among 150 students and talking about how depressed they are. AIMS के अंदर doctors, boys coming up, which scared the hell out of me. Young boys coming up and saying कि मुझे डॉक्टर नहीं बनना था, but मेरी फैमिली ने मुझे फोर्स किया, अब मैं यहाँ आ गया हूँ. But every day I'm depressed. I don't want to do this, but I will have to, because my parents are doctors, their parents are doctors, so now I have to be one. And I'm hearing this across. I don't know who to talk to. I feel sad, but when I tell it to my friends, they judge me. They make fun of me. They say, "Tu ladki hai kya?" Or if I told, there's a boy who said, in one of the cities, said that, well, I had a girlfriend who dumped me because I used to cry. And she said, I want a man. I don't want like someone like you who's crybaby. There's a boy who spoke about the fact that, well, I don't want to objectify women, but I have a group where they all do it. And then the moment I speak about this, they say that then you fuck off from this group. And then I ultimately did fuck off and I lost my friends. And I don't know now, what do I do? My moral is intact, but I've lost my friends. So there is, and so many boys, the thing that in 2019, especially in the second Roadshow, I did 2. In the second Roadshow, the thing that just kind of took me by surprise was the number of young people and young boys who would come up to me to ask for a hug. So many boys would come up to me and just say, "Can I have a hug?" And then when I'd ask them, "Sure," I say, "Sure," and give them a hug. And then say, "Why did you ask?" Their answer was, "Well, I have never got one. My parents have never given me a hug. No one has said I love you to me in my life before. I don't know where to find, love or acceptance." These were the answers that I was getting. And that's what's happening offline. Now, these same people, and this is where I will tell you, over the next 2 years when I followed back a lot of these kids. I saw that a bunch of the boys that I spoke to who were lonely were moving towards anti-feminist and right-wing groups on the internet, especially with all the protests that happened, etc., etc. They started commenting on, like, I remember this one really, like, I wrote a post about like this fake news organization on Instagram, and there's one boy who used to follow me and who I met in, I think, Gujarat or somewhere, I don't know, Maharashtra only, I think, somewhere. Very sweet kid. We had a really heart-to-heart, told about loneliness, gave a hug, etc. At the end of this, to talk against me in the group, so the fake news organization wrote against me and said like this guy is an idiot or whatever it is. And this guy who I was still following wrote on that post saying that, well, this guy Nikhil is a snake, and when he came to my college I thought as much, but I didn't say it at that time. I'm like, you were in front of me like crying and asking me for again, this is what you are saying on the internet. Now I of course did not say screw you or like I don't whatever, but I was just, this is what's happening. These kids are lonely. There is no way to address their loneliness. There is no safe space created for them. And in the worst impulses, especially when they don't have anywhere to go to and anywhere to fit in, they are finding these identities. And that's what's happening to the world. You've been constantly asked, you're so lonely because there are narratives that you have to follow. When you try to fight those narratives, you're pushed back in against a wall. So with the internet, at least you don't have to worry about finding someone offline, because you're like, ठीक है, offline मुझे community नहीं मिल रही, मुझे नहीं चाहिए तुम्हारी community. But online, I'm going to find the folks who give me that who give me the respect of being heard. Whatever I may say. And a lot of these communities are just angry communities. There is someone who's very close to me, very, very close to me, who I have lost. In fact, I made a film called Tasalli Se, on this, but who I think I've lost to, someone who I was very close to, who's blocked me on all platforms because he said you've become too liberal. Because this kid he's my age, but he's gone the other way, and he's just constantly sharing hateful posts. And when I kind of commented and said, why are you doing this? And just after a point, he blocked me. He said like, stop your liberal bullshit. And I'm like, man, I was just asking you why you're being so hateful. But I know his background, and I know he's been lonely all his life. He's been a single child. He's never fit in. He had a lot of problems growing up, and in different ways. A lot of issues, which I don't want to get into. But I know that this guy never fit in anywhere. And now he's found a community. He's friends with a lot of the right-wing, influencer people. He's in a very big position right now. And he's friends with a lot of these people. I see him following them, they following him back. But he's found a community that now gives him that respect, which is what everybody in our country is ultimately looking for. बड़ों की इज्जत करो. मैं बड़ा कैसे बनूंगा? By joining the biggest, most loud, most vocal, most angry community online. And social media has incentivized this, because, and there's this book that I was telling you about, Chaos Machine, that I'm reading right now. It's just a Max Fisher, one fascinating book about how it's like the movie Social Dilemma, but like a book, but much worse and much more detailed. And he's given like a reportage of how social media systems in trying to maximize their profits created self coding algorithms, AI algorithms, that ultimately started pushing people to extremes. I used to be very active on Twitter. I've stopped being very active. I stopped giving my opinions. I used to give a lot of opinions, a lot of threads. A lot of people on Twitter know me through my thread. I don't do it anymore because I realized that I was also just honestly only seeing negativity everywhere. Ever since I've stopped doing that, and I've started like retweeting like wholesome stuff, started retweeting movie stuff. The only suggestions that I get now are all related to stuff which is fun and passion. But the moment I was talking about opinion, my opinion would be about empathy. But the suggested posts, the suggested people are all angry. Because that is the thing, that emotional responses are what the algorithms figured are the way to get people to retweet or share or stay there for the longest time. And the algorithms have now pulled our world in different directions, where even if, and there was this incredible, one of the big parts of the book, which is just incredible as an learning was, so these researchers did this whole study, a bunch of researchers on YouTube, where they did this study, where they said like, if I just start a trending YouTube पे ना एक trending video को click करता हूँ and then just let it autoplay, how many videos before I get a conspiracy video or an extremist video? And the answer was 5. After 5 autoplay videos, even if you're if you have scrubbed clean, you are on a new YouTube channel, you have just seen a trending YouTube video, it's the sixth video is an extremist or conspiracy video. And after that, every video is which you dive deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into conspiracy. And when you've created AIs and you've created, not man-made platforms and people have figured this, Amit, you know this, having spent so much of your time online. All the people who are opinion generators and on the internet, they figured it. How is giving an opinion your entire identity? And how is that every opinion, you have an opinion on every topic in the world, and every time you have something nasty to say about it? Because that is how you get engagement. That is how you get more views. That is how you stay relevant. And that becomes your identity. तुम्हें और कहीं बड़ा नहीं बन रहे. One of this, I had gone to such a random thing. I had gone to the Partition Museum in Amritsar. It's a deeply like emotional place. Again, as someone whose family's shifted in the partition, I was always like, what are my roots? And that's also maybe one of the reasons my misfit thing has always been there. But I was shocked to see that 2 or 3 of the gifts to that museum came from the nastiest, angriest people on Twitter. I'm not going to name them, but like everyone knows them. And the moment you go there, you are just like, it's almost 2 and 2 together. It's almost like, oh, now I get why she's so, I've said it's a woman, but now you get why this person is so angry all the time, especially against marginalized folks, because there's clearly there's a letter there. There is all the things that were robbed of this person during the partition from their grandparents, and that's generational hate that she's carried through it now. So you see that starting point, and now you see what it has become. But earlier, where for the longest time this person wasn't speaking about it, the moment the internet started incentivizing this, everyone says that we were always like this, we were always all hateful. I don't agree. I disagree very strongly. We are not even realizing how we are being gamed by online systems. When you go offline and you meet the same people in offline settings, you can have the absolute and this happened in the second roadshow for me. A lot of kids who later would troll me, I've met them offline, yaar. They are the sweetest kids who have genuine problems, and I don't hold it against them, what their online identities have become right now. And I know when I go back and meet them the next time, they are still going to be nice and kind to me. But on the internet, they're incentivized to be, assholes, because, the moment you do that, there are many other people who laugh, who say, ha ha ha, who might retweet. And then suddenly you realize, this is my identity. Through this, I can get more clout. Everybody, ultimately, it comes down to loneliness. We are all extremely lonely because of everything that's happening in our society, our country, our gender, our, the narratives that we have been told. And we are all trying to find ways of feeling less alone. And unfortunately, the internet and social media has incentivized anger as the way to do that, and find communities of anger that help you feel less alone. And that toxicity is now turning threatening and dividing countries, dividing families, dividing people apart. But because I have a little bit of self-awareness, I'm still going to try and not judge the person who's hating me. I'm not saying that I'm going to take that hate, because now after a lot of times, for a very long time, I was also trying to talk back. But you realize the conditioning now has gone so extreme that this talking doesn't help at all. So now I restrict people. I don't want to block them, because again, that gives them a certain satisfaction. They might come back again, because that's also incentivization. I got to this person. So instead of blocking, I might just restrict. The people might just constantly keep commenting. I don't bother on that. I might mute people. I may not, bother on that. But I don't judge them, and I don't look down on them. I just feel sad for what our communities and what our society has become right now.
So a few points I want to comment on before my next question. And one thing that strikes me that you've said, that many feminist thinkers have said on the show before, is the fact that women have the sisterhood and men have nothing equivalent of that. So if so women can show solidarity in different ways and find comfort in that, while men are essentially atomized and all alone, and so what do you do? And as far as his rudeness is concerned, like one of the things that astonishes me, and I wonder how people don't think about it a little bit more, is that you are behaving constantly in ways that you would never do offline.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Like for example, you and I could be at a party and I could say something stupid. Right? But you are not going to call 5 other people and then point to me and say that Amit just said and quote unquote and Amit is a moron and Amit is this.
Exactly.
And that's a quote tweet. It just happens all the freaking time and it just boggles my mind. I mean, I block for rudeness. So, matlab, if you've been rude to me or my friend or even a stranger, I see any rudeness, I just block. But but for the grace of the flying spaghetti monster go I, because, the incentives are like that, right?
Yeah.
And I actually believe that these are vocal minorities. That there's a silent majority out there which is not like that. We just doesn't. We stay silent because why do you want to get into trouble?
Yeah.
But which kind of stays chill, and that kind of gives me hope. But my other question to you is about something that you've said in your talks and that I want to explore one particular nuance of, which is you've pointed out that what people in Gen Z have in common, all of them pretty much, the one thing they have in common is that they're digital natives.
Correct.
But within that, there's a further nuance. They're digital natives divided into various tribes by random algorithmic choices. In the sense that you imagine a 16-year-old, ठीक है, पहली बार उसको phone मिला है. Someone sends him a video of some rabbit conspiracy theory thing. ठीक है, he watches that. अभी सारे recommendations will be based on that. Until he enters that, and that is his world, and he knows no other world. And he thinks that everyone who is like too liberal like you and me is evil. Everyone who disagrees is either ignorant or they're plotting, they're anti-national. And you, for no real fault of your own, you get trapped into these bubbles, into these echo chambers. And beyond the point, it is not as if social media intended this. You are putting algorithms out there to maximize engagement, which is rational for them. And somehow it has led us here, right? And what is your sense of this? Because you've interacted with so many young people, like you just mentioned, you interacted with people who were perfectly decent and perfectly good and good human beings with proper stories when you meet them. And 6 months later, they're part of this crazy tribe. And then that makes you wonder that, is talking possible? Are we forever going to inhabit this world full of narrative battles where we are always looking into our phone and fighting with someone and giving into the ugliness? Or have you also seen signs of movement the other way? That talking can help, that interacting in the concrete can help?
This is a great question for me to talk about a few stories from the Roadshow. And I'll tell you how stories have... So there's... And I'm sure that he's also going to listen to this podcast because he listens to everything that I kind of speak on. So there's this kid I met in a college in Gujarat on day one of... This was the day one of the Roadshow. Okay, so we've not had anything. I spoke about labels. I spoke about storytelling. And it was one of those times where, so it was the first college and like just things had gone amiss in the communication. First ever roadshow. Yuva has 0 followers on Instagram at this point. Our idea was on the roadshow we will start Instagram and get people to follow us. So no one knows what this is. People don't have that context of me also. But whatever, I go and because of one miscommunication, no one turns up in the first college. It's just like 5 or 6 kids who stay back to be like, chalo theek hai, the committee that was supposed to have other people. So they're like, wo to chale gaye, but we will listen to you, 6 people. So I said, ठीक है, 6 लोग भी हैं तो मैं करूँगा इनसे बात. मैं पूरा 1 घंटा अपनी बात की. फिर मैंने बोला, now I want to hear you. And one of the boys, and this boy is like this tall kid wearing a biker jacket who starts crying. Now there is everybody looking at him and staring at him. And they're staring in almost like disbelief. It's not like... And I'm like, you're his friends, at least like give him a hug or support. I can see that they're a bit wary of doing that. So then I was like, ho kya raha hai? So I asked this kid, it's like, why are you crying? Would you like to share? And this boy says that, you are right about labels. There is a label that I have that I've given myself and the world has given me. But I want to tell I'm not that label. I am beyond that. It's like, what is this label? It's like, it's a label of a bully. And I said, okay, go on. He's like, well, I bully people. I've bullied my friends. That's why they're not coming to me, because they know I bully. I bully my juniors. But I want you to know that I'm not a bad person. I'm like, I understand, I get it, and you don't have to tell me. But like, if you know this, why do you bully? And then he said his story, and it's just a bit of a trigger warning here, that it is not something that everyone. It'll be tough some people to listen. So he tells me his story, and he tells me that about 8-9 years ago, when he was younger as a kid, he was molested by one of his father's closest friends, and because he was a boy, he was just like, how can I ever tell anybody about this? And he's like, also this is a man who was close to his father, and he just didn't want to tell, to disappoint his father or let him down. So he just kept it inside. He didn't say to anyone. And he's like, and that thing kept building in me. And I was so ashamed of what I went through and what I allowed to happen to me, that I realized that before anybody can hurt me now, I will hurt them. So I became a bully. That if you can't touch me, because much before that, I will screw you up. And I constructed an identity around that. And now that when you've told me your story, this is the first time I have ever told this to anybody. And this is something I've heard a lot in the Roadshow. This is the first time I'm saying this to you or anybody. So, I mean, I don't know what I want to do. As like, I think first of all, professional help. I spoke about therapy, spoke about professional help, counseling, etc., etc. But I said you should also at some point tell your parents whenever you're ready, because it clearly seems like you have this inside of you, And he's like, well, I'm ready now. I think I've said this now, so I feel better. I said, okay, great. Whenever you want to go and tell your parents, don't tell it. He's like, yeah, that makes sense. He's like, so can I go now? I said, you want to go and tell now? He said, yeah, can I go now? I said, yeah, man, go for it. And then I was like, can I give you a hug? He says, yeah, of course. And I gave him a hug and I said, best of luck, and just tell me, what happens at the end of this. And this is my Instagram DM, etc. In the night, I got this message from him, and this day one of the roadshow, and that's when we know that what we were doing was worth it. He sent me this beautiful message where he said that, thanks, Nikhil. I finally told my parents what I have inside for the last 8 years. And they told me the words that I've been waiting to hear from them all my life, I think. And the words were, it's not your fault. And just hearing his parents tell him that it's not his fault, it was just something that stayed with him. Now, this kid now said that I sent me a message one day later and said, I also want to tell you that when you gave me a hug the other day, that's the first time anyone's ever hugged me. No one's ever hugged me before. So I just want to say thank you for that. And I'd also said in a post after that, like, love him, love you. It's like, no one's even said that to me. It's like, so I've just never had any of this. So thank you, etc., etc. And I was just like, man, this is insane. So I kept in touch with this kid, I was curious about his life, etc. Now, this boy at this time was doing engineering in a college. And after this incident, he was so like curious about why he behaved the way he behaved. And I spoke about gender. He's like, he would keep in touch with me. He's like, I don't think I want to, now do engineering anymore. I want to find out why I was the way I was. And he's like, I want to get into sociology. I was like, okay, so he's like, what do you think I should do? I was like, you should do what your heart says. And this boy, after that, after finishing engineering on this college, in the pandemic, studied for, and got into JNU, and his whole life has gone the other way. And he's studying gender studies over there because he wants to now, figure why did he go through everything he went through. And there was a whole story about his mother and his relationship and how it changed after that, and I kept in touch with him. I'm still in touch with him. It's very, very dear to me now. And this is a boy who, so on the same night this was in a college. We did these open mics. So at Yuva with the Roadshow, so we would go to colleges and do this. And then we'd also say, okay, if somebody is afraid of in front of a student crowd, talk about your feelings. We are also doing these open mics. These open mics are storytelling open mics. They're not talent open mics. So if you have a story and there's nobody who's heard it, come and share it. It was as simple as that. So he came to a open mic that day. I'm going to tell the second story in a bit, but there's a second story of a young boy who spoke about being homosexual and bisexual and what he went through because of that.
This is Mohit.
This is yeah.
I've seen that video.
Yeah. So at the end of it, this boy goes up to Mohit and tells him, and I heard this, and I was not even like, it just happened like in my vicinity, and I was just like, what is happening? So sweet. He's like, Mohit, I just want to say that I've been homophobic before this, but after hearing your story today, I just want to have a chat with you, like over a cup of tea. I just want to hear more about your life and everything. Is it okay if we chat? And he's like, yeah, I take your number. Thank you for saying that, etc. And his like this one conversation Amit has led into this boy's entire life, turning into empathy. It's not that it's been easy. He's been very angry in the middle about what has happened, and I've chatted with him through this, etc., etc. But he put up his first Instagram post on that day ever, where he wrote a poem, and he wrote a poem about the fact that like today I had this is a beautiful day, and today because I was able to go beyond my label and find out my story, and that's the potential of storytelling. I'll tell you Mohit's story because for the people, which is a story which has also again happened over 2-3 years, and because I've kept in touch with these kids. Mohit came on the, and I can take his name because his story is also out there. So we would record these stories, ask in the open mics, we would say that if you're comfortable, we'll put it up, and we take their consent again just for everyone to know, not only on that day, but on the day we were uploading it. Before we uploaded it, we would take their consent and say, can you put the story up? Are you comfortable with that? Until they gave a go ahead, we would not put it up. And only 2 people overall in our entire roadshow have said no. Everybody has said yes. Because that's also power, I think, to be able to express, and it's a catharsis and it's a owning your story is a very important thing. So Mohit's story was, he came and said, really sweet boy, 18-year-old, came to the open mic and he was trembling, and he first started reading a poem, and the poem was about bisexuality. So in the middle of the poem, he just stops and says, I don't know if anybody caught that, but I'm bisexual, and that's a poem. So we cheered for him. He immediately said, woohoo. And Mohit was suddenly very surprised. He's like, wait, what? And he's like, nobody has ever cheered for me before. It's only been one friend, and now it's second time this. Can I please tell you all my story? And he's like, yeah, that's what we're here for. And this story, poor guy, was the fact that, at 15 or 16, his friends had found out that he's bisexual. They had told everybody else. He got flashed in school. People made fun of him. And the word of mouth reached his parents. His father thought that there's something, he needs to go to a doctor and get it checked. The mother also was not completely understanding of what has happened. And at the end of it, he's like, I just had one friend who was there for me, and that's enough sometimes. So I'm just glad that today I found this safe space where somebody else is rooted for me. Thank you for doing that. He was staying away from his parents at this time. He's like, I can't stay with them anymore because, they think I'm abnormal. Now, what has happened after this is that a few days later, we put his story on the internet, right? Now, when we put his story online and we checked with him, he said, yeah, please go for it. There was a lot of love and affection that he started receiving in his DMs. It was one of our first viral stories at Yuva. A lot of people started reaching out saying to him that, listen, you don't have to feel alone. You don't have to have a friend. We have a LGBTQ Gujarat community. Why don't you join that? And he's like, wow. And then there are people who reached out saying like, listen, I don't understand what LGBTQ is, but you're a very sweet boy. He showed me those messages. He's like, you're such a sweet kid. I'm here if I ever want to talk. He spoke about the boys who had bullied him. They reached out to him saying, I'm sorry, that this has happened. Now, what he did next is just incredible. Okay. This boy, after that, Amit, because his parents had kicked him out of his house saying, and he spoke about this. My parents would say that, log kya kahenge, right? What will society say? So they kicked him out for that reason, that you stay alone somewhere. He's like, he took a printout of all the screenshots all the DMs that he got, put them in a scrapbook, And he went back home to his parents, showed it to his mother and said, देखो लोग तो ये कह रहे हैं, अब आप क्या बोलोगे? Look at what the entire world is saying. They are supporting me. Why don't you? And he's like, at that moment, he's like, my mother held my hand for very long, went through every page of the scrapbook, and then said, I'm going to try. And then I met him later and he said, you know what? She's now moved in with me. She's supporting me. And I'm still like, my father is still not there yet. But, you know, the wonders that this one story has done to his life, you know. And he, by the way, came with a cake to Bombay to give it to us. And he wrote this beautiful letter for us saying that because of that story, my mother today is like my friend again, you know. So that's the power of it. That's the power. There's this one again, Sahil, who's become like a really dear friend now. Sweetest kid, you know, from Triple IT Chennai, you know. I had done a storytelling. So Triple IT Chennai became like somehow like one of those, you know, you have those dream sessions with 150 kids. We sat from 7 p.m. in the night to 3 a.m. in the morning. Every person spoke. I'm not joking. Every one of those 150 kids spoke that day.
Sounds like a scene in the unseen recording.
It was insane. And at the end of it, right? So one year later, I went back. Now this kid came to me, Sahil, who said that after that class, you know, and after every of these classes, there's a lot of empathy. All of these people, you know, start again, hugs, catharsis, beautiful. He's like, between the time that had happened and this time, you know, unfortunately, one of the kids, you know, he's from Maharashtra, and one of the other kids from Maharashtra had passed away because he drowned in, I think that's what it was. He drowned in a river nearby. And he's like, none of us just knew how to process this. We were all kids from Maharashtra. We used to have our own group. And then we stopped talking because we were just sad and we didn't know how to process. He's like, and then I remembered what happened in the day that we did that storytelling thing in Triple IT. And he's like, I realized that maybe we need to create a safe space. So he said that I created this club name called Marathi Mitra Mandal. And he's like, I would just tell everybody that we are part of the Marathi Mitra Mandal and we'll meet every night just to share with us, just like we've done on the Yuva Roadshow. And he's like, when I did it in that way, suddenly every night all these kids who are telling them, let's talk about what we are going through and express, who would never do it, all of these boys came and started expressing and started crying and started speaking like about what happened. And he's like, we were all able to process because of that one little thing that happened, you know. And there are so many more stories like this. So many stories like this that I've heard across this. And it's not just the stories of what has happened on the roadshow, but the stories of what has happened beyond. And the stories of like when I would go back or when I would hear from these kids again about all the wonderful, wonderful things in the way in which they have used these safe spaces, in the way that they become more empathetic, in the way that they have created safe spaces for others who have passed it on. You know, if anger begets anger, kindness begets kindness. If toxicity can grow, so can kindness. You just need to, you know, start by listening. You start by sharing. You start by creating a safe space for someone else, and someone will do the same for you. I can promise that, because that's really what I've seen, not just from the roadshow, but from everywhere else. The amount of, you know, when I spoke about my story of anxiety, you know, online, I could not have, I was so nervous. I remember like I got strength from my students, because my students would always talk about their stories. So I was like, man, maybe I should also share mine, because I've been going through anxiety over the last 10 to 11 months at that time. And all my social media posts show me as like this, like I'm happy, I'm enjoying, my life is great. How can I not? I think I owe it to my students to talk about my truth as well. So I wrote this long post, closed my eyes, published it, put it on Twitter. And then I came back, I think after 2-3 hours, and the responses were just the compassion, the love, the kindness that I received from all kinds of people who I knew, who I didn't know, on the internet, the DMs just non-stop, like, thank you for sharing, you know, I wish I could. One of my closest friends, the funniest thing that happened, one of my closest friends who I used to meet every day almost every week, we were working together on something at Yasha, who's now become one of my dearest friends. Every week we would meet. Two boys, two men, same age, same kind of like both, almost like very similar to each other in many different ways. And after he put this thing, he just came to me, he called me and he's like, I didn't know you had anxiety. I said, why? He's like, I also have anxiety. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, you've been going to a therapist. I've also been going to a therapist. He's like, but I didn't know that I could share with you. I was like, can you imagine? We've been like meeting every week for 8 months as two men who become friends with each other. And we have not been able to say to each other that we have anxiety because that's the kind of stigma. But when you share, the kind of love and empathy that happens after that. And now I become that person and we become these people. Like he just like every randomly, once a while, I get a I love you from him. That's it. Nothing else. No context. I love you. And I'll say, I love you too. Bus. And why can't men do that? I just find it like, one of the things that is on the internet that just kind of pet peeves of mine is like, always look at the way girls champion each other on Instagram comments. Yeah. You put anything, you can put a picture of a sandwich and, there are other girls would be like, yes, queen, eat this sandwich, go for it. What a beautiful, beautiful thing, blah, blah, blah. लड़के मतलब कुछ भी कर दें. They can have beautiful pictures, they can literally change the world, and there is still some other guy and one of his best friends in the comment saying, Chutiya, क्या समझता अपने आप को, किस type का गधा है, that's the, so to speak, love language. You are not, so few people, even right now as somebody who really talks a lot about, again, mental health, empathy, etc. 70% of my followers at this point are women. 80-90% of my comments are women. And I might be talking about masculinity, let me tell you that. I might write a post about masculinity and there's like 90% women talking about it. Thank you for saying this, etc. Where are the men? Why are you so afraid of talking? And it's not like they're not seeing. I know that they're seeing. I know that, because they comment on some other random things I might do. But a few of them who are comfortable with their masculinity would probably even now send hearts or whatever, but they would fit into एक poet है इसलिए वो कर रहा है. There's a writer who might be doing this. But otherwise traditionally you just don't do it. But why? It's okay. Go online and share love. Put hearts. Let people know that you love them. Let boys know you love them. Give them hugs. It's okay. The world will become far more non-toxic if we are able to put our stories out there and we're able to share it with people. Because that's what stories do. They just bring this kind of incredible wave of empathy and love that all of us need in our lives. But we need to have that courage. And I'll say one last point right now, which is that this is also the power of the internet, right? Where it can be used in all these terrible and negative ways. You can also, the incredible power of it is that you can also use it in incredibly positive ways. You can use this, if you don't have a community, start one. If you've never heard a story like yours, tell yours. If you've not found the boys or the men, who care for you, put that on the internet, and I'm sure that there'll be people out there who are also feeling the same thing. And that has happened so often with me, and I've seen it happen so often with others. I just use it to the incredible potential it has. Put your story out there, and you'll see that more often than not, there are people who will cheer for you than shut you down.
So if there are any male listeners listening to this who are stimulated or moved by this, please express it. You can tweet at us and so on. So I this has been a pet peeve of mine and something that I've realized that I've been guilty of as well. That men just don't express the way they feel, especially to other men. I recorded an episode a while back a few months back with an old friend of mine, Chandraj Chaudhary, and like conversations, it was very open and all of that. And later when my wife heard it, she was like, I didn't know you guys were so close.
Wow.
And my reply was, we didn't know that either. Right. And so it's kind of, you sort of realize that in so many ways you hold back, and the holding back just kind of hurts you. Let's talk about anxiety. One of the themes that you've spoken a lot about is mental health, and your journey towards understanding that, like you said, started with your own issues at a point in time where you are incredibly successful. Right, you are at Yash Raj. You've made 4 of the first 10 web series in India, as it were, and everything's just going so great. And then this happens, and then you kind of figure it out. And the thing is, for an earlier generation, there wouldn't even have been a way to make sense of it, right? Because people would say, "Arey, why are you depressed?" Or, cheer up, or why are you feeling this way? Sab kuch to theek hai, yoga karo. That kind of rubbish. Tell me a little bit about your journey. Specifically, you mentioned that when you spoke to that friend of yours, you met her and she told you, 1, 2, 3, 4, these are the things that have happened. What were those things, and what was it like?
So the way that I've now found, to explain anxiety to someone, and now also realize it's a little privileged, so to speak, but the easiest reference point for me was that if you've ever been on a plane, and you've had turbulence, and then your heart sinks for a second, anxiety is like that sinking feeling, but all the time. It's your heart not stopping from sinking. It is what in Hindi sometimes, we kind of say it as ghabrat, but because we don't have vocabulary for what is anxiety, so ghabrat bolte hain, which can also be nervousness. But a lot of the times when people say it, I think it is coming from a sense of your heart sinking. It is feeling too overwhelmed because you're not able to feel the emotions you want to. It is, you feel too much because you feel too little. It is, and it has a reaction to your body also. So for me, to give you, examples, anxiety had turned into a way where had turned so bad for me that if I would get up, let's assume at 7:30, and I have to get out of my house by 8:30 to get to my office, and I was living in Kandivali at that time. My office was like about an hour away or something in Andheri. So at 9:30 I have to get there, but for that my Uber needs to arrive at a certain point, and then I'll get to office at 9:30, and from 9:30 to 10 I had time for myself before the office hours started, and that was a very important time for me ki I'll organize myself and then the office work will start. So this was the routine that I had. When anxiety took over me, if my Uber instead of coming at 8:30 sometimes would just किसने cancel कर दिया, 8:40 हो गया, 8:45 हो गया, वो late आ गया, I would not be able to go to work that day, because I would, so there is a book where I think one of the Green brothers has called it thought spirals, that your thoughts start spiraling in such a huge way where I'm now in my head, I'm like, okay, now the Uber is, before the Uber has come, I just see that, okay, it's going to be late by 5 minutes. In my head, I'm like, okay, so 5 minutes it's going to be late. I'm going to not be able to reach my office because the traffic will increase. I'll reach only by 9:45. And, before I can even, get organized or whatever it is, the meetings will start. So I would actually not get time to prep for those meetings. And once the meetings start, then, I'm anyway going to be unprepared, and people will find out that I'm not good at what I do. At the end of it, they'll come and tell me, because it's been happening for so long, and I'm, and maybe it will turn into a conversation about whether I deserve this job or not, and I'll probably get fired. And this is how big you think when it comes to literally Uber getting late. And if it's going to get fired, what is the point of going? What is the point of going on this job right now? There's no point. I'd much rather stay home and just instead of facing the world, I'd much rather just sleep in my, bed today and just avoid putting myself in the situation where I'll get fired. And that's how badly that's where it goes. And it could start with just as simple as ki Uber very late, okay? Anxiety is when somebody sends a message saying hi, but doesn't say anything more than that. And you start panicking. What does this hi mean? This person has said hey before, but not hi before. Does this mean that there is some bad news? Does this mean that I've offended this person? Does this mean that there is something they want to say to me that they can't say, and until I say it back? There is just so many scenario, your head is filled with scenarios of all the terrible things that can happen to you because of this one little thing that might go wrong. And it's unbearable. I mean, it's not something that, I mean, I went the first year, I still have anxiety, but it's not clinical now. So of course, it's a spectrum also, right? So sometimes when you have an exam the night before, that's also anxiety. But that's, that'll happen on, you have a tough day at work, you have an appraisal coming up, you're tense about it. Those are all also anxieties. But then when it becomes persistent, when it becomes, relentless in many ways, and it goes on for months and days and that can sometimes be clinical. So, and it's called generalized anxiety disorder. And so I was diagnosed with that at some point. But before that, it was just for me like my just overthinking. That's what I would think of it. Why am I overthinking? But it wasn't overthinking. It was just my brain like just absolutely not pausing for breath. It would just, I was telling you about, I was going to US for that event, goalkeepers. And I was so tense because I was just like, man, my bag will not reach. It just became a thing in me that, and I've gone to, I've traveled internationally a lot. I've grown up of course, in Bahrain. So, but I just said that I'm going to, I'll take a lot of my clothes. I've, bought new clothes for this, but my bag will get misplaced. And if it gets misplaced, then I will not have anything to wear. And because I'm overweight, I will not find the right fit. So when I go to the event, I will not have clothes to wear. So people, maybe they won't let me enter because it's a black tie event or whatever it is, etc., etc. So that is I would have these conversations with my therapist, and she'd just be like, of course, she'd get me to do breathing exercises and then say, so one of the things then the exercises she'd give me was like, think of the worst that could happen. And I'd say, okay, this is the worst that could happen. It won't come and I'll have to fly back. Okay. So if that is the worst that could happen, is it really that bad? And then when you start thinking, okay, maybe it's not that bad, then you start getting a little calmer, So, there's so many different things that would work for different people, but it was unbearable for me. I would have trouble breathing. I'd have trouble getting off my bed, on certain days. I'd have what I realized later were panic attacks where just you're frozen for like 20 minutes. You feel like you're having a heart attack, and it's just your body refusing to like give you your brain refusing to give signals to your body that it's okay to get up, and because you're just like, what is the point? Everything sucks and everything is terrible, terrible, terrible. So it was I would sweat a lot. I would constantly be sweating. I was constantly be like, I am not able to, things are going to go wrong. So yeah, even now I know when I know I'm getting anxious, I know because when sweat happens, my heart would start pacing. So these were the symbols, and which a lot of my wife, Daisy, used to think that again it might have something to do with my heart, because again, she's like, you have to get it checked or whatever it is, maybe it's a cholesterol issue, whatever it is. She noticed it. I wasn't even able to notice it. When you're in it, you're not able to have that perspective. She was the first person to notice and says, I think something going on with you. Why are you so like tense all the time? Why are you sweating so much? And sweating was the thing. She's like, you should go to a doctor. When I went to a doctor about this, and she's like, you don't have, your heart is fine, you have anxiety. Like, okay, what does that mean? So first they gave pills, but I was like, okay, let me just, I also wanted to figure before I take pills, is there another alternate or whatever it is, and pills work for a lot of people. I'm someone who's wants to first see that if there's any other way, and then kind of okay with pills also. So that's when therapy was suggested to me, and then it took me, I think, 2 more months after that point to actually go to therapy, because I was like, मैं नहीं जा सकता therapy. If I'm a man, if I go to therapy, that means I have to admit that something is broken in me, and can I, I'm not comfortable with the idea that I'm broken and need to be fixed. I'm fine. So what? So many, people go through all kinds of shit. What is this? I can't overcome like this little taste. But it wasn't little. It was unbearable. It was unbearable. I literally had to quit my job, take 6 months off, leave everything, take a sabbatical in my life before I was able to feel, better. And it's only when I started working on something I cared about, Yuva, working on like mental health, and that I got a little bit of strength back. But it's hard. It's very, very hard. And there's not enough resources that, so unfortunately, Amit, we don't even have, again, as I said, we don't have a vocabulary of mental health in our country, right? In regional languages or even in Hindi, when you have depression or anxiety, what do you say? There is no colloquial terms for it. There is mansik swasth, which is mental health, but no one says तुम्हारा मानसिक स्वास्थ्य कैसा है. That's not something you talk about, right? Depression is dukh. There is no word for it in that sense, right? There are clinical terms maybe, but no colloquial terms. So when you're sad, तुम दुखी हो. But then sadness, upset, depression, spectrum, there's no way of communicating how बहुत दुखी हूँ, but it's still dukhi, right? You can be dukhi when you have a heartbreak, and you can also be dukhi when you are depressed for 6 months. But how do you compare? So, and because of that, it's been so difficult to have conversations about mental health in our homes, in our families, because your parents don't have terms for it, and they think of it as a foreign thing. हमारे यहाँ नहीं होता. It's अरे वो तो mental. The moment you hear mental, first thing people think is like psycho. The second thing is like mental hospital. Well, that is those are the. I mean, can you imagine? It's so tragic that last year, last year when Sushant Singh Rajput passed away, our country concocted a narrative of a conspiracy in his death because we were unwilling to accept that he could have died by suicide. Because how can someone successful want to do that? There has to be something nasty behind it. But Robin Williams has also done that, unfortunately. There's a lot of other folks who have spoken about it or have and attempted it and done it, because mental health can happen to anybody. Issues can happen to anybody. It does not discriminate. It doesn't matter if you are at a low in your life. It doesn't matter if you're high in your life. You can have depression. You can have anxiety. And it's okay. And you can go and get it treated. You can go to a doctor. It's the same thing that, you go to a doctor when you have a cold. Now you might go to find out whether it's a cold or it's a COVID. It could be a cold spectrum, right? In the same way, when you are having trouble with your mind, sometimes you just have to get a checkup to see that is it just, a little tension, a little stress? Is it burnout? Or is it, clinical depression, clinical anxiety? And there are ways of overcoming it. But you need to be comfortable with having the conversation first, which in our country, in our society, in our families, we are so afraid of. Anybody says it, and it's seen as like again in the Roadshow, so many kids have said that I harm myself because I told my parents I want therapy, but they're saying you're not mental, so then I need my pain to go away, so I harm myself. These are the kind of things you're hearing in this country. Yeah, it's tough, but as I said, the more we talk about it, the more normal it will be. The more normal it will be, the more unafraid we will be. There are statistics that say that mental health issues have increased. I don't think that they have increased. I think we're just talking about them more. I think they're always there. It's just that it's also how there are statistics that say that there are more, LGBTQ people in the world right now. No, they've always been there. They just have started coming out more, right? Because now it's a little bit normal to do that. And in the same way, it's a little bit normal to talk about mental health. We've always been struggling mental health. Our parents have struggled from mental health. I've seen my parents go through it. As I said, my father used to go through something which I realized my father had anxiety when I got it. All my life growing up, I used to get so angry at the way he would behave. And then I had emotional breakdowns, and I told you I can't cry. I had breakdowns where I was crying for 3-4 days. It was crying. There were times that I couldn't stop. I would want to stop, but I just couldn't. It was so bad. And then I kind of recognized that, well, my father has gone through things. And I did not know, and none of us were aware. And we were resented him for the way he was behaving. But we didn't have the instruments or the language to talk about what our parents have gone through. So many old people today are going through it. Yeah, I've in my family again. There are people who are, because they're lonely in their old age, they're going through it. But we don't talk about it, and there are very few support systems. The the mental health professionals that we have per person is it's such an abysmal number. And again, it's so still the point of entry is so expensive that I don't know. I mean, again, so I still have hope. I feel like this generation is making it normal to talk about these issues. They are putting it out there. They're making it a conversation. And through that, I think like even families now, are comfortable with. I know now some people who are older, who are in the parents' age group, who have now expressed to their children saying that, okay, I'm okay with trying it. More parents are joining it. And I think like we need to look out for not only our mental health or the mental health of younger folks, but also the mental health of our older folks. They are probably going through the toughest transition since the pandemic. Imagine having to stay alone without your children, or being able to have that love or hugs from them, not being able to touch them because of the danger that they might give you something. How tough it must have been, yeah.
And I guess, one of the common misconceptions about the subject is that the mind is something different from the body.
Yeah.
There's a ghost in the machine. And the thing is, no, the mind is part of the brain is part of the body. Shit happens. Like one of my favorite musicians, Chris Cornell, went because he started taking unrelated medication for something which caused him to be more suicidal. Thora chemical imbalance shift ho gaya, ye ho gaya, wo ho gaya. Shit happens. So you would have asked yourself at some point, what is causing this?
Yeah.
What was the what were the kind of answers that you looked at? And
so there are two aspects to this, and again, let me again start by saying that I'm not a trained professional. I only have lived experience, and I can only speak from there. But there is, of course, this one medical thinking that says it is chemical imbalance only, and then you take pills and you get better. And then there is the psychotherapy line of thought, which sometimes you do with medicines and say, it's both. But the second one is more about, well, it is societal. It is coming from, deep-seated issues that could even have started in childhood that are now acting up. So sometimes it is one or the other. Sometimes it is both again. And that's what I have been told, and that's how I have found out. I think that a lot of mental health issues today are not just because of chemical imbalance, which is one extreme, which is one in the spectrum. There is that, but that is when it's really, and sometimes it borders then on mental illness, where you do need medication to help, and that's completely okay, right? On the other hand, what depression and anxiety in a lot of people today, and these words are being thrown around a lot without full context to them, but they come from the lives we lead. This whole conversation that we have had has been about that only. I found out as I said, in my therapy, that it happened because I'm a man. Because I had burdened myself to live the story that was told to me by society to such a large extent that I started getting anxiety about, where do I even go from here? I have nothing left to do. I have ticked off all the check boxes that I was given as a young kid, as a man, to fulfill by a certain age, and I've fulfilled it. But now what? Where do I go from here? I'm already at Yashraj. I'm 30. I've become GM at Yashraj. What next? Maybe I become AVP, maybe I become president or whatever. I make more films, I make more shows. And that's it. I just keep doing that over and over again. And sometimes that's enough, right? For a lot of people. That's enough. But I was just like, I had this idea that, again, retirement के बाद खुश होते हो, एक बार milestones accomplish कर लोगे, there will be some like joy at the end of it. But there was no particular joy after making those web shows or making those things. It was a great thing, but I had put all the burden of my joy linked to my success. Because as a man, that is what I was told. You hit these milestones and that is success, and that success is equal to happiness. But I found out that to be patently false. Success and happiness have nothing to do with each other. And what is success? If success is, this idea of success is flawed. It's the stupidest idea in the world. What is success? It's so ridiculous that we have quantified success as something you achieve if you do 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. And I can tell you, any person who becomes successful is unhappy because there's always another more successful person out there that he or she then compares themselves to. And that's what it is. Once you hit a milestone, there are more milestones. Once you hit your goals, there are more goals. Once you hit a certain kind of success, there's more success. Shah Rukh Khan has had many flops, and he's Shah Rukh Khan. Amitabh Bachchan went through this entire phase where he didn't have money and he was Amitabh Bachchan. And I'm giving you 2 references from Bollywood, but I'm saying that tell me one person who's always been successful and that's it, he's made it and khatam. There's no such thing. Once you make it, it's not over. You still have to continue staying relevant, have to do more to continue being in that position. So it's a never ending cycle. It's a trap. This idea of success is a trap. And the more you chase that idea, the more you chase this thought that, once I hit these X, Y, Z milestones, then I can be happy. Then you're never going to be happy. I'm so sorry to say that, but that's just how it is. Because you're always something else. It happened with me when I was in school, when I was told that, everybody is told, right? 10th karoge to फिर set हो जाओगे, 12th karoge set हो जाओगे. But it also happens when if you're an overachiever or whatever it is, अच्छा school से top कर लिया, very good. First your parents tell you class में top करो, very good. And then class में top कर लिया, अच्छा school से top करो. Then school में top कर लिया, अच्छा अब तुम्हें district में top करना है. अब वहाँ top कर लिया, अरे but तुम India में तो ना top किया है. India में top कर लिया, अरे but where are you when it comes to Harvard and international students? Who in the world are you? There is always going to be someone you will either compare yourself with or others people will compare you with. And it'll never be enough. It will never, ever, ever be enough. And that is 99% of the issues because of which we have mental health issues in our country. Because we have this conditioned idea of what success should look like. ये designation होगा, इतने पैसे होने चाहिए, whatever it is. But none of that is success. In my opinion and in my belief system, I feel like success is being able to, live a day in which when you wake up in the morning, you're happy to do whatever the hell you're doing. That's success. It's as simple as that. You call it Monday morning, Monday blues or whatever it is. I'm not saying that you can't have them. You can have them. But you dislike your life because you've broken it into like, okay, I go to work and then I come to home and work is bad and home is good. And work के end में अगर मुझे पैसे मिल रहे हैं तब ठीक है, अगर appraisal अच्छा आ रहा है तब ठीक है. But 80% of the, is everybody is on autopilot. Just living this, hoping that, someday when I get this appraisal, when I unlock this level of my career, that's when happiness will come. But none of that is how it is going to work out. You need to be at peace with the idea that success is a notion that has been again put by a system that wants to, capitalist system that wants you to continue running on the on your hamster wheel. That is what success is. If you have a family that you love and loves about you, that loves you back, that's success also. If you have something that you love doing that you find joy in, that's success also. If and it could be anything. If you have 1 lakh rupees, but you're happy in that 1 lakh rupees, or you don't, but you're content in that 1 lakh rupees, that's success. There is no other thing. And that's also happiness. Happiness, I feel, again, in my personal opinion, I just feel like, we look for happiness in the big things, but happiness is always in the smaller things. It is in the joy of the present versus the idea of the future versus it's so hard for us to find it. And some of this again coming back to how internet, the internet today is all about what's next. You are consuming things in a way where it's unlocking that victory, what James Gunn said, right? It's like I'm now watching one reel, but this is fun, I like it, but I have to go to the next one because that can be better. Then I have to go to the next one that's better. So you have also been conditioned to think that whatever is coming next is going to be much better than the one. How do you survive in the system? How? Obviously, everybody has anxiety and depression. Everybody is going through it without even recognizing it. Because this is a system that is made to, screw with your mental health, where you are not allowed to live in the present. Imagine you're on Twitter right now and you see that, okay, there is, unfortunately a tragedy that has happened in a state. And you're seeing that video of that tragedy and you're just feeling really bad about it. And before you can think or process, the next tweet is about a film you love and a really funny visual from that film. And you're like, oh, haha. And before you can think about that or stay on that, there is someone that, who has said something which has offended you and you're just like, oh, I'm angry now. And then you see a cat video and you're like, oh, so cute. Your mind is constantly in so many different places, because at the same time, you're constantly chasing the next high that you're now conditioned. Now, where society conditioned in a larger way, it is about, after 1 year of hard work, there is going to be appraisal where you will get the money. And that's when, if you're successful, you'll be happy. If you're unsuccessful, you'll be unhappy. That was society telling us. Now, social media apps are telling us, well, in the same moment, until you go to the next video, you will not be happy because the next video has unlocked the happiness for you. So it's very tough. Yeah. I mean, I get very this is one of those areas that I get very worried about, because I feel like there is an epidemic of, mental health, problems that a country and the world at this point is going through. And we are not talking about it enough. We are not even recognizing that this is mental health. Our attention spans have gone for a toss. We are constantly chasing the next high. Love and relationships have been reduced to swipe right, swipe left. Victory and defeat has been, victory and whatever, and dopamine is about scrolling up and scrolling down. How do you deal with this system? And where are the support for this? Who's talking about it enough for us to kind of be like, okay, I'm also going through this? कोई बात ही नहीं कर रहा इसके बारे में.
See, एक चीज़ का तो मैं जवाब दे सकता हूँ कि हाउ टू अवॉइड द मंडे मॉर्निंग ब्लूज, एंड इट्स डैम इजी. कि संडे रात को आप इतना पियो कि डायरेक्ट ट्यूसडे पे उठो. Right? So Monday का सवाल ही नहीं आता. This is the best. So so there's this writer called Arthur Brooks. He's also written a book on happiness, but there's this essay of his that with a particular insight that made an impact on me, where he spoke about a study which traced the happiness of American men through their lives. And his thing was that the happiness is at its lowest point when they are in their mid to late 40s. And then it starts going up. And the reason it starts going up is that is around the time where, all their lives have been conditioned कि पैसा आएगा, success आएगा, happy होंगे. Correct. That is around the point कि पैसा आ गया, success आ गया, and then they realize that this is not happiness, and then they turn to whatever makes them happy, and then they reach their peaks later. And what you said about small joys is what I keep saying to people, in the sense that reaching middle age kind of taught me that happiness doesn't come from achieving goals. Happiness comes from just seeing what is around you and finding joy in that.
Absolutely.
Something as mundane as air conditioning, which is a miracle of modern technology. Absolutely. So I would say that at least mentally I've sorted that little bit out. I feel frustrated and angry with myself because I haven't had the discipline to do many things I want to do. But at the same time, I'm thankful every day कि अच्छा खाना मिल रहा है, कि अच्छा म्यूजिक सुन रहा हो, कि मतलब कि शावर है. I grew up in the 80s and the 90s. यार बकेट बात होता था इंडिया में. कभी सोच ही नहीं सकते थे कि एक जमाना आएगा कि रोज शावर करेंगे. I'm just saying.
I've lived 4 years in a hostel, so I'm very totally know this.
I know I probably take small joys to an extreme, because I was hanging out with a couple of friends the other day, and I told them about this awesome coffee body wash, which I'll link from the show notes. And I said it's the best shower gel I've ever used. And they were both so amused. Why could you, So that's probably taking small joys to an extreme.
No, but that's, see, you are, Amit, I think that even the air conditioning, as you said, right? Most of us not present for these moments, because our minds are always attuned to be in the future, to the next thing. How many of us are really living? And I say this about myself also. I'm not some saint or whatever it is. I've struggled with the same thing, exactly the same thing. And I have to catch myself and be like, no, I'm going to be in the present now. Especially when I'm with people I love, when I'm watching something that I really enjoy, when I'm having an experience that I've waited for. As soon as my mind starts moving to the next thing, I have to hold it back and be like, no, I have waited for this and I'm going to enjoy the hell out of it. And it could be a, great bath. I love bathtubs. Whenever I travel and I get to stay in a hotel, when there is a bathtub, I get so happy. And, earlier it was, and this is one of the things again, you start recognizing as self-care, because पहले होते थे, and I'd just be like, यार, अभी time नहीं है मेरे को, अभी ना I'm too tired, lots of work has happened, so I'll do it in the morning before going from the hotel. And then morning में you get late and you're like, अच्छा अभी नहीं कर सकते, let it be, etc, etc, and then you just miss out. And now when if I get to a hotel and there's a bathtub, मैं सब छोड़ कर वहीं आता हूँ. अब तो I am not missing this opportunity. I am going to have this warm, lovely, luxurious bath, in this whatever, bathtub in a mid-budget hotel, because it makes me happy and I know it. And that is happiness also. The happiness can be as beautiful and lovely as, spending time with the people you love, or pursuing a habit or a or a passion that you love. Nothing makes me happier than being in a writer's room and like jamming on stories. The happiest high that I have on in my work days. At the same time, I've started recognizing that even on tough days at work, sometimes happiness can be just the fact that you have someone to share it with, right? And that's also happiness. It's not about having the best day ever, but it's also it's about finding something lovely in even the tough times. And I'm not talking about toxic positivity over here. I'm just talking about the fact that we just need to be more present to be able to appreciate the lives that we are all leading here. Especially we have so much privilege. I mean, so much privilege. Constantly we should be feeling gratitude. Oh my God, thank God we have this privilege in a country where maximum number of people don't have this. So
not only should we be feeling gratitude, we should be feeling gratitude at the fact that we are feeling gratitude, that we are mindful enough. I'm kidding.
Exactly. No, but you're right. I'm telling you, this is, there are levels to this, of course, nuances to this, but Amit, you're absolutely right. We don't have this self-awareness most of the times right now, and again, so much of that really comes down to the fact that we don't question things. We are just following until I hit that 30 and then anxiety happened. And 30 also, by the way, it's a marker, right? That marker also was one of the reasons for the anxiety, that I've hit 30, and what have I done with my life?
You kids, na?
Kya bolu main abhi? So it was, and those markers, and then in the last 5-6 years, it's only now that my self-awareness has started. I'm telling you, I don't know. I mean, I'll tell you something off the record. I want to say it on the record, but I'll say something after this.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait to hear that. No, you're vegetarian, of course, but non-veg listeners may appreciate my feeling that sometimes I'll order a non-veg dish and I'll be eating it, and halfway through the dish, if you ask me, Amit, chicken kha raha hai ya mutton kha raha hai, I'll then have to look down and focus to figure that out, because I'm itna absent-minded, right? It's like, or if you might go to a really good restaurant.
As long as you're happy about it,
yeah, but it's like your mind is somewhere else, no? It's on that hedonistic treadmill, and you're like... So here's my next question about mental health, that you pointed out that to a certain extent it could be physiological in terms of chemical imbalance and all. To a certain extent it's not. That there are these roles that we are trapped in, and all the pressures we feel for that. So now, one good advice about if you have mental health issues, what should you do, is seek help, see a therapist, all that. वो तो ठीक है. But apart from that, if some of it is caused by these social pressures, by these situations, by these circumstances, what advice would you give to people listening to this to be able to mitigate that aspect of the problem?
I think acknowledgement is the first step. It's a very important step. discomfort is the first step for change. Discomfort is the first step for getting better. You have to stay in that discomfort. We are not ready to. It's not easy when your whole life you've believed in one truth to suddenly be like, अच्छा, actually कुछ और truth है. It's so difficult. Even therapy or whatever, you take any of these things, what you learn, it's not easy for you to process. You're talking about things that you really like buried deep inside. And then you just hidden them and said and repressed them and said, this is not, I'm not this. For me, Amit, it sounds like it's not a big deal. It might not be a big deal for a lot of people. But to me, to be told that my entire identity, the reason that I have so much issues in my life is because I am a man, was a slap on my face, because all my life I've tried not to be one. And when I say not to be a man, I'm talking about gender roles right now. I was like, I am not going to fit into the idea of what a man's roles in society. And I realized that I was even trying consciously to not emulate what I thought a man was supposed to be because of what I saw my father be. I was still living the narrative of a man only, and it was such a difficult thing for me to grapple with. So difficult. So it is you have to be comfortable with discomfort. You have to be okay with pain. You have to acknowledge it. You have to process it. You have to stay with it. And it's only after that can change begin. Until you recognize and are okay with it. It's okay to. It really is okay to be told that. I know it's difficult. The pain is very, very hard sometimes. But it's okay if you find something about yourself that you may not necessarily like. You don't have to be ashamed of yourself. You don't have to look down on yourself. You don't have to judge yourself. We judge others very quickly, but the most of all we judge ourselves. The most of all. There's a thing called in therapy terms negative self-talk, right? We are constantly. I didn't realize I do it. So many times my therapist has said, stop saying that about yourself. Because I'd just be like, I did this, so stupid of me. And she's like, why are you saying that? And I didn't even realize I've said that. Because in my head, I'm just like, अरे but ठीक है ना, मैंने कुछ बेवकूफ़ी की. It's like, no, you're human, you've made a mistake and it's okay. Why are you constantly, telling yourself that you're an idiot? Because you did something you think is wrong. That's the human experience. So it's okay. That's what I would say. I don't have advice. I don't believe in like the idea of like giving advice. I can share my stories. If that resonate with you, that's amazing. But yeah, I just feel like everybody has to find what works for them. That's what mental health is. There's no one glove fit all solution to mental health, right? Like for me, when I was going through anxiety, the things that started helping me was, anxiety also happens where you feel like you're losing control. So there's no, like the pandemic. Why did the pandemic make so many people anxious? Because suddenly you had lost control of you lost control of your reality. A life that you were leading till then just was taken away from you, and you were said you don't have any control anymore. The control is now, the government has control and you have to just stay in your, etc. Because that's just how it is now for we don't even know how long. And you have to cede control. It's very tough to kind of, when you constantly trying to control every truth of your life, to kind of to have that taken away. So what my therapist would tell me and what I started kind of doing was, how do you find little things in your routine that you can control? So that becomes your thing, that that I have this. Everything else might be out of my control, but this I have. So reading for me became like I really picked up reading again. And I'm so grateful to the books that I've read over the last 2.5 years, in the pandemic particularly, that in the morning I'd get up and just read. I started waking up really early and looking at, I have fortunately a view of the sunrise, live opposite RA. So I can see the sun come up from my window. So I just started waking up in the morning, and every morning I just see the sunrise. Because it was just, for me, it was like, no matter what happens with the pandemic, this is going to happen every day. This is a truth that will, no matter what, it will continue. I did not speak. I used to speak to my mother once in a week or twice in a week. At that time, I used to think of myself as that busy. Since the pandemic, I have spoken to my mother on video call every single day in the last 3 years, because I was so anxious about the fact that, they live in Bahrain and suddenly, the flights were cancelled and you didn't know when air travel was gone. And my parents were staying separately in Bahrain and I'm staying in Bombay. And I was in such a bad place. That I couldn't, for the first month of the pandemic, I'm not joking, I couldn't get off from my bed. I was just anxious so badly because I was like, what is going to happen to my parents? They are in Bahrain. I'm not there to help them. I'm not there to, quote unquote, protect them. What choices have I made in my life that have led to this moment where the world has stopped and I'm away from my parents? It was so tough for me. And then I just, thought that maybe I should just talk to my parents every day. And then I started having these video calls with her, which I'd never done video calls before. And then just seeing my mother's face every day. My father and I also became closer actually during the pandemic. Just looked at each other and my brother was in the US. All 4 of us would get on these video calls and then just there was so much, I don't know, just felt peaceful and calm just looking at each other's faces, knowing that, we're okay. And that's something we could control. We could call each other every day, look at each other's faces and feel peaceful. So walking was something that I told you, actually, that's so, I want to say this on record also. Your episodes really, I'm not joking about this. Your episodes really helped me during some tough days on the pandemic, because I did not have the will to even go for that walks because I was so in such bad shape. And then, I restarted when Prem Banekar came on your podcast and I was like, well, here's a man I admire, here's another man I admire, and they're going to be talking and it's a long conversation. Maybe this is the reason for me to get out of bed. And I remember that day I went for this really long walk and then I came back and I sat in the garden of my building, where I'd never done before, even though my building had a garden, and just never sat there. And I sat, they have a jhula, and then I just sat for the jhula until till the episode had ended. I just sat there and I was just breathed a little more, and I was like, okay, there's something to do, something to look forward to, something to break the monotony of the pandemic during that time. So you have to find what works for you, and everybody, like my wife, she also got very anxious during the pandemic, and I can say this because she's so comfortable talking about it. But she took to painting, and she's become a master painter. She started an Instagram page and she put it painting. People are like, please sell this to us. And she's like, I don't want to sell this. I'm just doing it for, it's, you're just saying anxiety journaling. She was anxiety painting. And it was just gorgeous paintings of flowers and whatnot. I'm like, how are you? What? I'm like, my pandemic is me just struggling to reach 4 pages. Your pandemic is you making this. You've turned your passion into this high art. What is going on? So it is, that was also little tough to see. Look how great you are dealing with your anxiety and look how tough it is for me. But as I said, everybody has different ways of dealing with it. And we just need to allow ourselves to find what it is that can help us the most.
Tell me a little bit about this subject that you've spoken about elsewhere, also about creativity as therapy. You mentioned that Daisy took to painting and that really helped her. And, and I've heard other people talk about how writing can be like therapy, especially people who are kind of journaling every day and all that. So, and I would imagine that it would not just be actual creativity alone that would be therapeutic, but even reading books or watching the stories of others could also help. What is your sort of experience?
So much. I've watched so many sitcoms. I finished Schitt's Creek. I think everybody has watched Schitt's Creek during the pandemic. Kim's Convenience. I went back to the office, saw Parks and Rec. I'd not seen Parks and Rec end to end. So I'd seen a lot of episodes in between. I saw all of it. For the first 6 months, I was just finishing sitcoms back because I just needed to. And it was the opposite in the beginning. In the beginning, I had to make sense of what was happening. I needed my mind to make sense of what is happening. And I'm somebody who had kind of so I'm someone who was very active on Twitter. And then when the China thing happened, I had already, my anxiety now works in a way where it is a warning to me. The moment I start getting anxious, I'm just like, okay, There is why am I getting anxious, what's going to happen, and it's almost like a prediction for me that there's something whether in my life and this in this case the world, that there's something. So I started getting anxiety after reading, like I was like why, and I started going deep into like, okay, what is this going to mean? And I knew at that time that COVID is, so I'm actually making my anxiety work for me. It's very like become very smart with it. Like I knew that COVID is going to come to India also. I realized that the way it is shaping up, it's not far away. People were like still not, theek hai, whatever. I had given my team work from home. My team was a bunch of 10 people at that time. Now we're 26, but at that time we're just 10 young people. But most of them were from different parts of the country. So because of my anxiety, because of what I was going through, I kind of told my team to go from work from home. And that also happened because the parents of those kids were also getting very anxious. I said, okay, let's just start work from home. When at a time where nobody was at that time kind of doing it. But the decision I'm really proud of is the fact that I just asked the kids who were from different parts of the country to go back to their homes. I was just like, I think the flights, I don't know when this will hit us. If it hits us and we get into lockdowns in India also, flights will stop and you will not be able to go to your homes. So I didn't go to my own home, which I then later really regretted. But I sent my kids to their homes, and I'm so glad that the anxiety worked for me in that sense. But yeah, so I feel like everybody has, a different way of dealing with it. I have found, again, as you said, reading for me was, I would get lost and I picked up fiction. So, and I was not reading fiction. I was reading a lot of non-fiction for a very long time. I also made a really stupid tweet about that. Once you start reading fiction, you can never read non-fiction. I got really trolled for it during the pandemic. Really trolled. Shiv Ramdas was the first one who said you're an idiot. Remember that very clearly. But I picked up fiction, and it just helped me get lost in the lives of others. I also, I also said, I forgot to tell about that. When the pandemic started, because I needed to make sense of it, I was like, what other event has happened in the world that was unprecedented? And my head was World War. I was like, there were people who also lived through the World War I and World War II. And while I'd seen, of course, everybody knows about it in whatever way. I knew there was a documentary on Netflix, and I was like, let me just go watch this whole documentary. So I saw a 10-hour documentary on the World Wars. And it gave me so much context in feeling better later, because what it did was it helped me understand. Well, so you think of the World War as this one event, right? But it was also from, X year to X year. It was a period of 5 to 6 years where people were living in war time. And I was just thinking that, because I need to make sense, I immediately realized that there is going to be this pandemic is not getting over in 3 weeks or 3 months. It is going to go on. So a lot of people had anxiety later when it didn't stop. I had anxiety initial to prepare for the fact that 2-3 saal chalne wala hai. And I was reading some of the top science writers, Zeynep Tufekci, this New Yorker writer, I forget his name, fantastic writer from New Yorker, who's also writing a book, just incredible, writer. So just reading their things and preparing myself, and then just needed to make sense of the world that, people have in the past also gone through historically these really troubled times, and they made it to the other side. We are also going through these troubled times. I'm sure we're going to make it. That was my way of dealing with it. Content, storytelling, filmmaking always becomes my go-to. Reading became again stories. Just getting lost in those stories became a whole thing. Journaling for me, when I started journaling, it's just a lot of negative emotion that I put out. So while it's cathartic for a lot of people to be able to let it all out, I see for me it just becomes a little bit more like, I feel like I go deeper into it. So I just, I did this one lovely thing which really helped me. I would tell my mother would also, from the Guru Granth Sahib, she kind of, read from. And I'd just say that, why don't you send me every morning a voice note? Because I really needed help. I didn't know what to do. I was like, can you send me a voice note every morning from something from the Guru Granth Sahib and just explain it in your own words? Because she does that quite a lot, So then, I have this bunch of voice notes from my mother during the pandemic for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 weeks, when a very tough time. Every morning I'd wake up, I'd see the sun, I'd hear my mother's voice note, I would read a book, and then I would feel a little bit more prepared about the day. So it's creative. I mean, again, I think that I wouldn't want to say as if it's everybody can, creativity can help everyone, because honestly I don't know. It is said that it helps everyone. I have seen it help me in my own life. I've seen it help my wife, but at the same time, not everybody needs to have that pressure of kind of being creative. If you cooking is such a thing that a lot of people took to during the pandemic to really get over the anxieties. And I'm not talking about like banana bread and or whatever, but genuinely so many friends that I know, so many men that I know were like, washing utensils became like a peaceful activity for so many of us. So many people. For me also, I just started enjoying washing dishes as just like the routine of doing it, the thing that you can control, that there's a stain, you finish it and it'll go away. It just helps with the anxiety. So it could be different things. You have to find what works for you, but of course take that advice from a trained professional. And when it comes to lived experience, it's you will always have a different experience from somebody else.
So my next question comes from this lovely piece you wrote about the pretense of being okay, right? Where you've sort of spoken about how there's a certain, it's almost as if we are role playing for the world and for ourselves, and it's a constant act and we're not even aware of it ourselves. And you speak about it, you bring up the Will Smith incident,
Yeah.
The slap at the Oscars.
Yeah.
And you quoted the writer Heidi Moore
Yeah.
about how what that actually did was it broke that fourth wall, where suddenly Will Smith is not playing a role of being himself, but he's come out of that and he's showing whatever. So even if you find it ugly and
Yeah.
rude or repulsive or whatever, he's broken that fourth wall and there is something there. And something had happened to a friend of mine about which I wrote a newsletter post also, where he was at a disco and he was at this stage of weight loss where his pants weren't exactly fitting right. So they would keep slipping and he would pull them up. So he was dancing with a girl and the pant fell down. And he was damn embarrassed. And the girl said, "Don't worry, that's happened to me also," which is possibly just a way of making him feel better. And my friend was really embarrassed about it. And I was like, you know what? This is actually a beautiful moment, because in a disco, you have that whole dance going on. Everything is so performative. Everybody's kind of playing a role. Nobody's really being themselves unless they are too drunk, in which case they're being too themselves. And the dropping of the pant is almost like a delightful moment of kind of breaking through that, where you're kind of embarrassed, but but everyone around you, because of mirror neurons, because of suddenly they can empathize. Every man is imagining, fuck, that could have been me, right? For a moment that is broken, and there's a certain charm to that. Do you think about this sometimes, that we are all playing a role for ourselves and for the people in our lives, and that there should be sort of an intentional effort of getting past it, of just in whatever way we can? Because on the one hand, there is that larger layers that we break through, which is a layer of, oh, I'm expected to be a man, I'm supposed to be this, and it's a social thing and it's all encompassing. But let's say we get past that. But even then, there is that dilemma about what is the authentic self. You might think you know yourself, but maybe you're playing a role to yourself. So, and given the kind of self-reflection that you've done and that your writing shows, what are your thoughts?
I think it's a very existential question, and I honestly feel like everyone will have a different answer to this, purely because, okay, as an example, I have, and I'll talk about this purely because this is just, the most easy way for me to communicate this, but I've just never understood why we have hierarchies at work. And I say hierarchies, I don't begrudge experience. I think experience is great. I think we should give a certain kind of respect to experience and lean into experience wherever possible. But why is the youngest employee at an office treated differently from the oldest employee at the office? Or the person, it may not be the oldest, but the person in the a position of a certain salary. Why is the salary a marker of the kind of respect that you give people? I've never understood that. why is it that we, in the same office, the same person can speak to their boss in a certain way and speak to their subordinate in a certain way? It's never made sense to me. It has just, in fact, it's really made me angry many, many times. We have a team, of people from all over the country. We also have an office boy. And it's conditioning that when you're taking a picture of the whole team, the team is not calling the office boy. Why? He's also 23. He's also a young person like us and he's part of a company. Why are we not calling him for the picture? Now, again, I don't want to make it sound like right now I'm like, it's not about, right now I'm not even talking about class or, caste. I'm talking, while of course that plays a part in it. I'm just talking about the roles that we are conditioned to, play, right? In all these systems. As an example, the accounts team, you will not call for a picture, right? So it's also the same thing. It's just like, the accounts mein kaam karte, they're not like as fun as we are or whatever it is. And it is in different ways. Sometimes ageism is a thing that, you kind of have and you don't call the, people who are actually older as part of whatever it is, right? But overall, I just see these, why is it that, and I don't want to be, I don't want to sound like a bleeding heart or, whatever. I don't want to sound like I am even when I sound it, it just sounds like, I don't know, what do I think of myself? But I just don't, it's true. I just don't like it when the watchman or in any of my societies calls me sir. I'm like, आप सर क्यों बोल रहे हो? मेरा नाम ये है, मैं आपका नाम जानता हूँ, अपने नाम से बुलाएंगे ना आप. So, and they get awkward about it. And I feel so bad. And again, I'm not it just sounds like, I'm this whatever bleeding heart savior kind of no, that's not the narrative. I just find in any situation, just it to be horrible that we have these social structures, these social constructs that we believe in and that we, put. Why is it, of course, these are casteist things, but, why do we have separate utensils for people who come from outside and, So it is the same person in your family can be the sweetest to everyone, but suddenly when there's a worker who comes from outside, you will, be a certain way with that person because you have the idea, Arey, ye log, aise log. And it's not just, as I said, casteism, it is anything. It can be just power. I think power dynamics overall, everywhere, is just the reason. While some of it is classism, casteism, different things that
religion,
gender, all of these issues that kind of, play up. But a lot of it is just power structures. Everything comes down to power. And the roles we play come down to like, who's more power? Bado ki izzat karo. Always. Bade. Bada kahan ho aap? कौन बड़ा है हर सिचुएशन के अंदर, उसके हिसाब से डिसाइड किया जाती है कि रिस्पेक्ट कैसे देंगे, इज्जत कितनी मिलनी चाहिए, कितनी नहीं मिलनी चाहिए. इट विल डिपेंड अपॉन हाउ व्हाट इज योर लेवल ऑफ being big or bigger or power. And that is why I think that's the pretense. What power do we have? You think that having X amount of money gives you power? If there is a pandemic, you are home just like us. Where you have a helicopter to go wherever the hell you want, as an example. But it's not, there is no such thing as true power. There is genuinely this idea also of power is such a stupid idea. Who has true power? Even if you say that, okay, this government has X amount of power, every day they have to fight for it. Is that really power? And
we're all going to die.
And we're all going to die. And this world is like dying. Climate change is happening. What is power? What are you going to do with this idea of power? What do you get in a situation when you feel yourself as the bigger person and you have to you show someone smaller than you, and just what is the joy that you get? There's no joy in that. In fact, it's just a stupid thing that you kind of do because it's a role that you think you have to play, because somebody played that role with you when you were in that place. I didn't bully anybody because even if I got bullied, I didn't bully someone. On the other hand, there are people who bully because when ragging hoti thi college ke andar, even people who I used to really respect, suddenly would rag and hit juniors. I'd be like, क्यों करते हो तुम? अरे ये तो सिस्टम है, तो सबने हमको किया था, सबने रैग, तो वी हैव टू डू द सेम. I'm like, why doesn't it stop with you? And on the other hand, I have a friend who was a very dear friend who I just had so much love and respect for, because he was the one who in his, so he used to call it GTs, get-togethers, but whatever, महाराष्ट्र GT, बैंगलोर GT, जो बैंगलोर के बच्चे सारे बैंगलोर GT के अंदर होते हैं, तो सीनियर्स फ्रॉम द सेम GT would hit juniors from the same GT, rag juniors. So you, if somebody from another GT comes and rags you, then there's a panga and a war that happens.
These
and,
boys belong to us.
Yeah, exactly. हम मारेंगे, तुम कैसे मार सकते हो? Stupidity, यार. So, but you know what they actually used to beat. You know, because they were like, first you need to learn subservience. First you need to learn subservience. You need to learn that, you know, I am your senior, so I need to be spoken to in a certain respect, and you will do whatever the hell I want you to do, and then I'll be your best friend. But at first you have to go through torture for me to then come to you love, tough love. What is this nonsense, yaar? And I just so much respect for a friend who kind of fought with his entire GT and said, we are not going to, you know, beat our juniors. So what if he got beaten up? You know, and he became, and finally he stopped the system. And that is, and people, I mean, I don't know if it continued after he went and somebody in the third year said, no, I want to continue it. I hope not. But the fact that there was a person who fought back, and, you know, with this whole, it was a close bunch of 5-6 people from Bangalore GT who just decided they'll not do it. Karnataka GT will not do it. And so much respect, you know. So the buck has to stop somewhere. You know, the pretense has to stop somewhere. Why are we pretending? What are you getting out of it? What is this? What will you get out of these, you know, power structures which make you feel better? You know, instead of that, just spend your time, you know, with people you love. Yeah, spend your time like doing things that you care about, instead of these false senses of, like, you know, what will make you feel superior in some way or the other. So all of these places, all of these structures where there is a hierarchy, I just reject them. And again, I don't feel like, I don't say this, I feel like, you know, we still have designations in Yuva. It's not like we don't have that. I also recognize that everybody is so conditioned to believe that, okay, this is how we're unlocking the next level of our career if there's a designation shift. So great. I told you, like, I mean, again, I can't talk about it on the podcast, but the way I think of leadership in terms of, I don't want to stay, you know, in Yuva as a leader for very long, and I want to continue, pass it on to the next young person. Why should I be CEO of a company called Yuva for X amount of years? What is the power in calling yourself CEO? I'm still going to be founder. It's still my company, but someone else can genuinely run it with a young thought, maybe much better than I could. And I need to pass the baton on, because if I have the privilege, what am I, you know, doing with it if not passing it on? You know, and if I am stupid enough to think that I am only here because of my own work, that's just nothing but narcissism. There is nobody makes it on their own. You could have systems, you can say, that have been against you, but at the same time, there have also been places which have been for you. There have been that few people who give you that, you know, in small different ways. I just can't forget the kindness of people at different places in my life. And it could be something really small. I told you what one of my friends told me, just such a kind thing that I needed at a tough time. That, you know, somebody just said something and I just felt like, okay, thank you for saying that. You didn't need to say that to me, but you've done it. And I feel so much gratitude that there are people like that who could, you know, there was a time where my brother was in Bombay and he was looking for a job, and he had come from Bahrain, and he was going through a lot. I told you, he was not in a good place, you know, mental health wise, and I just didn't know, because he wanted in a different industry. I didn't know how to get him a job. I was in just 2 or 3 years. I put out like a post, and they're just people who, because of whatever they kind of thought about me, just who I don't consider like even friends, but just some acquaintances that I've been polite and kind with, who just said, give it to us and we'll pass it on. And they just did it. And someone somewhere found him a job. And I was like, I don't even know you that well, but you've just really gone out there. And I'd be like, thank you for being in there. Just like, no, you're a decent person. And so I've also seen it, you know, just coming back, that decency or whatever, at a very basic. And this is not something to, it's sad that this is the bar. The bar is that you're just decent. There's so much gratitude that people have, you know. It's so sad. There's so many times, you know, I've had like on my sets or something, you know, people coming up and say, you know, ki, producers don't behave in this way, you thank you for like being nice. And I'm like, that's just, it is sad that these words are being said, because I'm just being a decent human being. I'm not doing anything extra, but I used to have so much gratitude for people who in this world which is so toxic, would be kind in different ways, that I used to, I stopped it now, and I wish I had more time to do it. But for about 7 years in my life, between 2000 and I think 11 to 2018 or 19. After Yuva, I had to stop everything. There's so much work that I was going in putting it together. But I used to send this annual letter of thank you. And I started by thanking, I think, about 25, 30 people, in that year, where I was feeling grateful. I'm in Bombay. I think I'm in a good place. And thank you for all the people who have like been there so far and who've kind of been nice to me. And I'd give my life lessons or whatever to people. This is what I learned in the year. Thank you. And then by the end of it, it was some, I think 400, 500 people who were there from 200. I'd never spoken to them since 2011 or something. But every year I would send my annual thank you note. You were kind to me once. I just need I need to tell you, you are a great person. Please continue being kind to others, and kindness matters, and it's just still something like sometimes a lot of people come to me and say, did I do something bad? Have you removed me from your list? I said, no, I don't have. I've not sent it out in the last 5 years. I'm sorry. It's not that I've removed you. I don't remove anyone once they're on the list.
See, all these people have been kind to you and now they're feeling anxiety कि list में क्यों नहीं है? क्या हुआ? क्या किया हमने?
But yeah, I just feel like we need to acknowledge those people who are, you're saying it's tough to be authentic, and I completely agree, Amit. It is very tough to be authentic. The world wants to fit you into boxes. It will try everything to ensure that you're in one. They will, every pressure from everywhere will try to do that. But I can tell you that if you have privilege, if you have a little bit of power, and in my life I've seen that the moment I've had these privileges and powers, use it to do something good. Because what is the point otherwise, right? I've started Yuva as a company, and the kind of culture we have, the reason that we have this culture right now is because I never got this culture in, and while again Yashraj was still a place which was really like kind to me, but culturally I just feel like what we are trying to do at Yuva is not something I've gotten anywhere. And today the kind of young people who work with us, it's a 4-year-old company. About 7 people have been here from 3+ years, and all of them started at 23, 24, and they're now 26, 27, and some of them are now in leadership positions here, getting great money also. And they're just not leaving. And touch wood. And the reason for that is they have had different jobs, and they're like, we will never have a place which has a culture like this, right? And they've created that. They have bought into that idea that this culture is important. So it's not just me saying that ye culture rakhna hai, because everybody else has to buy into that idea and be that kind and nice to each other. We don't, touch wood again, we don't have any politics at Yuva. Why should we? Because we are very honest and transparent in the systems that we have. There is no politics. No one's bitching about anybody else. At least not that I know of, right? But like, I don't, you see it. With toxic teams, you see what is toxic. In this team, there is just a lot of love and empathy for each other. I see that. I see people stepping up for each other. I see people looking out for each other. There's this, just small little things that I see that just makes me so happy. Like this boy who I really adore, if he hears this, who's from Kolkata, and he's been with us now for 2.5 years, and he's still 22. So he's been with us since college. He was part of the first Roadshow. Then he got a job which was paying him a lot more. We couldn't afford that at that point of time. Now he's grown and he's got more money now. But he's trusted us. He's very smart kid, and he's trusted, I feel like, his talent with us. He feels like I oversell his talent, but he's very talented. And he had his birthday, and he was first birthday away from home, and I was just, I wanted to, and I was like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm not doing anything. And I wanted to kind of, that day, I think I was traveling or something. I wanted to be with him, but I couldn't. So I told my team, I said, like, guys, first birthday, you all have to, take him out, etc. And it was not like meant to be like, I just over in lunch and said it. And that night, all the other young people took him out, yeah. Whatever class they had, they all cancelled, and they celebrated. They went to Marine Drive, because he had said, I'd never seen Marine Drive. So they all went to Marine Drive with him and chilled with him. I saw in the stories, and I was just like, this is so sweet. You didn't have to do it. I just said it upar se. But they left everything, said, yes, we will do it. And that's the, touch wood, like that's the culture that we have at Yuva. And I've not had that culture, in any of the organization, people kind of looking out for each other in this way. But why can't that be a culture? So again, these pretenses are there because we have lived in a world where people have, lauded these pretenses over us. It is not easy to break through these pretenses. It's really hard work. I have not talked enough about, some of the really tough times that I've faced in my work environments. But I have faced a lot of tough times, including in my own company. In year one at Yuva was a disaster. I I can acknowledge it now, but it was just my understanding of what empathy should look like at the workplace just was just absolute wrong decision. I think empathy should come with also professionalism and discipline. I had completely ignored that aspect of, work and just said like, if as long as there is empathy in the team, it's a great team. But obviously it was a great team, but it was not a team that was working as hard as it should be. So it's a big disaster. I failed spectacularly as like a leader or entrepreneur in the first year and a half. But then I've learned from mistakes, tried to kind of had 2.0 of Yuva, and try to get new people, and now it's worked, touch wood now, 3.5 years it's been now, where we have a very solid team and very solid work culture. But yeah, it's tough. No one says it's easy, but when you go to the other side, it's worth it. It's worth it in such, I'm able to be here on a work day because my team is kick ass. I've told them I'm on your podcast. I don't even have to and it's not like, anybody is like, oh, look at this, he's the CEO of the company and he's going and chilling in a podcast, I have to work. Nothing like that. Because we look after them. There is a boy from our team for the last two weeks, he's been ill. And we welcomed him back with flowers and thank you for being alive. We were never going to question. And the same kid, I was talking about, he was feeling lonely. Durga Puja is very important from Kolkata, right? So he was feeling lonely. He's like, can I go home for a month and work from home from there? Now he's very important because he's does a lot of good work, among the younger kids. There's a lot of responsibility that we have put on him. We kind of spoke to each other and then we were like, we will miss him in these things or whatever it is. But then we also realized, he's been such an important part of Yuva. If he wants this one thing, let's make it happen for him, right? And then we said, okay, go ahead, and he's just, what else are we here for? If you're not here to look after each other. So it's just, there's a lot of pretense, but beyond that lies love. So let's stop pretending.
There's so much to learn from all of this, and I love the idea of the annual thank you letter. Though when you mentioned that, I said my first thought was मुझे भी करना चाहिए, and my second thought was नहीं यार वो ज़्यादा emotion हो जाएगा. But before we as we are on the closing stretch and we've already spoken for more than 6 hours, and I haven't asked you about Yuva yet, so I want to ask you about that. Tell me about the impetus behind starting Yuva, especially since, the kind of purpose-driven content that you wanted to make. You were already making it in a sense. Yeah. In any case, that purpose-driven content is not preachy content or anything. It is just content which is on those themes, but otherwise as great storytelling and so on and so forth. And you were already doing that at Yashraj before this. So, why did you feel the need ki kuch separate setup karte hai? Yeah. And I love the decision to make it a for-profit, by the way, which, because if one has a confidence ki we are bringing value to people, correct, then why not? So tell me a little bit about the thoughts that went into your forming it, and what do you see your mission as? How is that evolved? What's the journey been like?
Yeah. So let me talk about a show that we made at Yashraj called Man's World. It was a show about gender equality. But we had this outrageous idea. So Richard Curtis, the man behind Love Actually, 4 Weddings and a Funeral, Notting Hill, runs this organization called Project Everyone, which is the media partner of the SDGs, the global goals, the United Nations media partner. So his organization does all the content across the world when it comes to SDGs, or oversees it creatively. Fantastic organization, fantastic people. I've worked with them multiple times now. That was the first time, so we had got an email from Richard Curtis in our inbox saying we want to make something in India around gender equality. It is a SDG, and we'd love to work with Yashraj Films, and can we do a preachy, didn't say preachy, he said, can we do a 2-minute video around gender equality, and we came back and said like these 2-minute videos now, even instead let's get big stars. We just said like they become very preachy. You can have the biggest stars, but they will never have the impact. If you want to, especially they wanted to reach out to young people. They said if you want to reach out to young people, right now the cool thing is, YouTube has become really big in India, and we didn't have a YouTube channel at that time. Okay, so we didn't have or an active YouTube channel, let's say. And we had this thought where we said that what if we did Permanent Roommates had just come out. I was very excited about the potential. I had been brought on to make films at Y Films, which is the youth wing of Yashraj Films. But I had been told that I'm now also going to be leading the digital efforts. And I was very excited about that. So I said, like, as part of this, what if we kind of did a web show around this? And then my boss and I at that time kind of jammed, and there was a story that had come to us, a series of sketches about gender, but like with the world inverted. What if women were in the place of men and men were in the place of women? And then we said, what if this wasn't a series of sketches, but like a fiction show about a man who's misogynistic and, dislikes women and thinks that women have it too easy. Why do you have seats reserved for you in the buses? Why do you get menstrual leaves? Why is Mother India? Why is there no Father India? So all kinds of stupid things, right? And then he prays to the God and says, prays like one day getting drunk and says, what if like if the world flipped and, and men were women and women were men, I wouldn't complain this much. And cut to the world flips and he wakes up and he realizes that now men are in the minority, so to speak, and are the oppressed community, and women are like now people in power. And the next 4 episodes are about what happens there. And every situation that women are in, we kind of put a man in it, and it's funny and it's also horrific because he's going out in the night wearing a low-cut V-neck, and there is a girl who's harassing him. And then when he goes to the police station, the woman on the police station says, what were you wearing? So it's you laugh at it because it's a man and it's funny, right? But then it's also horrifying because this is what happens with women in India, and she's watching like a video, which is so. Anyway, not to go too deep into it, a lot of interesting people are associated with Ayushman Bhumi, Richa Chadda, Pritish Nandi, so many people. When this show came out, they asked us, this true story, okay? So they had asked the SGGs, what do you think you will get as views? And this is now we're talking about 2015, where like what views and whatnot, people used to get views, but it wasn't like numbers and targets and what. And we said, we think we will get like over a period of 5 episodes, 6 episodes, and we've got all of these big people together on the show, we'll hit 1 million, hopefully, including the trailer, 6 episodes, 6. Next morning, I remember we came to office after the show had launched 24 hours later. And then all of us just staring at each other's faces because we had crossed 1 million in 24 hours without any paid marketing. Nothing was done. Organically, overnight, this show had gone viral. It was one of the first viral pieces of content at that time. And we were, how did this happen? We had an email from them. It's a funny email that we had gotten saying, you guys didn't have to you don't have to tell us the numbers, you can tell us like what you're, let's be honest in our communication. You were like, dude, we didn't expect this to happen, and then you knew what happened because you see the comments. The comments were insane, Amit. They were just so many people, girls saying thank you for finally making something that, gets our voice across and what we are going through. And boys saying that, man, and for whatever it's worth, this is helping me understand my sister better. This is helping me understand my mother better. Of course, there was also misogyny, but not at that scale that is there right now. The internet has, as I said, we have discussed, empowered a certain kind of a idea. And then what happened, and this is where I think somewhere also I realized what I needed and to do. I'd been invited to IP college for women in Delhi during a festival they had. And I had been invited for their media fest, and it was a big auditorium. I was there, Swara Bhaskar was there, a few other people were there, I remember. And I had to give a keynote, on media and whatnot. I gave a keynote, pretty nice, cool thing. And it was a big auditorium, and then there was like it wasn't as full, even with all the people there, much bigger names than me. It was not as full and whatnot. I was like, okay, whatever. Now, I always do this whenever I go to colleges, where I say that, after the whatever prepared remarks or prepared stage thing. I would love to have an offline meeting with like the people in the college, just like chill with a few people. You can get your same college committee. I can, I just want to meet you and spend some time with like the folks behind the festival or whatever. So I just said that love to meet like some of the people who might want to spend like few minutes extra with me. They took me into a different room after that. And before I knew it, 500 girls had come to that room because somebody had told them that the person behind Man's World was here. They obviously didn't know my name and whatnot. And we didn't have place to, I don't have that picture because like, I feel so bad I don't have the picture. We didn't have place to sit. It was not expected. It was supposed to be a small thing about 4 or 5 people. 500 girls had turned up. Literally, it was full complete room. And I'm standing there and I'm just like, what is happening? And they're just like, everybody was just like, we want to tell you what your show meant to us. What it has helped us, it has helped us explain, inequality to people that we know, this, that. And I was like, man, is this the power of like, I mean, I had this idea and a hypothesis that, this is what can happen. But this is insane. And I just realized that this is the true potential. We can't just start this conversation on the internet and then like stop it there. We need to talk. We need to do these things mindfully offline. And I tried doing that at Yashraj. I had a big vision for what Y-Films could be. All the shows we did were about socially conscious issues. Ladies' Room was about, it was a feminist show. It was India's first show, genuinely India's first show featuring women in the lead. And it was English language. And we spoke about, at that time, about, abortions and about sexual harassment and about all the, issues that now we are talking a lot more about when it comes to women. Shreya Dhanvantri and Sabha Azad were in that show. That became, again, a huge success to an extent that IndieWire called it one of the best shows in the world at that time. Organically picked it up. We didn't have a say in that. So, Six Pack Band we made, which was India's first transgender pop group, won the Cannes Grand Prix Class Lion. Bang Baja Barat, of course, became very popular. All of these shows, I tried very hard within the YRF ecosystem to go beyond what we're doing on the internet. I was like, the potential for this is to have these conversations offline, to take these shows, take them to colleges, take them to, because again, I worked so closely with young people across, I was like, yeah, man, they can genuinely have an impact. I wanted to, at some point, turn what we were doing into like a maybe e-magazine, an offline magazine, have people talking about these issues in a larger way. How can we create impact was always the thing that, became, especially with young people, what we do. But of course, that's not the business model of Yashraj. Why would they spend this kind of, I felt like Y-Films had that kind of, it could have been that, but it was not the priority. And I understand that. I don't begrudge that. But and then when I got anxiety, we were at a place where unfortunately Yashraj was losing a lot of money in the film business. A lot of their films had flopped, and suddenly, Y-Films was not where earlier the very kind Aditya Chopra had pretty much given us full creative freedom to make whatever we wanted on the internet, and was so supportive and so sweet to us. He's, genuinely one of the nicest. I can't believe that someone at his level of like fame and like power is so sweet and graceful to just young people in his organization. He's so sweet, yeah. Who had been always so supportive, kind of just obviously was much busier figuring larger work at YRF, and Y-Films was not the priority at that time. And, and I was just impatient because I realized that, yaar, kuch hai yahan par. We had hit 2.5 million subscribers again in 2015-16. Everything we were doing, it was like the most successful period of my life and career where anything we were doing was turning into gold. And I just felt like, and then I got anxiety, which, because of, and when I took that sabbatical and then I went again to these colleges in different parts of India, before even Yuva, I kind of went outside and met a lot of young people in different colleges in India. I just knew that that's where the Kindness Project had happened. That had become a transformative experience for me. I knew the power of offline communities. And I wanted to say, like, there needs to be, every young platform in our country is a one-way communication. It's like हम लोग online चीजें डाल रहे हैं, and this is two people come and comment on it, but we don't interact with them. We needed to have a platform that actually listens to young people. We needed to have two-way communication. That here's what we are doing. Now we're going to go offline and talk about it. And now we're going to have conversations about it. And that's what I wanted to do when I started, And again, this was all an idea. So just to also tell you the small backstory of, I had a friend called Amritpal Bindra who was also the producer of Bang Baja Barat, and along, his production how that made it, and Papu and Papa. And we had become really thick because of the shows that we did together. Anand Tiwari, who's the director of, Bang Baja Barat, again, all three of us had become very close. And once I was done with, when I was period thing, this is a true story. Like when my therapist said that you're not emotional, at the end of it she also said that I'm giving you an exercise. You have to find a male friend of yours and you have to go and tell that person what you're going through, and I just chose Amrit Bindra to be that person. And that night I went to I said, can I come over? He said, yeah, please come. Went to his home, and for about much longer than I think the Seen and Unseen podcast, I just started. He's like, how are you feeling? I was like, I just want to explain how I'm feeling. And then for 7-8 hours, I was just talking about what I'm going through, how anxious I am, and how I want to do all of these things for young people and all these ideas that I had. But I was like, how can I do it at Yashraj? I don't think they get the potential. I was really frustrated. I was like, I want to do more things, etc. So Amrit very patiently, sweetly listened to me that night. And, just was a good friend to me. He had other plans. He cancelled them all. So just come and, And the next morning he said, okay, let me think over what you have said. And I want to kind of come to you with a solution. So I said, I don't know what solution we'll have. But 2 days later, he called me and said, I've been thinking about it. What if whatever you said is a company? And I said that I don't know how to do a company. I'm middle class. Mujhe nahi aata hai sab kuch. I'm too scared to, do something like that. He said, he's like, you don't worry. We will raise the money what needed to initially start it. And you just run it. All the things that you're saying, that should be the thing that, make it a company, make it a movement. Do what you can with it. And I was so scared of it. And this is before the sabbatical and everything. And then I quit. I went on sabbatical. And I think in the 2 months or 3 months, I realized that whatever options I had in front of me, the only option that seemed like, something which... So for me, Yuva, I decided to start Yuva when in my head, I made peace with the fact that even if it fails, it'll be worth it. It was not because I thought that it would succeed, but because I thought that if it fails, it will still be worth it. And yeah, I came back and I said, and we didn't have a name at that time. So I came back and met him and I said, I have a name. And he said, what is the name? I said, Yuva. And they loved the name and said, let's do it. And I had this vision that I'd made, like, this is what over the next 10 years, this is what Yuva will do. And I'm so grateful that, all the, out of all the things that we're doing most of those things, in 4 years in. And the idea for Yuva was, as I said, a platform that listens. But just, as I said, we wanted to be at the intersection of what is important and what is interesting. So what Yuva really does now, and the multiple things that we do. And again, I'm very proud of my team to be able to, do all of these things. At one end, we are doing research. So we are talking to young people, listening to them. We're doing listening sessions, with young people across the country. And working with the likes of, again, from an Amazon and Netflix, where, for example, they have a show about, as an example, Majama, which was a movie about, the LGBTQ community. They asked us to come on board to do a research with young people from the queer community to, take them through the script and take them through the idea and ask them, does this work? Are we being responsible and representative for the community? And we worked with, queer rights NGO and a couple of other NGOs we kind of took on board, with the bunch of young people over there. We did a bunch of research and gave back and said, here's what, young people think about this. And they made those changes. So at one end, we are working with film production houses and studios like Dharma, Jungli, Excel, Phone Booth we have done research on, Badhai Do we had done research on, many more shows that Crash Course, many more shows that are coming and movies that are coming that we are working on. On the other hand, we're working with something, like a UNICEF Gujarat and we put together this year a youth manifesto for the government of Gujarat on what should be the youth policy for Gujarat. So UNICEF India brought us on board. They obviously were supposed to present a youth policy for the government. They brought us on board to do the research among young people in India, in Gujarat, and it was specifically on mental health. And we worked with different parts of different young people in across Gujarat and put it all together. And we have I should have brought it, in fact, and given it to you. It's like a booklet now that we but it's so insightful, so incredible, how honest these young people are. And then we presented it to the government, and, now they have to figure out what all they want to incorporate from it. That's up to them. But that's the level of research we're doing. So we're working with for-profits, non-profits, but ultimately, again, about impact. On the other hand, we have a campaigns team. In campaigns, again, we are working with some of India's biggest non-profits and also some of India's for-profits policy teams. So as an example, in the branded space, we are working with Tinder India on consent. We have created a website with Tinder India called letstalkconsent.com, which is a one-stop resource for young people to go and, learn about consent. So we've authored and put together the whole website. Now what we are doing is we've just finished, last weekend we did our first campus activation where we spoke about consent and discussed consent in a college, VGTI in Bombay. And now over the next few months, we are going across the country to have conversations around consent with young people in different colleges, boys, girls, anybody from any gender, to come in and have open and honest communication about why is it so difficult for so many of us to recognize what consent is. That's at a level of, with another example of campaigns, we are working with Dasra and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation over the next 2 years to put together a community of 1 million young people online who will talk about and care about SRH and talk about it in accessible ways. How can we make sexual and reproductive health, the conversation around that, accessible for young people? And over the next 2 years, we have put together platforms called Youth Ke Bol across Josh app, Twitter, Instagram, that we are going to be populating and going to be making content around for 2 years. We're doing offline events, we'll be doing podcasts. But for 2 years, the idea is at the end of these 2 years, we should have a community of young people that is constantly talking about SRH, or talking about it in meaningful ways. And then, of course, being champions where they will talk about it offline in their own families and lives, etc. Right? So that's campaigns as a separate team that is working again offline on. Then you have a third team, which is the events team, where we are now, as an example, this year's Spotify has something called IRL and Creators Day that we are programming for them, and they wanted to reach out to young people, Gen Zs. So they've come to us and say, can you please program it for us? So we programmed it. On the other hand, you have, as an example, we did an event with YouTube India during Pride Month where we had something called the Pride Class of 2022, where we got 10 queer creators from different parts of India together to have a graduation ceremony this year, saying that your voices matter. And this year we want to kind of bring you together as the class of 2022 for being the most outspoken about queer issues. And and we had like Parmesh Shahani and Sushant Divkikar coming and giving them talks, YouTube coming and kind of teaching them how can they make creator content better. And just making a day out of it and having a full graduation ceremony where they had a class photo and they had, the whole jing bang that comes with it. So that's the third thing. The fourth is, there's content that we are making. In content, we are doing content on Instagram, YouTube, etc. But we are also doing branded content again on issues that matter, but in interesting ways. How do we make all of these things accessible? We are also doing short films. We did 2 short films this year with Mini TV. One was called Grey with Shreya Dhanvantri and Diya Mirza. One was called Tasalli Se with Nakul Mehta and Naveen Kasturia. Now we are making a series we can't say the platform, but we're making a series for a platform that's going to come out next year. There's also a movie in the pipeline. We've done a podcast with Spotify called Dear Teenage Me, which has become one of their most heard podcasts. We've been renewed for 2 more seasons. So that's content. And then I think we've covered it all. And then finally there's community and college activations where we go to colleges. We have a network in about 500 colleges of India, and we work with different, again, for-profits, non-profits to do college activations. So now whether the Roadshow is also part of that, at the same time, as an example, we did during during the pandemic, we did with UNICEF again a creator intervention. It was called the content creator intervention, where we got 110 micro content creators who were in colleges across the country, who'd like 10,000, or less or more, and with them we created 1,650 pieces of content over 6 months around misinformation, around vaccines, because we needed to in places like Ladakh, in places like Shillong, in places like tier 2 plus, tier 2, tier 2 minus, all of these cities where we could have these conversations, but with young people talking. So we helped them create this content. It got us like a 40 million reach over 6 months across multiple platforms. And that's so offline also we do a lot of work. Offline we are doing these open mics and these safe spaces. Online there's a lot. So, touch wood, the team has really now, they've worked so hard on all of this. So grateful to have such an incredible team now. And we are just getting started, I think.
Your team is working hard, boss. लेकिन तुम Wednesday off लेके podcast कर रहे हो. Wow. No, I'm full of admiration. Everything you're doing just sounds like absolutely amazing work. So to get back to the personal, beyond Yuva, beyond all of this that you're doing, what are the things that you, when you wake up in the morning, that you look forward to doing? Like, do you want to make more films? Do you want to tell more stories? What do you want to do?
So at this point, Amit, I'll be honest, I'm focusing a little bit on Yuva Originals, which is, the aim for Yuva was always to have, this entire 360, way of reaching out to young people. We have now gotten into the offline, and we have tried to, I think we're doing pretty well in that. We are on the internet. We have a great reach now, which is another important aspect of what we are doing. But the highest and the most reach you will always get through the longest form of, and the most watched pieces of content, which is films and shows and whatnot, and podcasts and whatnot. And that's really going to be my focus right now. That's also my passion. That's also my skill set. It's what I love most in the world. To be a producer, to be a writer, to be able to tell stories. I'm very fortunate that I'm in the series that's coming next year. I'm show running that, I'm producing that. The film that we'll be making, I've written that. Those are things that, there's a lot of stories in me that I just want to put out into the world right now. And I feel like my aim, and I think I told you this during lunch, is like, I'm really, my I don't know, obsession in some way is how do we capture the stories of our generation in a way that 20, 30, 40 years down the line, when we look back, people look at my filmography and the work that Yuva has done as like a piece in time captured. This is what young people were about at this time, and if you want to have that understanding, well, Yuva is the place and maybe Nikhil's the person, and it's really important for me because I think that's what films did for me growing up. That's what stories did for me growing up. I think they helped me find my place in the world, and I want to, in the most humble way, be a catalyst for, to kind of capture that for this generation, by working with them, by the way. Like, so as an example, Grey was directed by someone I dearly love and fond of, it's a 27-year-old young filmmaker called Sakshi Gurnani, who worked with me at Yasha. She was my student. Then she was my assistant producer at YRF, the first employee that I've hired over there. And now she's, the first, my first short film that I made, she was the director on that. I'm co-writing the film with her. So yeah, it's always going to be about, even the work that we are doing, it's never going to be just me. It's always going to be one young person, or at least more young people associated with that work, and using their help and working with them, with my experience and their understanding and insight of, of being part of that generation. How can we capture these stories in a way that, as I said, again, I'm repeating this, sounding like a broken record, but like make someone somewhere feel less alone.
No, you can't give a physical hug to everybody, but virtually, if you just fulfill that same function, it kind of means a lot. So I'll end the show by asking you to recommend for me and my listeners books, films, music that you absolutely love and would want everyone to.
This is something that I've also thought about a lot, because I was like, I don't know what all I can say. But in the book section, there is a book I'm sure you must have read, or if you haven't, I'm going to gift it to you. It's called Humankind by Rutger Bregman. Have you read it?
I just bought it on Kindle after I saw your video on Chalchitra about it.
It is the most hopeful book that I have read in my life. It has now become like, I want to meet Rutger Bregman, and I want to thank him. I want to shake his hand, although I've had very weird experience with people I look up to. So I hope this is a positive experience, but I really want to tell him that I'm a huge fan. And fortunately, I've been able to do that with a lot of people I admire. And his book is essentially optimism about the world from a lens of kindness, saying that, we've historically kind of told, the narrative that we have built is that the world is unkind. But actually, I will prove to you. And he's an economist, by the way. So he's a very well-known economist who has also gone viral for being at Davos and shutting down billionaires. So he's a really, really cool person. Not very old, again. I think he's late 30s, if I'm not wrong. And he's, his book is basically, he's just tried to prove through a series of, real-world incidents that we all know of, and then shining a different light at them and saying, I'll tell you why this was more kindness than unkindness. As an example, he's spoken about the Stanford prison experiment, which all of us know as one of the, a really terrible psychological, event that has happened, an experiment that has happened. And he's talked about how there was some kindness going on there, which, incredible. I can't even explain. So great. Such a great book.
But didn't they find out that was shady and it was partly faked? I think something came.
It talks about that also. So there is a what the real experiment actually, what it. So there is, I can't, without giving it away.
We'll all read the book.
Yeah,
we'll all read
superb,
the book.
Absolutely incredible book that has, I think, had the biggest impact on my life, I think, of recent times. There is also a book that I've just finished reading, and finishing reading, which I've just now incredibly and I'm going to just recommend recent books because I feel like that's the easiest thing to do, and then doesn't, otherwise I get too divided and I start getting anxious. What all can I name? But just reading this book I've mentioned before, Chaos Machine by Max Fisher, which is, I think, essential reading for everybody about the way the internet and social media is ruining society and and shoving us into division and polarization. Incredible book, incredibly researched, absolutely incredible. You've already spoken about Shayana's, but her book was so, again, gender and Shah Rukh Khan, such a beautiful, beautiful book that I've read. There's another book not on the same lines, but called Invisible Women. I'm sure it's been recommended earlier as well, and opened my mind and how, from a lens of the fact that every space that we occupy has been created of and for and by men, and just things that I never thought, even as someone who looks at gender, always sees gender in different places. I never thought of things like how when in a club, the sizes given to the male and female toilets are the same. The question was, why are there more women have longer lines in clubs than men do? Why do so many women want to pee and men don't want to pee? But men, because we have urinals, there can be 5 urinals at a club, but for the same type, in the same area, which is also given by men, designed by men, women will have only 3 toilets, sit-down toilets, and because of that, the lines are longer. And you don't even think of architecture in a capacity of gender, and there's just so much. It's an incredible book. I read it, really opened my mind. I'll also name a memoir, Will Smith's book. It is It is so sensitively written, and it is also about gender. The entire book is about, like, what you've seen Will Smith on it. Literally, his book starts with assault. It starts with how first line of the book is how his father hit his mother, and how that has impacted him all his life. The book is about violence, and trying to deal with that violence. He's so introspective, so personal, so well written. I'm shocked that a celebrity at his level has gone so deep and been so transparent about, again, his identity from the lens of gender. So, and it'll help you understand the what has happened in the Oscar stage. So, I mean, that's the clickbaity reason why you should read it, but otherwise it's just an absolutely great book. Yeah. Okay. The last book I would recommend, again, is a book by Ayad Akhtar called Homeland Elegies, or Elegies. I don't know how to pronounce it. And it's a book about the Muslim identity. It's written almost as a fictionalized. He's written a fictionalized version of his own life, and what the Trump, being a Muslim in America pre and post Trump, and it is just brilliant. I mean, it is so well written. Just, I don't even know what is the way to describe how well this man writes. Just incredible writing. So thoughtful, so nuanced, so smart. I've become such a huge fan. I'm waiting for his next book. Like, I'll also give like a really fun suggestion, because I read a lot of film books and just really fun to read. Again, recent book, Seth Rogen's book, Yearbook. And it's both available. I mean, if you have to listen to an audiobook, hear that. He's just got bunch of insane stories from Seth Rogen's life. And it's so funny. It's so funny. You laugh out loud so often. And he's got these bizarre stories about, other celebrities like Nicolas Cage and of course, growing with his Jew identity and, what that meant growing up. Fabulous, really, really funny book. I'm still trying, I feel like I don't read enough books from, Indian authors, and I kind of actually have started, from some of your shows and recommendations. I try to buy those books, but still need to do a lot more. But yeah, these are my larger recommendations. Music, I'm not a very big music fan or music buff. So, I mean, not in the sense of I don't have a diverse enough playlist, or I have not explored as much music as I think anybody else. One of my obsessions, again, as if I use that word again, over the last 2-3 years has been this singer called Shamoon Ismail, who is a Pakistani singer and sings in Punjabi and makes jazz and blues and hip hop. And if you haven't heard him, I have just changed your life right now, because he is incredible. What a voice, and what a singer. In the pandemic, somehow I don't know, got so much comfort listening to his songs. I've listened, my Spotify Wrapped over the last 3 years has been top is just Shamoon Ismail. My other comfort band is Vampire Weekend. I'm again, I don't know, I feel like, I don't know, there's just something so, the millennial experience of being lost and in this huge world, and trying to find your place is just, Vampire Weekend does such an incredible job of explaining that. Otherwise, I really love, I listen to Bollywood music a lot, and Amit Trivedi has been someone I've just always really, really looked up to. Devdi is one of my all-time favorite albums. But I also really love, because of my father, and that's one of the things that I really am grateful to him for. I've listened to a lot of Devanand songs, so I constantly keep going. One of my favorite songs of all time is "Hamera प्यार के हमसे कुछ ना बोलिए, जो भी प्यार से मिला हम उसी के होली है." And I think that's just
Beautiful.
What a philosophy, जो भी प्यार से मिला हम उसी के होली है. There's just, धूप थी मिली हमें धूप में लिया है दम, चांदनी मिली है तो हम चांदनी में सो लिए.
क्या lyrics और music थे उस time के भाई.
यार, incredible. So it's my go-to. When I feel a little sad or lost, I go back to this song. I just feel like one of the most beautiful songs ever made. So I really love, because of my dad, Devanand songs, because he was obsessed with Devanand, and because of him, I kind of became, one of my big regrets is like, when I was in HT, I once got a chance to interview Devanand, but it was with somebody else, and I was just like, I want to do it alone. Because I know how much it would mean to my dad for me to spend time with Devanand, and I just didn't go. And I was just like, "नहीं तू जा, मैं अलग से करूँगा interview." And then he passed away, and in my head it was like always this evergreen. I was like, how he can't die? He will always live. It's a stupid notion. Big regrets that I couldn't do that for my dad. I would have really loved to do it for him. But yeah, Devanand and his songs were just classics. Movies, I don't even, just all the worst movies, I don't even know what to it's just the toughest thing.
You have a really nice video on Chalchitra Talks about a bunch of films you really like, so I will link that, but apart from that, if there's
I'm a eternal believer and lover of rom-coms and romance. That's been always my, I don't know, happy place. Just watching a film about people in love is just so nice. The Before series is something that has just meant so much to me, and I got to speak to Richard Linklater, and I got an autograph poster from him. So it's been like, I think my name drop moment. I got to have a 45-minute interview on love with Richard Linklater. It's out.
Wow.
It's on Open Magazine. It's just the kindest person to talk to. So sweet. And yeah, what the Before series has done was always something for me, as like, he's managed to capture love without the beat structure of which every kind of 3-act structure in that sense, all the traditional structures of what romances should be. What an incredible and I think there's something about, like, for me, it's just something so amazing to see in a day or in a moment, how love grows. There's obviously love that happens over years and decades, and then I just feel like there's also something special about connection that happens with each other. So I just love that. I love the series. I keep going back to it. I should have really brought my movie recommendation. I was actually more stuck up on books, and then I forgot about the movies to think of. I mean, Oye Lucky Lucky Way, as I've said already, is one of my favorite films of all time. Again, I feel like such a great conversation about identity and loneliness, in the world we live in. I feel like the misfit that Abhay Deol's character was, I just kind of so related to that. I felt like one of the greatest films ever made in India. Just something that still, scenes from that movie still haunt me. Super Chore from that film film is one of my favorite songs of all time. I keep going back to it. Recently, so I watch a lot of TV shows. So I'll recommend, Succession is one of my favorite series. Schitt's Creek is an absolutely incredible series that everyone should watch. Ted Lasso, masculinity, kindness, all the things, that mental health, all the things I care about. It's like, Jason Sudeikis and all his partners in the writing team just decided, I will make a show perfect for Nikhil Taneja, and that is that show.
You mentioned BoJack Horseman also.
BoJack Horseman is one of my, I think again, if what a incredible. So there's a book actually by by Raphael Bob, I forget his last name, but the guy who's created BoJack Horseman, and it's an anthology book, and it's really it's everything. It's just the weirdest book, but somehow it is going to make you so happy to read, so unique, so fresh, and it can't be a mind other than BoJack Horseman that can come up with it. BoJack Horseman is one of my favorites. I just recently this year saw Lord of the Rings, and Lord of the Rings has been Rings of Power. Lord of the Rings has been again my favorite movie series ever, and I've seen it I think about 20-30 times. I own extended edition of it. I own the special edition of it. I own the VCDs, the DVDs, I own it in almost every different format. obsessed with the fact that there is somebody made a 3-part series about goodness and triumphing over evil. And the wine, I mean, like, the books of course were great, but the scale at which the series was made, incredible. In every I think, like, there are two kinds of shows about or shows or movies about, like, good and evil. Shows or movies that where that the director believes that they're making about good, but you kind of know that they lean towards the evil, and kind of knows that, yeah, you can't help it, evil is around. And then just stuff that makes you believe that there is goodness always going to that is going to outlast. And this is just a film that fills me with hope, a series that fills me with hope.
And there's a great inspiring line in it which young people everywhere should take out from: all those who wander are not lost.
All those who wander are not lost. Absolutely. I mean, Sam, for me, like, of course, just Sam as a character is, I think, the greatest, one of the greatest characters ever made. To the best friend, the supporting role. But, he's lifted, his character has lifted this entire series, because you think that heroism is about, Aragorn and Frodo, going from one place to another. But true heroism is also like just the courage to support and show love to the people who are, doing something tough. Isn't that like a bigger heroism where you're not getting the credit for it, but you're just there for the journey? And
Yeah, such a lovely thought.
Yeah, man, it's so beautiful. It's Frodo is the guy who took it to the ring, but without Sam, he could not have happened. And Sam, I think, is what a guy, yaar. Wow. So Rings of Power, a lot of people have preferred House of the Dragon over Rings of Power. I would say that, please, if you've not watched it, do watch it. Again, there is so much goodness in it. There's a, just a really lovely line that I saw in one of the last few episodes, which was like, what's the good of living without living good, if not living good? And I was just like, yeah, again, just the hope and the optimism it fills me with. There is always evil lurking, but as long as people have hope, as long as people, in the world, care for love, and as long as they care for each other, as long as you're being kind, those are the films that speak to me, and the films and the shows that I I'm so fond of. And there's 100 other, I'll actually, what I'll do, and for the sake of this episode, because I'm going to just curate like a link of some of my, favorite movie and all time or recent ones. Again, all time is too difficult. So
Wonderful.
Recent one. And then I'm going to send it to you, because I feel like it's a responsibility to give, recommendations when it comes to films and TV. Finally, I also, but yeah, I'm gonna give you like a link, and I'm going to recommend some very recent. Of course, how can I? Andaz apna. just my, I was talking to someone the other day, and I was talking about how, the earlier, like, I was talking about the identity of young people, and it's so funny. I was talking about how, earlier, for millennials, it was very difficult to find out our identities, and then we'd find something to kind of relate to that will make our own identity. So for some people, for example, films became like their identity, and like, they'd stick to, like, I was talking about Star Wars fandom, that being Star Wars fan is something else, etc., etc. And then just struck me, and I was just like, and for example, me, whose entire identity on the internet is Taneja, main hu, maar kidhar hai. I am that person. I am the person who decided that pop culture, that's where I find comfort. You see, I only wear like pop culture t-shirts. Most of my home has like all of these action figures and posters, and I just find a lot of joy and comfort in being surrounded by things that movies or stories that have moved me and that have made me happy. And Andaz Apna Apna is just the thing that has made me the happiest. I might have watched it about 100 times. I can narrate the whole film line by line, I think, at this point. So yeah.
So, Nikhil, we spoke a lot about many things today, including kindness. So thank you so much for your kindness and giving me so much of your time today.
No, thanks, Amit. I always I'm afraid that, I speak too much, when given the opportunity. But I think this is the first time where I'm not feeling guilty about it because of you. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. You can follow Nikhil on Twitter at Taneja Mahu. What a great handle, at Taneja Mahu. And you can follow me at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.